At one time, I was homeless. Instead of going home every night, there was no home to go to.
Life at home was very difficult. I grew up being abused.
I lost my belt. I lost respect. I embarrassed my family.
My vision was pretty much non-existent. I was able to just about scrape by the medicals.
When I come out, I have supreme confidence, but I'm scared to death. I'm afraid of everything.
I didn't care about living, I just wanted to die. I got up and I felt the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. I knew I was going to make a comeback.
Fighting, this was designed for me. This is what makes us who we are.
I'm the best.
Who the fuck is that?
I'm so far ahead of this game. My dream, my vision for myself is to be the greatest martial artist to ever live.
I have always been a fighter. There is nothing I do better in this life than fighting.
There ain't never been a man that could better me. I was born to do this.
Nobody can get close. I'm the best fighter in the world.
I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been.
Welcome back to the Pain Game and welcome back to Wembley Stadium, lads. Yes! Come on. We got our own studio, man. We're air conditioned over here, unlike these peasants outside. How does it feel to be back, lads?
Oh, it's lovely. The band's back together, man.
Unreal. Feels like home
just
now.
Like catch up with the lads, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy.
When we come in now, the phones auto-connect to Wembley Wi-Fi. All right? This is how at home we feel.
Very comfortable.
KJ, last time out, Daniel Dubois, you gave him no chance.
I gave him, how much percent did I give him?
You gave him 15% chance. That was like, yeah, go on then.
And you know what? I feel like I totally disrespected him. I went too far, and I've changed my mind. Listen, I'm the only one here that's going to say something crazy because I'm Team Dubois. And Dubois, I don't want to spoil it, spoiler alert, but 90% Dubois.
Wow.
90%.
90%.
Can I just give
wild.
a little bit of behind-the-scenes info here? Last time, when Dubois won, KG took his jacket off, threw it on the floor, yeah? He threw it on the floor. Then we were out at a brew, like, it was a gala, wasn't it? It was the Ring Magazine gala. It was the fanciest thing ever. And, you know, we go by, we're talking to Dubois, whatever. Dubois sort of like looked at KG, laughed, pretended to take off his jacket.
Mate, this is how mad it's gotten, right? Like, I'm talking, this was the day before, I was talking to Big Dubois, and we're just having a bit of a chat, and he's like, oh, how's Joey? I'm like,
that's hilarious.
He's just saying it as if he knows him so well, and I'm like, Joey's fine. But it's like, you don't realise in the moment when we're just having a laugh with each other, like everyone else at home would be, we happen to have these cameras on, how viral that moment went. Like millions and millions of views that one moment got, and obviously he watched the whole thing back laughing his head off thinking, these idiots haven't got a fucking clue what they're talking about.
Don't you lot think it's funny, though, because the two guys that have been overlooked or you don't believe they're going to do it, they're always surprised. They're both fighting now.
Yeah.
As in, Daniel Dubois has been overlooked in the AJ one. Usyk's always been overlooked. Now they're both going up against each other, and you're like, well, who do you
I've not seen one episode of TalkSport where they've gone, yeah, Usyk's winning. Usyk's winning.
That's right.
Even when he beats the guy and he fights him again, they go, nah, but he's going to lose this time. Do you know what I mean?
But that's because he swims with the big sharks. He doesn't mess about. He's in there with AJ back-to-back, Fury back-to-back, Dubois, seeing him again. It's like, bro, this guy, you start thinking at some point, you might stumble.
Do you think there's any benefit to Daniel Dubois? You've just mentioned the rematches that Usyk's took. Always back-to-back.
Yeah.
This one, Dubois had the chance to go away and have other fights, have that learning experience, and also probably change as a fighter. So it's like you can get your game plan different, but in terms of your actual fighting style, in the space of 5 fights or so, or whatever it is now, I think this would be the 5th maybe. It does change. Your fighting style changes. So I think it can only benefit him, Dubois, that this rematch is happening 2 years on from the scene of
100%, but the problem is, how do you prepare for Oleksandr Usyk? You can go away and have as much experience as you want, but a southpaw, a world-class southpaw, like, tell me who can replicate what he does.
Isn't that, though, to your point about going away, the thing that everyone said AJ should have done in both of his rematches?
Absolutely.
And he ignored it, and in the Usyk fight, I think it showed a little bit, like, even though he did improve, and same with Fury, he didn't go away. I don't think it could have done him any harm. Like,
it's a difficult one because, generally speaking, when you have that loss, it's like they say, getting back on the horse type of thing, getting straight back into it, because the longer you leave it, that actually can make it harder when you finally face that guy. But someone like Daniel Dubois, who's young, you know, he needed time to mature mentally and physically. So for him, it's done him the world of good getting that experience.
I think as well, where he's like come out of the line of fire, the two names aren't associated with each other. Like, you're not, they went their separate ways. And it's like anything, any relationship, you can go separate ways, have space, and you might see each other again, and you might, you know, things might change. And I think for Daniel Dubois to have had that time to have like, okay, that chapter is done. It's done. And he's been very vocal about this. He's mentioned this. The first time, I'm different. It's nothing like that now. And I think to have that experience of going away, building up his confidence. And we were talking about this the other day. We were talking about Daniel Dubois' run, right? And I'm thinking, I think every single fight until the AJ one, I was like, yeah, I think Dubois gets beat here. Because Hrgović, I was very much like it. Hrgović, I really thought, especially when he starts landing them right hands, as he was doing early on, I thought Daniel Dubois gets beat here. So, although Usyk's always the underdog, he's the underdog because our expectations are higher of him and he's in bigger fights. Whereas Daniel Dubois has gone and done that whole underdog journey now. I think he's in a million times better position than Fury and than AJ was going into their rematches.
Do you think the inactivity is going to play a part in this? Because Dubois has not been in the ring for a while. I really wanted him to have that Parker fight because I think it would have cemented his run at the top level. Like, because that night with AJ, as amazing as it was a perfect night for Dubois. Like, boom, first round, I've hit him, he stayed hit for the rest of the fight. I can just tee off on this guy until he finally says no more. Whereas a Parker fight would have been, mate, we're going to have to really have some strategy here to get this right and get this win over Parker, because Parker is also in an amazing run as well. So that's why I'm like, that inactivity is going to potentially play a part that I don't really want it to in this fight.
It could have potentially given him a false sense of security because, like you're saying, the AJ fight was... You probably didn't expect it to be so easy because say what you want, but I've never seen AJ look so bad, and it's as simple as that. So for me, he's gone in there absolutely destroyed. You know, the king of heavyweight, potentially world boxing. I think that's an argument, but yeah, I think that's a false sense of security because the guys that he's fought, yes, he's gained experience. It has been perfect. I think Joey's right in what he's saying. It's been the perfect situation because unlike Fury and AJ, they had the pressure on them, to get straight back in. But with Dubois, he was so young when he fought Oleksandr Usyk, there was no pressure at all. So the situation, the way things have unfolded for him have almost been too perfect. But is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? We're going to find out. I know that much.
That Parker fight might have... it's an interesting one, what that could have done for him, because on the one hand, it gives you experience of being in a fight with a really well-rounded fighter. Like, I don't think Parker does one thing better than every other boxer, but I think he combines so many elements together. He's a 8 out of 10 at everything, pretty much.
Hand speed, he's up there, top 3 heavyweights probably.
And depending, like, he's put the weight on a bit, so maybe, who knows, but I think he's good at everything is my point. And my thought was, that might have exposed some of the weaknesses he actually has in his game. That Hrgović kind of touched on a bit, AJ didn't. And actually, I think the most important thing coming into this fight with Usyk is he's confident, and kind of the fact that he didn't have to go and fight Parker. On the one hand, it could have helped him educationally, but on the other hand, his confidence might have been more dented after that fight, thinking, fuck me, I've just been to war here, and now I've got to go and step up a level again. Am I ready for that?
It might be. We'll probably look back at this fight right now and say it was a great decision swerving Parker. We're probably going to look at it now and say, because if it goes his way, the heavyweight division's on its head, and he's now and then look at who he's beat as well. His record is crazy. So now you're going to say he's the only one that's going to say I beat Usyk.
Question,
I beat AJ.
If he wins, who would you want him to defend it against? If it's not, like, let's say Usyk, for whatever reason, retires, for example. Let's say it's not Usyk. Who would be your number one contender that you'd like to see him
This is depending on who deserves it, because I think Joseph Parker absolutely deserves it. I think, but I would like to see him fight Caballero.
Nah,
not first.
Not first. Get out.
He's the real boogeyman, isn't he? He's what Bakoli thought he was.
So who would you like to see him fight?
Tyson Fury.
I would like Tyson Fury. I'd like
Tyson. That's the fight. That's the one.
Yeah,
bro, how mad would that be? Because you can say he fought AJ, he's fought Usyk, he's fought everyone.
Okay,
him fighting Fury is just like, I've cemented it. This is my division.
Anything that gets in the way, anything that gets in the way of Fury and AJ, I'm not interested in.
Forget about Fury
Them two
and
should
AJ.
just see each other and walk off into the sunset.
Let me talk to you right now.
Go ahead.
Face to face, bro.
All right, cool.
You've been talking about this AJ Fury thing. Brother, it's not happening. People at home, it is not happening, bro. It don't matter how much money. His Excellency, no one can do this, bro. UN resolution, there's nothing.
What's got more chance of happening?
What's that?
AJ against Fury
or
AJ against Jake Paul?
AJ Jake Paul.
AJ Jake Paul's got more chance of happening, I reckon.
It's not happening.
And do you know what it is, right? This is the thing. I'll always try and back Tyson Fury where I can. If Dubois wins tonight, bearing in mind we know Fury's going to be ringside, if he gets in the ring and calls for the fight with Dubois, bearing in mind there is a rematch clause, so Usyk will get it. If he got in the ring and called for Dubois,
he would never.
That means that he 1,000,000% feels he can beat Dubois, and obviously the fact that they've sparred on camera 3 times, like not the actual footage, but
get battered.
But this is the thing. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. I'm not arguing with you right now. But here's the thing, right? What would you lot all say Fury is of his opponents? You'd all say selective.
Yes.
You'd all say selective, yeah?
Okay.
The people that people have wanted him to fight, you guys have been critical at the time of him not fighting them, and it took a shitload of money to get him to fight them, yeah? And he took softer touches that are big names like Ngannou, and it didn't work out that way.
As a Fury fan, you're very honest.
No, what I'm saying is, as a Fury fan, I've grown a little bit. No, as a Fury fan, what I'm saying is, I understand that as much as I love him, he's selective with his fights. He's very selective with his fights. Dillian White, Dillian White, former sparring partner. Derek Chisora, someone he's fought 3 times. If he calls for Dubois, that gives you an insight into how those spars went. Even though they were probably years ago, that gives you a very good insight into how them spars
went fantastic for AJ, and the fight night was horrendous. So I don't think the spars should be an indicator. I don't think Fury would rush into a Dubois fight. Absolutely not. Not at this stage.
Never. I'm telling you now, as selective as he is, Fury's not. If he sees Usyk got dropped here, he's not, because no one's done that. He's gonna look at him like, oh my goodness, he'll probably still call out Usyk.
He will call out Usyk after this fight 1,000,000% if Usyk wins. Then that's when the pressure, not the pressure so much, but a lot of boxing fans, because we'd all agree that boxing's been reinvented, basically. Do you know what I mean? For the best way possible, right? And I'm a Fury fan, so I'm going to want him to get that fight. But in terms of boxing and actually things being run the way they should, it doesn't make sense for Fury to have the fight. It makes sense for Fury to fight one of, like, it's never going to happen, but Caballero, Parker, someone like that, and AJ, and then get that fight, right? Will boxing fans start to change their mind on how things are going if Fury gets elevated to that fight? Because it's a little bit like, not so much, but like the Manny Pacquiao situation. It's like you haven't really a world title shot.
No, but he's allowed. If again, we talk about Q jumping. Q jumping.
You know why I want a Q jump? Because he had hell with Deontay Wilder, who, yes, is a hard hitter, but ain't a good boxer. He's not as good a boxer as Dubois is. I think Dubois would give him a fucking horrible time. I think it would be. And for me, it's just about saying, like, because he's cherry-picked, there's so many of these top-level boxers who he's never fought before. I just want to say, like, all right, your legacy right now is Klitschko, Wilder, you've lost Oleksandr Usyk. They're your 2 best wins. How good were you really? Like, and I think this would give us a lot of answers, actually, about the level that... Because the Ngannou fight made me think these big, strong, powerful guys... Like, Deontay Wilder is a powerful puncher. He's not even that powerful physically, but he's obviously close to this quickly. He gave you problems. He's not a great boxer. And Ngannou gave you problems. Can't fucking box practically. So what would Daniel Dubois do? I think it would be a nightmare matchup for him.
I can't see him taking it though, man. That wouldn't be smart. It's even smarter to fight AJ than fight Dubois. And I'm not even 100%. Trying to be disrespectful to AJ. I'm just saying where they are in their careers. You're not gonna watch. I would never watch a fighter dismantle Usyk, then say, I want to fight him next.
But even the type of fighters that he can manage, Ngannou gave him problems that Dubois would absolutely blast through. Like, just in terms of a strong fighter that you can't contain. He couldn't contain Usyk in any parts of those two fights. He wasn't able to manage it, and Usyk walked him down. It's not like Usyk ran around the
Also,
ring
do
and
we
played
not
me for
want
the
at
game.
least one more defeat on Fury's record, just so that he can't?
Wow.
No, because this whole thing of I was robbed. So right now, if he retired tomorrow, he could go, I was robbed in that one fight, and I was the best of all time, and all that nonsense. If he loses twice and someone flatlines him, it's over, and I never have to listen to it ever again.
But that's why I want AJ to do it.
You're right in what you're saying, because right now you can see he was beaten by the best, one of the best to do it. But we need someone else on that record. And I mean, in what you were saying earlier with regards to what you were saying about the. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
Well, that brings me on to an advert. I'm going to do an advert.
Brain's gone.
I've got to do a first advert. Shout out to our channel sponsors, Oosh, who have looked after us in helping us set up the show. It's going to be a great giveaway. I don't know if you've seen it on my channel yet. You can roll the clip now, lads, if you got it, because we're giving away an Audi RS6 for free.
Oh, wow.
I've driven it, 4 litre. It goes like crazy. Luckily, I survived it. And if you're not a car person and you win, you'll get 50 grand in cash. You can choose that if you're not a car person. Jeez. It is a beauty. There's a 4 litre twin turbo. It's an 8-speed gearbox, 22-inch alloys, full RS body kit, full leather interior. It felt good, let me tell you. And all you have to do, click the link in the description below. You can be in the draw in less than 30 seconds. No. There's plenty of time. We're on all night. Don't worry. You can enter now. You got to be over it, Ian, UK resident, and no purchase is necessary. These tickets are free. Literally, that's it. You're nothing to lose. Go for it.
Wait, Joey, I've got to ask you, bro. The car or the 50 grand, bro?
What would I take?
Yeah, what are you taking?
Oh, mate. I'd just have the 50 grand.
Yeah.
I'd have the 50 grand.
Are you lot mad? Have you seen the Audi? Have you seen what we're talking about?
We're all mature men here. Yeah. I think that money would go.
Do you know what it is?
My main thing is I don't know whether I would fit in that car at the moment. Okay, I might need
to put a little bit weight on. We've mentioned it. He has. I mean, who can answer it? But anyway, we have mentioned it.
But he's dealing with it. He's a Weight Watchers.
He's gone up 3 weight classes.
We've all got women in our lives who would kill us if we chose the car. That's the problem. But if you're a young lad out there, the car, right? I'm telling you now.
And right now, Joey looks like he's hit his woman.
Oh my God!
This is going to get nasty.
There is a just giving in the link.
Cut to BT, bro.
Going back to the fight initially, we're seeing some we're seeing some footage on the screen right now of the original fight. We're in the era where, since Lennox Lewis, the massive heavyweights, right? And we've just had a chat with him.
He's literally over your
shoulder
right now.
He's literally just down there. He's literally amazing. He wished us good luck before we were having a moment where we're going live and Lennox just pops us, good luck with the show, lad. I'm like,
that's
what
Lennox,
the
mate.
fuck is going on? But you know, Klitschko's, AJ, Fury, like these 6'6" massive individuals who really ended the old era of you know the smaller heavyweights, or so we thought.
Yeah.
How amazing is it that Usyk has moved up from undisputed, became undisputed, cleared all these giants out, and is now looking at being the first boxer in the entire boxing in the 4-belt era to be a 3-time undisputed champion. Like, what level of accolade is that in your eyes? Because you're all boxing historians, lads.
I think the fact that the cruiser, we're always going to make the Evander Holyfield comparison.
Let's
right?
not.
And I don't want to do it, but one thing I would say is the cruiserweight division that Usyk came from, I think was probably a stronger cruiserweight division because it was kind of in its like early stages when Holyfield, right? But
it's different weight as well, wasn't it?
I think it was like 13.
It was a little bit
10, maybe to get wrong that sort, or maybe a bit later than that.
The best thing about it, and it's actually ironic that this happened because this was in a time where the big fights weren't really happening. The top names weren't really fighting each other. Everyone was happy to have their own belt and would defend, but no one was really unifying. And Usyk's last move, pretty much, barring the Tony Bellew fight, was fighting in the World Boxing Super Series. So not only did he come up from cruiserweight, when we use the word cleaned up, like, there's no more cleaning. He left that division spotless, came up to heavyweight, and he's cleaned up.
Can I just say one other reason it makes him, for me, above that era? He was clean when he did it. Like, that era... Evander Holyfield looked like he was Mr. fucking Olympia, right? And I still don't take. They probably all want on it, right? So I'm not. But the fact is he went up as a clean athlete.
Is this allegedly, or is this confirmed?
Just look at the photographs.
Do you know what it is? There's no argument there.
Like, mate,
listen, I'm a fan of Evander Holyfield, but you don't get traps like that.
Yeah.
We've all been around weight gyms.
Have you seen the early photos of him as well, mate? The guy put on like 3 stone of solid muscle. It's in his 30s, like it's unheard of.
I hate this because it absolutely squashes everything I want to say, but there's no argument. It's as simple as that. And it's not just that with Oleksandr Usyk. It's the way he beats his opponent. Like all the heavyweights he's beat, he's pretty much nearly won every round. It's unbelievable the way he does it.
This is something I was asking earlier on, right? We were speaking and Lennox himself said that he felt that Chisora out of the Brits had done the best against Oleksandr Usyk. Yeah. I made an argument for Tony Bellew in terms of, I know he got stopped, but in terms of who won the most rounds. Because, like, I watched the Chisora fight back the other day, and God, I hope Chisora doesn't walk in here now or anything, but I didn't actually score more than 2 rounds out of 12 to Chisora.
People have written a whole new narrative about that fight.
It's a disgrace.
Because of how they felt about it at the time. Go on,
whereas
continue.
Can I say why
I did give about 5 rounds to him. So
the reason why is because I think the way Bellew and Chisora approached it was so different. So Chisora did, in my opinion, the only game plan that actually beats Usyk, which is to go after him with that raw power. Chisora being a good inside fighter, not fighting at arm's length, which Dubois, in my opinion, is going to have to do a bit tonight, because I don't think Dubois is a great inside fighter himself. I think he's going to have to try and be.
He has to attack him.
It's not his game normally, though. He uses the jab. Chisora just outmanned him, and he had him running away in a vulnerable position. Did we we've seen people hit him. We've seen AJ hit him. Fury hit him with that nice uppercut. There were moments where he was hurt, but was he vulnerable in the way Chisora made him feel vulnerable?
See,
so that's the lasting impression in people's head. Even though he lost a load of rounds, it made whereas Bellew was actually slick. Bellew was catching him with stuff where we were like, "Fucking hell, are you outboxing the best boxer in the world?"
I truly believe that if Bellew wasn't at that late stage of his career and he didn't just gas out and fade, that he could have probably seen that fight out to the end.
No way.
Do you know what it is? Tony Bellew is massively underrated in my opinion. Like, he is
technically,
slick. Technically, he studied all the great fighters, and the simple fact was, the hard thing is, because you look at it and say you've done a great job, but this is what Usyk does. The pressure he puts on you, he's making you work in a comfort zone way out of your...
But what they both have in common, the 2 best performances faded immediately.
Yeah.
Within 5 rounds, they both had nothing left,
But
right?
I think about Chisora's fight, right? That happened in his second fight at heavyweight. So he's just fought Chaz Witherspoon. That was
a nothing fight.
Yeah. And he's now in with a real heavyweight. He's not yet a real heavyweight.
This is it.
So he's adjusting, and the power and the weight, he knows I can't even really tangle too much.
Yeah.
So it's not a perfect showing. And considering how he fought Tony Bellew, it was a pressure. I'm going to try and keep you going. I'm going to take a lot of punishment, but I know eventually I'm going to get to you. He can't do that with someone like Chisora, because I can't afford to take any of these shots. So he was in this weird in between his
and mentally, he
styles
doesn't trust himself. Mentally, he doesn't trust himself at the weight. He was still second guessing himself. When he's in there with AJ and when he's in with the AJ Fury and stuff, there's no second guessing. Even down to the second Fury fight, he doesn't even run away.
But none of them fought in the right way, like Dubois might do tonight, hopefully, in that Chisora sprinted. You have to sprint in order to beat a technical fighter. In my opinion, you have to make it chaotic, as this word that Dubois keeps saying. It was chaotic, and there was moments where he was hitting him from angles that Usyk just isn't used to, because he was like, "Fucking hell, this is all happening a bit too quick for me."
I think what KG is saying, though, it's the timing. I think that's what you're getting at. The stage at which Usyk was at, he wasn't confident at the heavyweight yet. He had the skills, we all know that, but he didn't have that confidence where now, when he come with AJ and Fury, he knew he could stand in the pocket, take the shots. He's physically grown. He's just more mature at the weight. That was the difference. I think that's what you're trying to say.
And we've rewatched the fight, and the one thing that was glaringly obvious today was they don't grapple. Usyk and Dubois didn't hold each other until what round is it? Until
round
7,
round 4 or 5.
No, it was late. It was late in the fight, and they just wasn't even the stuff that Dubois has to do to make.
I bet you they'll try
to
that.
Make him uncomfortable.
Maybe
because people have been in his camp and they keep going, oh, we like what we're seeing. And I feel like that means you're working on. And one thing that if in the first round of the rematch, Fury did, when that first couple of shots were thrown, Fury held on to one of his arms and he digged him with the other one. And I thought, that's actually pretty clever, that.
Absolutely.
But the problem is like, I think Fury has the brain, Dubois has the brawn, and you'd need both of their attributes together to beat this guy.
I agree.
And I don't know if Dubois has got that.
I honestly feel that the simplisticness of Dubois is a gift for him. So he's going to walk into here not asking himself certain questions, because what really took him apart in the first one was that 5-minute wait. He didn't know what to do. He was looking around, looking at his corners like, how do we haven't planned for this. And anytime he hasn't planned for something, he gets uncomfortable. Even in the, when the gloves are off and stuff, they started asking him questions. He's like, I know what you're trying to do. Why are you asking me that? That's not on the, he said, that's not on our script. So don't do that. So he
really?
Literally, he's like, why are you asking me that question? No. I know what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to make it difficult for him. He wants to say, he's getting A to B. If you now put in other parts of the journey, he's not interested. So in this fight here, all he has to remember is make it rough for him. Get close to him.
I honestly think if he gets dirty, like in the first rounds, and sends a really good message that this is going to be uncomfortable all night. Like, not necessarily that, you know, he should be dirty and do dirty things, but I mean, if you hit him on the hip slightly low and just say, hey, I don't care about what happened last fight. Take the point off me.
I'm sorry,
it's
but
going to be a rough one.
That's what he needs to do.
Take the point off me. Yeah, I need you complaining to the ref all night today. I don't care what it looks like. I'm not playing for points.
When you say about that, take a point off you.
Take the point off me.
Can any of us see a world where Dubois wins a 115, 114 scorecard?
Not.
So it doesn't matter if you get a point
there
taken off.
Exactly.
Do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Do it
That's
until that ref tells you. Because if you get in there and you have got a ref anything like the one that refed Hergovich against Daniel Dubois, oh my God, you can do what you want all night.
But there's VIP,
no offense to that ref, by the way, but there was 20, 30 headbutts that went in there. Okay?
But there's VIP tax, though. There's VIP tax that you have to understand. If Usyk goes, hey,
if Usyk taps the belt,
the referee is going to fix it, because he gets the good calls now. He's getting the calls of he's the champion.
Yeah,
but
he's
we still have
the
to.
guy, isn't he?
He's the guy. You can't do that to him.
It's educated manipulation. Chris Billam-Smith did that to Okoli, where they said, ref, look out for the clinching, and then Billam clinched all night long.
Yes.
It's that thing of, I'm going to manipulate this. I'm going to tap every time I think I take a shot down low that I don't like. Ref, look at that, that's low. And you just know that, because of the history of the first fight, I've got to do something about this.
It's part of the game. It's like football diving, you know what I mean? And then people think boxing is a sport, so, you know, you've got to do it the proper way.
Yeah.
But boxing, this is the hurt business. This, you know, you do essentially what you can get away with. Whatever you can get away without the referee pulling you on, you do it. Until he says otherwise, you keep doing it. And like Joy just said, if you get a point taken off, but like you're saying, he's probably not going to win on points.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter. Get 10 points for all it matters. As long as you get the knockout in the end result. Happy days. It's as simple as that. This is boxing.
Look, man, my boxing history is not that deep. Sorry, my boxing experience. But I always knew if I hit you with an elbow, you were hit with the elbow, regardless of the warning that comes after.
You stay hit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? If you can cut someone over the eye, you know.
And have you seen a difference in Team Dubois and how they're acting?
I have hugely, and this is something that makes me question the whole simplify it game plan. Okay. Right? I honestly believe that Daniel Dubois' growth as a boxer is in line with our growing support for him as a nation, right? So when Daniel Dubois came through, we knew he was tasty, we knew he was good, we knew he was big, we knew he could punch. I didn't really care that much. Like, do you know what I mean? I wasn't that bothered until sort of the Joe Joyce fight, steps up, whatever. When AJ came on the scene, when so many boxers came on the scene, we were so excited about them, right? Early. And then after the Usyk fight, something kind of happened, and especially after the Jarrell Miller fight, there was a lot of people, including myself, who thought that Daniel Dubois could be a bit of an underdog in that Jarrell Miller fight, and we questioned, because of the mental fragility, we had questioned, and people were calling him triple knee and everything, right? Because of all that, I thought, well, if there's one man that's gonna test that up there, it's Big Baby Miller, 100%. So when he came through that and he started to get that love off the British public, I actually do think he started to read into things. And I'm not being funny. The proof's in the pudding. What did he say to us? He terrorised us about our reactions. He did. What does that tell you? Confirms to you that he does hear the noise. He does listen. Might be after the event or whatever. And I think that love that he's getting from the British public right now is something that improves him as well as what the team have done. So I would actually argue the thing of simplifying it to an extent, simplify the fight, simplify the game plan, but take in this support. Take it in.
I've got to do a little advert here for DAZN because they have the pay-per-view. You could buy it. You could watch it tonight. Live, scan the QR code on screen now, and you can buy the pay-per-view. It's quite easy. Just press buy. There you go. Simple as that, really. One thing that you mentioned there, Joey, is about the love that Daniel Dubois has been getting. And it's a weird one because we've now met him. We like him. He was lovely, right? Like when we were hanging out with him, he was very approachable. You're like, yeah, you'd make a fucking good champion, you. So if he wins tonight, there's not one of us who isn't going to be happy for him.
Absolutely not.
That being said, and we're all British lads, is there anyone wanting Usyk to win though? Are you rooting
not
for
after
Usyk?
Rob Fury in the way he did. No,
That's
I'm taking that. Go on.
Do you know what? Yeah, I want. There's a part of me that wants Usyk to win just because it's like have the perfect end to your career. Like I kind of like to see careers that are they're just perfect right up until the end. You did it. You walk off into the sunset. Your name goes down in history along the greats. There's nothing wrong with seeing a picture like that for me.
Life's not fair, bro. Life's not fair, and it has to end like that. Life's not fair. You know, there's even when AJ goes down the way he went down, that's boxing. This is what we're here for. At the end of the day, it's the tribal, the chiefs, bro, the main people in the game, and they're gonna get tested by the new guy, the new lion that arrives, and that's just boxing, and that's the greatness of it. Sometimes the passing of the torch, but it's not even the passing, taking of the torch.
It doesn't happen in the heavyweight division, though. Even Lennox.
But do you know why though?
Lost.
I think because his career is being so perfect and.
Even Lennox Lewis lost.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
But with Usyk, the difference is his career has been perfect.
Yeah.
Olympic gold, unified cruiserweight, heavyweight. It just feels sad to have such a perfect career. For me, after the Fury, I want him to retire. I'm happy to see him fight now because you've got to realise we're not going to see a great like Oleksandr Usyk for a long time. So I do appreciate him still being here. But I'm with you, Travis. I would have loved to see him just retire.
He's still done everything perfect, though. No, but he's still done. It doesn't take anything away. We're talking about an era where none of them wanted to fight, none of them wanted to unify. He went in there and said, "I'm gonna clean up this division because you lot are not serious." Not saying I'm not even trying to disrespect AJ or Fury, but no one was fighting. He now went and fought all of them. You have to give him the respect. So now you can't say if he loses tonight, no one can look at his career and say,
no way.
Like it's just you've done it and now you just the new guys up.
I also think
that's not what I was saying. I think what Travis is saying is the career has been so perfect. It would be such a shame to kind of end it on a loss.
But they will take away from Usyk. That's the problem, though. They, like as much as we all know, he's 30-fucking-8 and he's in with a 27-year-old. It's exactly the reason why John Jones in the UFC is retiring right now because he's like, I don't want to fucking fight this monster. Like he's Floyd Mayweather in it, sort of thing. You know what I mean? I'll wait until someone else beats him, then I'll come back and fucking fight him.
Yeah.
But Usyk, he's taken on all comers, and we respect it. But equally, there are people who will be just having a go at him online, and you know, the Floyd Mayweather kind of situation where it's like, well, he's not perfect like Floyd was, and that's the sad thing about it. If he does lose tonight, it's like, but if you were on your best day, the best Dubois and the best Usyk, for me, that's not a competitive fight, you know.
But if you look at torches being passed, so to speak, it was never the best versus the best. Do you know what I mean? So we didn't romanticise Lennox's fight with Vitali when it happened because ultimately, time's the best storyteller. So as much as you can say, oh, it would be such a shame. Well, time's the best storyteller. So if in 5, 6, 7 fights time, Dubois had 6, 7 defences, he's maybe become undisputed twice because the belts will get, they'll get put out to other fighters. I think that actually the loss might not look that bad if it did happen anyway. Like we don't know quite yet what we've got on our hands with Daniel Dubois.
Or how good is this storyline? He loses and then he goes back into the training camp and he takes the rematch and he gets it done.
You just said about training camp there. I'd love to know your lot's thoughts because I've got a stance on it. But
go ahead.
Is Usyk as motivated as he always is, and does he need to be?
Well, I think he is for personal reasons. I think when he was doing that speech at the end and Dubois interrupted him as he was talking about his mum and dad and he's getting emotional and he came in, that response from Usyk was just like, are you mad? He was just like, yo, set this up tonight. Like, there was no, I want to go away, have a quiet moment with the family. He's like, bro, run this right now because what he's just done is very disrespectful. I feel like there's a bit more
on the cheating stuff as well.
And the cheating allegations, they're pushing him on the cheating, they're pushing him on his religious views. Yeah, they're taking it so
crazy.
This brings me to Don Charles, doesn't it?
This brings,
because I was going to mention this earlier on, talking about Dubois and where he's at in terms of people caring, essentially. Don Charles, not only has he been great for his improvement actually as a boxer, but in terms of the hatred that Don Charles got, the things that he's been saying so loud, I think it's actually heightened Dubois' profile. I think it's actually been, and we met Don Charles in Saudi, I think, was the 5 versus 5, and he is a lovely bloke when you meet him in person. Yeah. But I do think he hates the world. He feels like he's owed a little bit too much.
Can I quote him? Yeah. We're talking about Oleksandr Usyk, right? This is a man who, from Derek Chisora's own words, when bombs are flying over his fucking house, just turns over and gets more sleep, right? He's not built like a normal guy. Like, he obviously, if he wasn't doing this tonight, he'd be fucking carrying a gun somewhere, fucking setting up fucking rockets and all that, right? He's a mad case, right? And yet Don Charles sat there at a press conference and goes, "You think you're very strong? Well, you've met someone stronger now." And I'm thinking, who? You? Like, this is one of the bravest. Boxing's a brave man's sport. This guy went up and went, "I'm going to fight all these giants now." Like, for the way Don Charles talks, it's really weird because, like, even in the last press conference, they were asking him his opinion, and he was like, "I think it's destiny." And I'm not going to talk about my life story because we'll be here a week, but I feel like, and you could tell, and I thought, you think this is about your life, don't you? You think that you were destined to train a world champion, and that's why it's going to happen for you. And it's like, some people just think that the life's a movie, and he's one of those guys.
No, but what you have to understand, and obviously we've had our back and forth. I called him when he didn't want me to call him.
That was hilarious.
And he was upset with me. But then
on our live stream,
and I don't think he's a friend of mine at the moment. We haven't recovered from that still.
The relationship is fractured.
I think I messaged him. He hasn't responded to the message still. But it is what it is. But I will say this: he's got a chip on his shoulder. But that chip helps Dubois. It's to promote him. Not just promote him, but the demons of that first fight could still be there. They've now remixed it and said, "Hey, we were robbed." Now, everyone in their team believed they were robbed. It changes the way you look at that fight. So I won't even allow myself to say what went wrong in the last fight, this, that, and the other. No, he cheated, and we're going to make it right this time.
Don planted that seed on the night. On the night of the fight, Dubois says in the ring after, he said, "I've been robbed of my opportunity. I should be world champion right now." Don planted that seed straight away. Yeah. And what's the best way to put it? I don't believe that Daniel Dubois actually realises how much Don has done for him from a mental standpoint.
Did you see that the other day? The fucking elbow.
Oh, when he shoved him.
People's elbow.
Oh, that was wild.
What was that about?
He bumps him like, "Bro, I'm walking that way. What's wrong with you?" I was like, "You're a trainer. Why would you talk to him like this?"
Do you know why I think it was? What? And we mentioned this in the WhatsApp. There's an old saying from Suge Knight, all in the videos, dancing,
all up in the videos, all up in the
and you've got Daniel and Usyk standing there together, and he's like, "I can't even turn around without you trying to be on camera." Man. I think what's kind of annoyed Dubois, I might be wrong, but the way I'm reading the situation, because of what Don Charles said at the press conference, Don Charles was really bigging up Dubois' dad and saying how Dubois' dad was the architect of everything. And I think what's happened is a lot of the media are going, Don Charles. Okay. And they're not giving the Dubois dad the credit that Dubois himself feels his dad is owed. And what he doesn't want is this guy coming along after his dad's been supporting him for 20 fucking years in boxing, taking the credit. And so when he's like seeing him like that, he's like, "Fucking hell, man. Are you always..."
Can I ask one question?
This is important.
How long has the dad been in the corner?
Well, this is interesting, right? Because with Don Charles, he's always been the man that's overlooked. He's had a fighter. Remember, look how he's talking to us about AJ. He said, "I was there first, and they got rid of me." So every time he's had someone that's been close, he gets put out. So he's working on brand Don Charles at the moment. And this is the only way
it's working, isn't it?
It's working. But do you remember there was a time when they said we weren't sure if Don Charles was going to be in the corner? Remember that when he was
we remember that because he was sick.
He was sick.
So we went to Guild's Hall in London for the press conference, right?
That's funny.
It was the never let anyone take an inch, Dan? It was that one, right?
Yeah.
And Don Charles wasn't even there for that one. We were looking at it, we were thinking like, what's going on here? But do you know what, right? If there's ever a man who knows how to work with chaotic fighters, it is Don Charles, to be fair. Right? I remember, does anyone remember, right? Box Nation did very, very similar to Behind the Ropes, Beyond the Ropes. Beyond the Ropes.
Around the ropes.
I remember watching that the other day, and it was in the build-up to Hay against Chisora, right? They interviewed Don Charles, and he goes, "I'm not sure whether I'll be in the corner on the night or not. If you want me to be completely honest, we had a fight in the gym yesterday." He says him and Chisora had a fight in the gym. The way the press conference went after the Klitschko fight, I actually don't doubt it. I think Don thinks he's ready to. I think he'd think he's ready to go. And actually, he said we had a big disagreement, whatever. We had a fight in the gym, and this was all documented. So the sort of behaviour of Don having to navigate characters that maybe aren't showing him the authority that a certain, maybe like an Adam Booth, for example, would need. Adam will drop you like that if you don't show him any authority. I think Don is a lot more flexible with his fighters.
I'll tell you right now, if I'm your trainer and I get punched in the face by David Hay and you're telling me on the night I'm not going to be there, I'm going mad.
Yeah.
I've been through it with you, bro.
But do you know what I find strange? Why doesn't Daniel want to give him any credit? Because when you're a boxer, you bring a coach in for a reason to make you better. You've got to trust that coach. So I don't understand, and like you mentioned earlier about his dad, like his dad's not actually in his corner. Yes, he's part of the management, the team, guiding him, having his best interest, motivational, all the rest of it. But in terms of teaching him, as far as I'm aware, his dad isn't a boxing coach. So why has he brought a man in who's clearly been good for him? He's improved since he's been under Don Chalder's wing. Why doesn't he give him any credit? Why can't he do it? I
would know, but you have to understand that he's like a father that's got a family of boxers, a family of fighters.
Yeah,
so
but I'm sorry,
planned this.
I've been around boxing 20 years. I've seen many father and son relationships, close-knit families. I mean, I just find it strange.
But
it's
then
not
have
a
you noticed
normal
that
behaviour.
Dubois is always looking for his dad when he's in a fight.
He's like a lost boy. He's Peter Pan, really, isn't he?
Not anymore. I would say, because before I used to think that, but now he's getting into presses by himself. So there's things that he's doing. So he's, as Joey's saying, he's growing into the role that he's got now. But then the one thing with the father, there's two guys. And when you hear there's sketches of people saying, Don Charles talks about Dubois like he's his son, but he's already got a dad. You know what I mean? Like, he's already got a dad in there.
Don Charles has got a son as well. Do you know what's mental? Like, where's this kid come from? Like, it's mad, isn't it,
bro? And he was squaring off with Usyk, and Usyk was mad. He was just like, "Listen, 4 of your friends, 4 of my friends will fight after the fight." That's how mad.
Do you know what's mad though? He goes, in a street fight though, and I'm thinking, oh god,
fellas, country's at war.
Oh, god.
What are you going on about?
But it's like, this man fucked up Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. You didn't make it in pro boxing.
With gloves on.
What are you thinking about? Like, do you know how many times he'd hit you before you knew what the fuck had happened, mate? It's absolutely insane.
No, but it's branding.
I love when people assume that once the gloves come off, it's going to be an easier fight.
Can I ask a question?
It's going to get worse.
With George Fox, for example, Don Charles' son.
Yeah.
Is that calculated? Is that planned? Is that an energy he's picked up and he's done it off his own back? Or is that his dad saying, listen, get into him when you can? You're going to be there. I'm going to be with Daniel. You're going to be the one that can float about a little bit because you're not really anything to do with anything.
It makes sense.
Get into him in his
team.
Go ahead.
For me, this is one of two ways this is going to go. Because on the one hand, I'm like, Daniel Dubois cannot get into Oleksandr Usyk's head. But you're niggling at him, you're having a go at him, you're all winding him up, and it's like and a bit more than Fury could even, because Fury's so forward facing as an arsehole. Fury's so readable. There's nothing. Whereas the way they're going at him, the question is credibility, and they're not screaming about it. They're saying it in a very calm way, and I think that they're trying to get under his skin in a different, using a different method. And on the one hand, I think, a bit clever. You're actually building the fight a bit more than Dubois himself has done. So fair enough. But on the other hand, I am concerned that Oleksandr Usyk may come for vengeance and be like, you ever fucking question my credibility,
but see, this is the
I'll
thing.
bury you.
If you make Usyk come for vengeance, that means he's going to come to try and hurt him. He might start doing unnecessary things to try and go for a KO. And you see when Bill Haney was talking about knocking out Garcia,
there you go.
Devin Haney was in there throwing for the trees, and it just ended up getting him sparked about the ring.
I'll pour some fuel on the fire in terms of Usyk, right? Think about this. Speak about rematches that Usyk has had, right? Did you, apart from what is expected, did you think that he was like overly respectful to Tyson Fury in the ring after? I didn't think he was, apart from what's expected, which is a class act. Oleksandr Usyk's a class act. We expect him to be classy, right? But he didn't go the extra mile with Tyson Fury either time. Didn't go the extra mile with AJ either time. AJ turned to him and said, how did you beat me? And Usyk, because he is a nice guy and a respectful bloke, didn't really know how to answer the question because, unfortunately, and I'm an AJ fan too, unfortunately, the actual answer is just because
I'm better than you.
99 times out of 100 I'm going to beat you, right? But listen to this. What did Usyk do after Dubois? After he beat Dubois,
give him a pep talk.
He went over there and he was with him for nearly as long as he was on the fucking floor after the low blow.
Yeah.
He was over there and he was saying like you whatever. So from Usyk's
he was trying
point
to
of view,
big brother him and help him, money. He was trying to say, look, don't get yourself down. This is boxing. You'll come again. And you know, I feel like at the time Dubois was like, I don't want to fucking hear this. Actually, he wasn't embracing. He was annoyed. He felt like he'd been robbed. Obviously, he was being told he'd been robbed. But actually, I think a lot of this whole thing that they're trying to make out like Usyk's this manipulator, it's like, do you know what? I think we've watched Usyk closely now in big fights for years. He is the ultimate champion for me. He carries himself 100%. Exactly how we'd want a champion to carry themselves.
I think it's that thing of like, we can never forget they're fighters. They're fighters. They're competitive. It's like, yeah, I'm going to be nice. We're going to be friendly. We're going to get along. I'm going to keep it above board, but don't expect me to suddenly turn into like Mother Teresa or be your mom. I'm here to smoke your boots, bro. And once I've done that, I'll shake your hand. I'm keeping it moving. Like, this isn't a friendship that I'm trying to build with you here.
But what you have to understand about this fight, though, the key thing is we've seen Don Charles's son. What's his name? Sorry, remind me his name.
George Fox.
George Fox.
How do you not know his name? It's like 4-0. He's beat 4 journeymen. He got a split decision against Lokolowski. What are you?
Sorry, but the tone that you said that
made
me feel like, what the hell's wrong with my
brain? You call yourselves boxing fans?
Wait,
it's 4-0, mate.
You're taking liberties, but the one thing about him is he's never been. He doesn't make a scene. He's quiet. Even when all around Saudi, you wouldn't even know he was there. Yeah. He's put himself into deliberately. It's deliberate.
Mate,
he's
there was
not
a point
that kind of person.
Usyk was taking questions, and the guys in the crowd fucking stood up, fucking digging
shouting.
Him out.
Yeah. So this is a plan. Take them off their pivot. Don't make them as comfortable as they used to be. And out of anyone that's gone to war with them, he's got the rise. Usyk's never said 4 of your guys, 4 of mine. Let's go fight.
No.
Let's go fight.
No,
never.
Never. No. So this is the thing I'm thinking, right? When we were having that conversation with Don Charles in Saudi Arabia, he said to us, and he repeated himself about 3 times, he said, I know exactly how to beat Anthony Joshua. I know exactly. Yeah. And I remember he was pointing, as in up here, and I know how to beat him, right?
I remember that.
With the approach being so blatantly obvious, which is no respect, get under their skin, let them know that they cheated in the first fight, and also bring religion at times into it and stuff like that. With that approach being so obvious, does it make you question, do you know what? When Don Charles said that to us in Saudi, we all kind of stood there. And it's not that we didn't give Dubois a chance, but we kind of thought,
I wasn't having it. We didn't.
Right,
I told him,
you know what I mean?
You told him it was
I told him to his face.
He's wrong. I said, he doesn't hide behind like, he didn't walk away and go, never happened. He looked at me and said, nah, that's not happening.
I said, you haven't done enough. I remember straight, you were there.
I was stood next to him. I
you haven't done enough.
I was like,
I said, you haven't done enough. There's no way he's ready for this fight. Look at the fights that he's done. How are you going to tell me now he's ready for this? And it was like, I helped build AJ. I know that whatever that thing is, I helped design it. So I'm telling you, I can take him down. That's how he believes, to be honest.
What? It's pretty fucking cool when
Don Charles,
the way he speaks.
That was what I liked about after the fight, when we calmed down for a second, you literally went, message to Don Charles. I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
Whether you like his approach or not, I think he is an intelligent guy. He knows what he's doing.
He is. He's articulate. You can tell he's smart.
He's been around the game.
You've got to remember, like, he's a man that probably went through a 6-7 year spell of his coaching career believing he was going to have a world champion.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not being funny. When Chisora puts in that performance against Vitaly Klitschko, again, it's another one that we kind of romanticise a little bit, but it was still better than anyone was doing at the time.
He took him the distance.
And he still knew that the belts were going to get fragmented because the Klitschko brothers weren't going to fight each other. And he probably thought, do you know what? I can get this guy to be a world champion. And when that leaves you, and it's like that anticlimactic feeling, all of a sudden, after having 3 what was it, Martin Bowers, Shane McGuigan, and then he goes to Don Charles. After having 2 separate trainers, you've got this kid who's like, ready. He's ready for the here and now. And this is why Don Charles will be trying to seize this moment as much as he possibly can. The only thing is, he's got a tougher task, because for Derek Chisora to get a win over Vitaly Klitschko, that's an easier job, in my opinion, than Daniel Dubois to get a win over Oleksandr Usyk.
Wait, what? How?
I believe that the gap is smaller between the two. Klitschko's best win, Vitaly Klitschko?
Sorry, but Vitaly Klitschko was a
Best win?
beast.
Best win?
Look, man.
No, go on, one name. Best win.
The era that these guys existed in, unfortunately,
he didn't beat no
didn't
one.
allow
The
them to tell
problem with
that story.
Vitaly is I agree with you, but he never beat no one.
Young Vitaly pushed Lennox Lewis, a certified all-time great, to a big where he pushed him to in that fight.
Lennox just said he wants to speak.
I spoke to
Yeah, look, listen.
I know, and
Look,
you fought bombs.
Lennox said that he had
that was
6 rounds of sparring. That's all he had.
Yeah,
Because
but
you
could see however you break it down, he wasn't in the best shape. But however you break it down, that was a very difficult fight.
Yeah.
And Lennox was clearly, in my opinion, on his way to winning that fight anyway. But for someone who was so early in their journey, we can't speak about Vitaly Klitschko as if he was some regular guy. That Chisora just don't do that.
Oh, he definitely wasn't.
Absolutely not.
He definitely wasn't. But I think as Don Charles, if I'm Don Charles as a trainer and I'm looking at the two fights, I just think that that's a more winnable fight for me as a trainer. The Chisora Vitaly one.
Okay.
Remember the other thing about Vitaly. The other thing about Vitaly is because the era was so dominant for them, they fought into their late 30s.
If you put Vitaly into this era today, who beats him?
Hold on, you look like you got breaking news.
Well, not breaking news, but Oleksandr Usyk is in the building already.
Nice.
A key difference from the Anthony Joshua entrance, which was basically get your kit off, get your fucking gloves on, you're fighting. Which I think he's obviously learned from that mistake that AJ made.
2 minutes on the pads, and we're in the ring.
Yeah,
I can't believe. I'm still mad at that.
That still irritates me.
That's still the one day. Like, have you all got a question that you really want to ask AJ if you have the chance?
There's a few.
Because I've got
that question. Why are you so late?
Andy Ruiz, what happened?
What
in that
happened?
fight?
What was the delay in the dressing room for that? Andy
What's your
Ruiz?
body count? How many have you
That's what I was thinking.
I'm like, why was your dad shouting at Eddie Hearn after the Ruiz fight?
Speaking of AJ, right? Let's pivot. Anthony Joshua. What is? It's kind of shocking, and I don't know how I feel about it, right? But the fight that is being linked most of all with Anthony Joshua right now is Jake Paul. And what's interesting is, obviously, Turki Al-Sheikh is trying to set up this AJ versus Fury fight for next year.
Yeah.
And he's been quoted as saying he expects both fighters to have a tune-up fight.
That's right.
And I guess they're looking at Jake Paul thinking, you know what, it's a massive bag. It's a quick and easy bang-him-out win. If it isn't, you're in fucking trouble.
There's no way.
So... I mean, it kind of combines two worlds as well. It's the sports world, social media world. Yeah. And this is the weird thing about Jake Paul, is he's been talking about this fight, and I thought, fuck off. But you know what? he will actually fucking get in there with him. I don't know why, but aside from the money...
He's finally fighting someone age-appropriate. You know, that's one of the
But he's gone from one extreme to... How do you go? How the fucking hell do you go from Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., who was, what, a 160-pound fighter, and you've bloated him up to cruiserweight, and then you're going into fighting one of the hardest-hitting heavyweights in the last 20 fucking years?
Not even Julio Chavez. Tank. That was supposed to be the fight.
Oh, yeah, Tank.
You went from apparently fighting Tank to fighting a Tank.
No, but then
an actual Tank.
They don't see
I like that.
AJ the way we see
the Americans.
him.
The Americans have seen him against Ruiz.
They don't rate him. They unfortunately.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not rolling
Sorry,
with
they've
that.
got tellies.
I'm saying
exactly.
They have team.
No, but
what are the Stone Ages? Come on,
like it or not, yeah. Madison Square
You
Garden.
think Jake Paul
guys,
thinks he can take him because of what happened with Ruiz?
But it's ignorance. I'm saying there's ignorance. It's like, you know how they got this whole UK rap debate, yeah?
rolling.
They
Jake
say,
Paul's intelligent
hear
guy.
me out. Let me land this one.
Go ahead.
Right now, there's this whole America, UK rap thingy debate thing that's happening. And they don't believe there's one good rapper. As far as they're concerned, Central C. That's all they're thinking is the only one that can go out there. Now, AJ's been out to America. And AJ's time in America was Madison Square Garden. And he lost to the big Mexican guy. And they couldn't believe that. And that guy became a superstar. Then they didn't believe Wilder could do it. Because remember the Fury and Wilder build-up? All they kept saying is, we wanted it, that guy never wanted it. So they actually sent a narrative that AJ is not on it. Now, we know who the real AJ is, but in America, they have to be invested. They have to come over and care. Now, the real super fight fans are going to care, but I feel it's a level of disrespect. Jake Paul should never want to sign that fight.
So do you think that when they do the analysis on ESPN and you got Andre Ward and all these guys sit down, they're going to say 50-50?
No, those
based
guys,
on what you're saying.
Boxing guys know. But I'm saying the people that the casual, and I'm gonna say Jake Paul is looking at Jake Paul signing this thing is mental.
You know why he's doing it though? Because kind of piggybacking off what KG said, you watch a little fat Mexican box
There
him
you
around
go.
the ring. And yeah, AJ beat him with a jab afterwards. But the way to victory is you stick it on him, he crumbles. He's just watched.
Are we actually talking
No, listen.
we're not
I've got
cussing
to
him.
finish my sentence. Right. Then Daniel Dubois sticks it on AJ,
chins him,
and he crumbles. Right now, Jake Paul's thinking, well, if I just push you back. Now, as mental as that is, I can't imagine why else he would want to take this fight.
So do you think his trainer, BJ Flores, I think it is?
No, that was his old trainer, but
whoever his trainer is now is thinking, okay, so after watching AJ after these few times, I think after what you've done with Cesar Chavez and who else has he fought?
It's stupid.
You can go and take this guy,
You know
the former unified champ.
You know the world that Jake Paul's in. I hate to speak negatively about anyone, but I doubt his trainer's thinking too much about outcome of the fight.
Money.
Do you know what I mean? Like it's the money.
It's a win-win.
I think it's a money thing. But I do think this.
It's a win-win.
I do think this, right? I think if Jake Paul was to fight Tank,
Yeah.
right, and just get blitzed, right, he loses so much more credibility than AJ. Even though we go, pound for pound wise,
I'm struggling with this conversation.
It's just the weight division thing. Whereas if Jake Paul went like around with AJ, he'd be able to list off heavyweights that haven't done that and stuff like that. There's always, this is why these guys are superstars in the YouTube industry. There's always a way to spin that narrative, and I think that the AJ loss could be spun in way more ways for Dan.
And spins a really good point because
Okay.
he always stacks the cards in his favour in a way to have not just a victory, but a moral victory. And I think that that's what he's thinking is, if I get in there with AJ, I think I've got enough about me, maybe, to withstand and to go a few rounds
It's
and to
foolish.
see. And if, I'm not saying this makes any
Totally.
sense.
I know what you're saying.
To me, he could get killed. We might see a death in the ring.
Yeah.
That's how bad I think it could be. But I think he's thinking like exactly like what you're saying, mate. He's trying to think, okay, and also you don't get in there with killers until the bag's massive. And let's be honest here, Turkey Al-Sheikh is going to put on a massive event if he makes this fight.
It's going to be, and remember, obviously they're talking about different networks and stuff, not going to get into that now, but then we know where they'll probably be that fight. So again, these guys, like, it's a windfall fight. It's like, we're talking mega money. So I understand it's a fight that makes sense, but again, it's disrespect from Jake. Jake Paul would not sign up to fight a Toma. There's no, he's not doing
What
it.
I'm confused about is he didn't look like he wanted to go near Mike Tyson. When he fought Mike Tyson, as much as Mike was old as fuck, you could see he still had power. And early on, Jake was like, fuck going near you, mate. So what are you going to be doing with AJ?
And that's why I'm saying it's disrespect. It's fool's folly right now. Like, this is folly what he's doing. But it's only, and remember, look how many times he spoke about Jake. He's spoken about AJ a few times, and it's always been a bit nasty.
Question though, lads, right? We've all had a go at him for the Mike Tyson fight. We said he shouldn't have done it. Is there a bit of us, as much as we think you're fucking mental, that you kind of go, fair fuck, so you've got some balls? Because I wouldn't want to take that fight.
I like him.
Are we back in the fact that he's got balls for it?
I've got nothing but respect for his business.
Because I wouldn't want to fight
clever
him.
guy.
Fucking hell.
I like him.
I mean, look, let's be honest, right?
It took us a while.
Tommy Fury beat him, and whose career has gone in what path since? Do you know what I mean? It clearly says a lot.
Tommy Fury was on the piss a couple of weeks ago. My mate was seeing him out.
And it clearly
do you know the whole
says
drinking thing that he was apparently not doing anymore? That's a load of shite. Sorry.
One thing I do want to see from Anthony Joshua, sounds really harsh, but one thing I do want to see is if you go in there against Jake Paul, and I think this stands for anyone, right? And I should really watch my words because I do a bit of influencer boxing, but if you go in there against them, don't give him the Mayweather-McGregor treatment. Okay?
Smoke his boots.
Smash him. And obviously, AJ has shown in the Ngannou fight.
Yeah, he don't play with these guys.
He don't really play like that. Do you know what I mean? So Eddie Hearn put 30-second limit on it. He said 30 seconds. He said, I honestly think the fight ends within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What are we all giving it? Are we all agreeing it ends in AJ's favour?
I say a minute and 30. Only because AJ will do this thing where he kind of just walks around and just chills for
like
a bit.
Ngannou.
Yeah, and then
he's going to wait until that laser is locked right on his forehead now.
Bang! And I would love it. No disrespect.
The funny thing is Ngannou was 2 rounds, yeah?
Yeah.
Barely.
Who's a better not boxer, whatever, and you could even argue that. Who's a better heavyweight boxer? Jake Paul or Francis Ngannou?
Are we even having this? This is
obviously Francis Ngannou.
Yeah.
Obviously Francis Ngannou. He's
yeah.
just done 10 rounds of Tyson Fury. He's dropped Tyson Fury. Francis Ngannou, way better heavyweight boxer than AJ. and he got done in 2.
Yeah.
Like, there's this thing. Oh, AJ's chinny. AJ's not that chinny.
He's not
AJ's
chinny.
got bad
We're not
powers of
talking about
recovery.
JJ's chin against Jake Paul.
AJ's got bad powers of recovery, right? In comparison to, let's say, the other extreme,
We
like
can't
Tyson
do this.
Fury,
This is
something
this
like
is
that.
why Jake, this is why
We're not talking
Jake
about AJ's
Paul's a
chin
genius
versus Jake
because
Paul.
we're sitting here
We're not
giving
doing
him this.
AJ's chin.
We're not doing it.
I'm sitting here, my jaws hitting the table. I'm like, what are we talking about?
This guy wants
Why
to
are
go
we
back to
giving him so much
TTV?
It's
airtime?
insane.
I'm
Come
saying,
on.
I'll throw it out there now. I think.
Do you think he would beat
it could
Muhammad
be
Ali in his
second.
prime?
I think Jake Paul.
I mean, how far do we
have a
go?
good chance.
That's what I mean.
How far do we go?
If Jake learns,
I think.
imagine.
I think if Jake
just-
makes it to round 2, I
Yeah.
believe that is a win for
If
Jake
Jake
Paul.
wins, then he's fighting Usyk next, right? Are we doing
No,
that?
Usyk's going to go on the undercard
I'm
against
sorry, but I'm
Logan.
going to have to leave.
No, don't leave. This is what's dangerous, though.
Jake
This
Paul's
is where
ranked,
we're.
by the
This
way.
is where
He's a
we're
ranked
playing.
cruiserweight.
No, he's not.
Guys,
Is he?
I want you lot
Yes,
to pay
he's
attention.
14th in the world, Jake.
Fuck
Shut up.
Yes,
You're lying.
WBC? Is it
No,
WBC?
WBA, I think it is.
Who's
I think
doing these
WBA?
rankings?
Who's
Who's doing
That
Jake-
is madness.
No,
Jake Paul is 14th
He's
in the
what?
world, mate.
WBA
14.
ranked number 14.
Yeah.
He's
in
not
the world.
he's not 14 in this room. I mean, see, come on. What are we talking about right now? Jeez.
By the way, Jake, if you say
This is mental.
he will actually fight you, so we can
Any
make
day
that.
of the week.
Absolutely.
Fight ya. Come on.
I'll take it.
But you know
Outside
what,
of that
though,
as well.
guys?
Jesus.
What I want you to focus on, though, let's
Go on.
focus on AJ quickly because
Go ahead.
while the
Would it be
the
bad
money
for him
grab,
to take the fight?
this is what I want you to focus on. While the money grab is incredible, yeah, he's still got to run the next thing after that is real fights. And if you think of AJ, the last time we saw him go out, he done the Ngannou. Then he fought who after Ngannou did he fight? He fought, what's the next fight? It didn't help him.
Otto Wallen.
Otto Wallen, yeah.
Otto Wallen. That's not a preparation for oh shit, what's coming. Like
He
Dubois.
needs laser focus.
We need him being focused, so
Yeah.
he will take that fight. You can't fight Jake Paul and then have another silly fight. You have to have a very serious fight.
Well, this is a Fury warm-up, isn't it?
Because you know why?
How can that be a Fury? Jake Paul's a Fury warm-up.
exactly. That's what I'm worrying about.
But we're not at that stage where it's like we're going to take on a learning fight. This fight is just to get him have a run out and then go back in and go fight Fury. Let's be real.
I know, but I'm saying this is my thing is. Does he not like? This is not really going to help him. It's a great.
Yeah, but what help are you looking for? Who
No,
is
but
he
I think what he's
fighting?
saying is
One at a
mentally,
time.
it's going to take him, it's going to distract him, and all the publicity that goes with it, the things that he'll have to do. Mentally, that's not good for the Fury fight. Eventually, he needs to be. I think you're right. There should be no warm-up fight. Realistically, he's had a full career. He's at the end of his career. There's no more learning to be done.
Also, on that point, have we learned nothing from the Deontay Wilder fiasco, where on that night against Otto Wallen, Deontay Wilder had a warm-up fight and then went, shit, like, can we just make the fucking... They've had 20 fucking years of boxing.
I'll say this, right? You could go and fight someone more Fury-esque, yeah? You could fight someone that is actually a boxer. You could fight someone a little bit more herky-jerky, someone that you think might keep it long against you, and it could give you good preparation, right? And therefore, what you would be doing is turning down an absolute bag because you want the legacy and the bag that comes with that even more. And you think that I better fight someone who's a little bit stylistically, so like even sparring partners going through camp, I can start to get ready for this, yeah?
Yeah.
However, here's the thing. This bag, which is Fury, is not even on the table. It's
not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed. I don't even think it's on the table. This one, which is Jake Paul's, on the table. So as mad as it sounds...
Take it.
I'll take the Jake Paul
Okay,
one.
can we just accept, though, this isn't we're laughing and joking. This is not a far-fetched fight. Turki Al-Shea
It's on its way.
has spoken to Jake Paul.
It's gonna happen.
He's spoken to Eddie Hearn. This fight is the most likely next fight for Anthony Joshua.
It's going to happen.
How
And
much bag
this
do
is
you need?
what- No, it's going to happen.
Hey.
How much bag do you need?
How much money do you need?
Pocket watch it
That's
over,
a
yeah?
crazy question, bro.
Jesus, how much bag?
As
I
much
want
as
to
they
know.
can make, because once it's over, it's over.
What's upsetting me about what's happening in this room right now is we'll do it after the moment. We're talking about the last time we saw AJ, he was in deep water in Wembley. Yeah? That's just our last memory of AJ was the deep waters. So you're going to fight Jake Paul and then you're not, it's shallow. You're not even, nothing's happening. Now you're going to tell
waves.
me, no waves.
Yeah.
Now you're going to go the next time, the next big fight, all you're going to remember was Wembley because Jake Paul is just a side quest mission.
but I don't-
and then we're
yeah,
going to
but-
say, why did the preparation was all wrong? We said, we look back at the Ngannou one and said, we didn't prepare properly.
Yeah, but you're not looking at the
Ngannou
whole
didn't
picture
prepare us.
realistically at all, bro. Because the
I'm
fact is,
listening.
he's at the end of his career. He's seen everything that he can see to benefit who he's going to be as a fighter. He's not going to change. He's not going to suddenly learn how to beat Fury because he fights some guy who does a bit of herky-jerky. The story is close to being told. So the fact is, this is a money mission. And
I'm
really,
talking
if that
about the
wasn't there
demons,
and
though.
Fury was ready to sign, that would be the fight
I'm
to walk
talking
into
about
and
how
then
do we?
close it.
No, but I'm talking about
What
he's
demons,
got
bro?
he's
How
got
many fights you
he's
think
got
he's
a
gonna-
new relationship with Ben Davison.
No, he
And
doesn't.
No,
How
they don't
new
know
is
how to
that
listen.
relationship?
Well, it's new because they don't know how to listen to each other. He said, "Go for broke." They're not
Bro.
one. They're not together, bro. That relationship.
Fighters don't just keep learning for the duration of their career, bro.
Yeah.
Bro,
He's at the end
And that's
of
that's the
story.
other thing you said about Ben. Like, you said relationship with Ben. When was the last time you seen with Ben?
Can I just make a
When
point?
was the last time we seen him with Ben? Like, I'm not saying he's not with Ben, and I'm
Yeah.
not saying he wouldn't be with Ben going into a Fury fight, but it's not like we were just speaking about Don Charles and Daniel Dubois. It's not that. It's not that. And at this point, right, if you don't think the fight's going to benefit you, you look at the other side of it, the money, whatever. But in terms of preparation, you look at the camp. Will the camp benefit you? Do you know what? I think you get to a certain age. They say you're never too old to carry on learning. You are. That is true. That is true, yeah. But I think you get to a certain age where the camps no longer are benefiting you. They're actually just letting you go into the fight. Fuck.
Just get
What
you
do you
just
mean?
get
No.
Can I just make this point
Disagree.
quickly?
How good was David Hay for Chisora?
How good was
Brilliant.
it? Very good.
Brilliant.
Styles
and
make
sometimes,
fights. Styles make
sometimes
fights.
the right person at the right time, and it changes everything. I think Hay changed the trajectory of Chisora's old career.
Do you reckon
know
David
that
Hay, when he
made
was with Ismail Salas for the last 2 fights against Belly, do you reckon that was going to make a difference?
Do you know-
Absolutely
do you know what-
not,
can
bro.
I just touch on a
Hay
point
is going to
what-
be Hay, regardless of who's in his corner.
Can I just touch on a point what Joey's saying? For me, at the stage of AJ's career, you get to a point where, yes, maybe mentally you can learn more. Possibly, it's possible. But what happens is the miles on the clock for any fighter, it's limited. And the simple fact is, every fight, every camp, whatever that is taken away from the end goal of whatever the fight will be.
Yeah.
So essentially, what we're kind of saying with AJ is, every fight he has before Tyson Fury is actually just taken away from the end product. And it's because, it's not just the fights, whether he learns something or not, but physically, he's just currently had an elbow operation. Is his body starting to break down? The body can only go through so much because mentally he might be fine, motivated, but his body, is starting to slow down.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Physically, he's starting to break down. So, me personally, the only thing he needs, and I've said this since the Andy Ruiz fight, it hasn't been finding a new trainer to learn something new, more sparring, more whatever, the strength conditioner. It's been a mental game all along. He needs the right psychologist to get his mind in the right place. No warm-up fight, no sparring partner to prepare him for Fury. And it's that thing we talked about earlier on about Oleksandr Usyk. How do you find a sparring partner to prepare for Oleksandr Usyk? It's the same with Tyson Fury. Where do you find a guy that big who can, dance up on his toes for 12 rounds? Like, you can't prepare for that guy, so you've got to go in there and have mental belief in what you can do as a fighter. Get the best strategic plan you can
100%.
and try to put it into play.
And
It's as simple as that.
I also think the personal relationship with Fury is going to be something that fires them both up in a way that nobody else is going to be able to pull out of them. Conor Ben Eubank, because Conor Ben's not going to fight everybody like how he fought Eubank. Not with the history of the name and the pride. When these two get in there, it's
on the
going
line,
to be
innit?
hell for love. My legacy versus your legacy.
I feel the rivalry
takes it.
benefits AJ more.
100%.
Absolutely.
And do you know why I feel it benefits him more? Because, and I know you guys are big supporters of AJ. Everyone is, right? I've always been on the Fury side of the fence in terms of who I thought was going to win.
Unfortunately,
I would say I'm part of the majority. I'm not saying it's like an overwhelming majority, but I would say it's like, for the most part, at any given time, it's kind of like 65-35, 70-30, something like that in Fury's favour in terms of who the British public think is going to win. I think that benefits AJ. I think that benefits AJ massively. Because if I'm Tyson Fury, just personality-wise, character traits, things like that, we've seen that Tyson Fury doesn't really perform the best in fights that he's like an overwhelming favourite to look great in. And it's the ones when sometimes you're not expecting it, or pretty much with Fury a lot of the time, it's the ones when you're not expecting it, when you're like, fuck, it was good tonight. Do you know what I mean? So I think that expectation of the British public going, Fury beat AJ, I think that go in AJ's favour.
So and remember, he's called him a pumped up bodybuilder. This, that, and remember the other one was when he's talking about Usyk. What was he calling Usyk? A rabbit and middleweight. So again, he's been very disparaging in the name calling, especially with AJ.
Before we get on to Fury, just one more thing on Jake Paul. Like, I interviewed Jake Paul before his first boxing match, and he was a very small guy then.
Yeah.
He's obviously packed muscle on. I want to say he was probably naturally walking around at about 175 pounds, maybe. Now he's 200 pounds, maybe a bit, he went up to 220 for Mike Tyson. But still, the frame. When you meet, I'm 300 pounds. When I met Anthony Joshua, I thought built different is the real word for people like him. Like, he looks like an Olympic swimmer. He's not actually as like broad as what you think, but he's so fucking long and tall. And I think of Jake Paul being in a ring with him, and the how tiny he would make Jake Paul look, and how the jab would just pop his head straight off his shoulders without him even being able to do anything.
He's going to get beat up.
But here's the question for you, because you are AJ fans. Would there be an element of disappointment in you watching him get in the ring with someone who, you know, doesn't arguably deserve it in terms of boxing skill, even though Jake Paul's built himself up enough to get the fight, we can't deny that, but he hasn't done it in the ring in order to get the fight.
I would just say that we're in a different era of boxing that I wouldn't compare to the old days where something like this would just be so ludicrous. But we're in this era now where someone like Jake Paul has just gate crashed through into the boxing world, and he is a big payday. So it's like, I'm going to say, bro, go and get the easy bag and then come back.
I wouldn't judge him as a neutral almost, right? Especially in that Fury fight as a Fury fan. But as a neutral in this thing, I wouldn't judge him at all, because every single boxer, every single boxer has either flirted with the idea or done the idea. Muhammad Ali fought a karate guy.
Carl Froch can't stop calling him out.
Do you know who's going to be? Do you know who's going to be furious? Carl Froch. He would hate to see this, because Carl Froch wants he wants to fight Jake Paul
badly,
and he does not like AJ. These are two people that he wouldn't want anyone to win.
Who's
he going to vote for? He's going to be watching this hating. He's going to be like,
Carl
there's
Froch
no way. I don't think he'd even watch the fight.
He's going to say it's a 50-50.
I don't know. I think he's be on AJ's side for that one, to be fair. I think he really hates Jake Paul.
But I don't think he likes AJ too much, does he?
Yeah, but not to the degree that he would pick.
I think he respects AJ, though, to a degree. Do you know what I mean?
Speaking of Carl Froch, do you know something with Wembley Stadium? No, not the 80,000. Not the 80,000. I'm not going to drop it just yet. But Carl Froch was the first one to headline at the new Wembley.
80,000.
What was it?
80,000.
80. I've not heard that before, but yeah, apparently.
I'll take your word.
I've not heard that, but I'll take your word. 80,000 people, right?
Allegedly.
Carl Froch against George Groves, AJ Klitschko, Fury White, and the one we was at AJ Dubois. Every main event all ended in knockout.
Yep.
Very true.
Is this the fifth one that it's going to happen in?
I think so. I think a knockout either way.
I can't see this going the distance. I cannot.
Yeah, same.
The way Usyk will approach the fight, like we've said, in terms of his motivation, with all the, calling him a cheat and all the rest of it. And the fact is, the fact he did go to Dubois at the end of the fight and try to help him out, motivate him, saying, you're young, you can come again. And he's just disrespected him, calling him a cheater. He's literally humiliated him, essentially.
Yeah.
Said about his religion and all the rest of it. I think he's going for the stoppage. I think it's similar to the first fight, where he held his... Sorry, I'm half eating stuff here. Where in the first fight, he held his feet more, and he was going for that stoppage.
He really was. Next time you're eating, mate, just let us fucking...
I had to jump in. I was like,
he really was.
Can I just... Here you go, have a look at Usyk on the screen now. That would suggest to me some hard sparring.
We're
watching Usyk right now, and he's got a shiner. He's got a shiner, but he's got a few little nicks and marks there.
So don't tell me he's not up for
some hard sparring.
Joey, come on.
Not just that, but look at the greys.
I believe that Usyk can be. And by the way, I'm not full on claiming he's not up for it, right? But I do think that Usyk's pinnacle was beating Tyson Fury. In terms of
second one, isn't it?
Heavyweight, I kind of feel like that was the pinnacle, and I feel, as much as I don't like to say it because we are witnessing greatness, I feel that 1 or 2 fights might be okay. If you start entertaining 3 and 4 fights, I do think that time will catch up with him.
Can I ask you, on the training side of things, right? Age it's happening. He can't stop it. Father Time is the worst enemy of all boxers. But I've watched enough interviews with him. If he loses to Daniel Dubois, it's not because of motivation, because he did interviews, and I watch him train as well. His training's really clever. It's very interesting, but also it's quite intense. And he said, boxing to me is like breathing oxygen. And he spoke about boxing in a way that I'm like, other boxers use boxing as a way of helping their mental health and most importantly securing the bag. There's many boxers who take a fight, Chris Eubank, and don't want to fucking fight again for another however long they can fucking put it off. We'll get onto him. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I think Oleksandr Usyk is your classic stays ready, all year round. I mean, he was the one hounding Fury to get out of bed and fucking come and fight him because he was constantly training.
That's why the Mayweather comparisons are lovely ones, because one thing you can say about Mayweather is he stayed in the gym. He just lived there. He's a gym rat.
Still in the gym.
He's still
the best.
He's still sparring.
That's what I'm saying. That's you can't take that. That's a part of his lifestyle. You even see his nephew, his grandson. He's in there with him, hitting pads. So they love the smell of the gym, and that's what Usyk is.
That sort of legacy aspect to it is something that, think about it, Usyk, obviously a fellow Ukrainian, as Lomachenko, used to be trained by Lomachenko's father, I believe.
Yeah, he was,
right? And I could look at Lomachenko's career, and I could go, well, you went, was it Beijing in 2008? I think it was, right? So you medal, or you win the gold. I think you wins the gold at Beijing in 2008. That's the time to turn over. The weight you're boxing at, you would be swimming in the pool with the Mayweathers, the Pacquiaos, the people like that are actually still about and actively fighting. He waits 4 years. He literally turned, because of his skill set, you know that even in that era of when the welterweight division and the lightweight division, whatever, he'd have done his thing, right? He waited 4 years. That's 4 less years. I'm not saying he's not earning no money in the amateurs, but he's not earning what world title fights are paying you or unification fights. He waited. He waited for that. So to have that sort of close family connection between Usyk and Lomachenko does start to bring me round and start to make me question my own point of is it motivation, or are these guys just robots in that way, machine to do it?
I don't think the comparison between Usyk and Mayweather is even far off. The way they operate in the ring, they're not big punches, but they, when everybody has the game plan of just go in there and just make it rough, and it's but something is stopping you doing that. And I think his power, just like Mayweather's power, was underrated. People never speak about Usyk's power, but for some reason that deters these guys. The first round specifically, you go back and watch his fights. I watched Usyk Dubois today. The first round, he always stamps a big shot in the first round, just to let you know, bam, I hit way harder than you think.
Fury as well.
And then suddenly, all the jerks and the feints, they make you so conscious because you're like, shit, that actually hurt. I didn't expect you to hurt me. And then now I've set the tone for the fight. His power, I promise you, is so underrated. He could easily knock out Dubois today.
We speak about knocking out, right? And the last fight ended via a TKO,
stoppage,
right? I'd love to ask you this. Was it a jab? Everyone goes on about, was it a low blow, was it a low blow?
It was a hook.
Was it a jab?
Well, let's stop the first fight.
The narrative is that Daniel Dubois was stopped by a jab, right? And then people go, oh no, it's exhaustion, whatever. I make that point.
Yeah.
I've always been very adamant that punch is not a jab.
It's not a jab at all.
Not a jab.
It was a short turned over hook.
But you're the expert. What do you think?
Go ahead.
It's almost like a screw. It's kind of, because again, when you've got an orthodox versus a southpaw, sometimes it's class jabs, so you've kind of got to bring it at a slight arc. So it kind of, you could argue it is a little bit of a hook.
He put way too much on that. If you look at the shot, he goes bam, he feints, and he goes bam.
Do you know as well?
Over and chops it down.
Even when you kind of pull your right shoulder back from a southpaw stance, it almost turns into a backhand because you've got that extra bit of rotation on the shot. So,
there we go.
But I don't care what you say. It was the lead hand. It was still technically a jab.
But if it was a left hook and the guy just dug his left hook in, you would never call that a jab.
Nah, my thing that sort of just irks me a little bit with it is the thing of Dubois was stopped with a jab twice. I get it, broken orbital bone. He did get stopped with a jab by Joe Joyce, and he took that. But against Usyk, that's not what I saw personally.
I agree.
I've just got to do this advert, lads. Let me interrupt. Time to shout out our sponsors for today. Ush. You might have seen them on previous paying game videos. They're giving away an Audi RS6.
Come on.
4 litre of real power. I've got to say, I was going very fast in this car. And obviously, if you're not a car person and you win this competition, you can pick the cash, which is £50,000.
How much?
And the tickets to be in this draw are free. So this is Audi RS6 or 50 grand for free.
Wow.
Unbelievable, right? The link is in the description, so you've got to check that out. It's so easy to enter. You can be within the draw in 30 seconds. It's a 4-litre twin-turbo car, and you can enter now using the link in the description. Be in the draw with less than 30 seconds. Remember, you've got to be over 18 and a UK resident to enter. No purchase is necessary. It's free. And, literally, you'd be mental not to get involved in this. Shout out to Ush. We love them.
You know what's crazy, yeah? I'm thinking about what's next in boxing, because we've been eating well. I just saw His Excellency. yeah, and he's put on some special fights.
Yeah.
And you talk about Eubank, yeah, and I wanted to continue eating well. I wanted to continue everything I've enjoyed boxing.
We all are, yeah.
And right now, I thought as soon as they signed up for it again, I got excited, guys. I said, "Oh my goodness, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna witness another classic." A lot of stuff's in the balance, and it doesn't sound as if this fight is really happening. I'm getting nervous now. I'm getting a bit scared.
Yeah.
In terms of Eubank versus Conor Benn 2, it seems like it doesn't, because when I heard Conor Benn, he's on an aerial show, and he's like, I might need somebody else to come in and fight because
I'm not mad about this fight not happening.
What?
Me neither.
And I'll be very real. The reason why I say that is because I think about what Conor's career looks like if he stays at middleweight any longer. Right? I get the first fight, and Conor's spirit is the one that's like, bro, you got one over me, let's run it back. But the fact is, if he stays too long at 160 and around this weight class, his 147 career is going to be over. And I think if he goes back to 147 now, he's got a real chance at being a solid champion at this weight. I look at what Devin Haney's doing, I think to myself, mate, you're so scared to get hit. Conor Benn is going to be in there throwing everything at you. Something is going to get through, and I think he's going to sleep.
I don't want him to make the Kell Brook mistake in terms of like when he went up against Golovkin, and then you have to come straight back down, and he went in with a high-level guy. Now, if we look back at Conor Benn's career, the record would suggest that he's not going to go in against a high-level guy, right? The record would suggest that he's going to go in against someone in the top 90, top 80, something like that, right? And I think that he does need a fight or two to acclimatise back down to that weight. And the really weird thing about it is that, okay, I know that Eubank did a probably record-breaking, is it Diary of a CEO? The podcast?
Yeah.
And he's done a bit, right? But like Conor Benn, the guy that lost the fight, he's the one that's done the world tour more or less since then.
He's a celebrity in New York City,
I kind of feel like his stocks
they're high,
a little bit higher,
sky high.
And then when I look at Riyadh season, right, I feel like, okay, cool. Now you've got a welterweight to get behind. Yeah, you've got a welterweight that's like got a really good chance in terms of he's in the stable that comes under Riyadh season.
That's right.
And the Saudis will be working with. You've got a really good welterweight there. The fighter that I believe that Turki Al Sheikh and everyone at Riyadh season, the fighter that I just personally, I've got no like information on this. The fighter I believe that they like the most and they want to put the most into is Hamza Shiraz.
For sure.
I think that His Excellency would absolutely love to make Hamza Shiraz against Chris Eubank Jr.
No chance.
That
no
would
chance.
be.
I know he would like to make it, but what Team Napa, Team Eubank. Sorry, Ben Shalom. I have to say that for contractual reasons.
Did you just say Eubank Hamza Shiraz?
Yes,
nothing
because they were talking to me about. Yeah, sorry. Can we all acknowledge, just clear as day here, the whole reason Conor Benn versus Eubank happened is because Eubank wouldn't fucking go anywhere near Hamza Shiraz. He would run away from him, right? He literally, and we always give him this credit about fighting it.
Okay, let me push back. Let me push back. Let me push back. Yeah, I have to push back on that.
Are you telling me he was ready to fight Hamza Shiraz?
Let me say one thing. The payday that he would have got for Hamza versus the risk versus the payday he got for Conor Benn, different worlds.
No,
but
now
it's different.
What percentage are we knocking off that payday?
No, today is different, but only because of Belanga. What he did against Carlos Adames, stock was way down. He went to New York City and beat the self-proclaimed king. But the stock is up now.
Yeah, but the self-proclaimed king was walking through the streets of New York and knew who his name was.
Do you know
what I mean?
Like, coming into it, the Canelo fight, he had. But the point is a lot of people were giving Eubank credit for weight training himself to fight a 147 fighter. I don't fucking understand
that's unfair.
it.
Like,
no.
That's unfair.
The guy took the easiest fight possible for the most amount of money.
No
which,
way.
don't get me wrong.
Listen, man.
Don't get me wrong. Is what boxers usually should do, but equally, just don't praise him for it.
No,
Conor Benn was tiny.
I'm ready to die on this hill right now. And I'm telling you one thing for sure, yeah? You see Eubank, they will go in and he was fighting everything. Fighting against the family, fighting against the establishment. No one wanted him to win. They put everything in his way to stop this man. Even charged him because, like, even was that weight trick? Was that thing over the scale?
All in all, including egg slap, everything like that.
Everything.
It was a about 400 grand, I think.
It's ridiculous.
Total fine.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the fact that he's cherry picking small fighters instead of fighting fighters at his own
Hold on, if he lost, how would they look at Eubank? He had the most to lose out of anyone in that fight.
Hold on. You just
That's because he picked the fight that he should be winning.
Wait. You just said he cherry picked him.
This is the worst type of cherry picking.
You just said Eubank cherry picked him. Eubank didn't make that fight.
He didn't make
Eddie
that
Hearn
fight.
cherry picked Eubank.
That's right.
And they
Eddie
made it
Hearn
hard
thought
for
he
him.
was cherry picking Eubank in that
They
fight.
put every term possible in the way that they could make it
I've never known in my life in watching fighting ever, in MMA or boxing, a fighter fight a smaller guy, weight train himself to beat the smaller man, and get so much fucking credit for being a brave soul. What the fuck am I listening to?
There was too many parameters put in place, but I've said this many times before. Pulling yourself down in weight is a harder task.
That's right.
Then, when you can put on a little bit of weight, you're actually much stronger. And Joe, you'll understand when you're in the gym. I'm not talking about the level of weight Joey's put on right now. But
Joey's got fat. He's got fat. Sorry.
Joey's fat now.
I'm just talking.
I've never seen him without a six-pack.
I'm just talking to
I'm just out of camp.
No.
Fuck's sake.
You know what I'm saying? When you're slightly over your fighting weight, you're generally stronger in the gym.
My hairline's receding a little bit too, actually. If anyone wants it. Anyone else?
No, we just had men's mental health month, man. We got to be. Let's support Joey.
There's no room for that on this show. I'm sorry.
This guy's out of camp and we're just grilling him.
Welcome to the pay game.
Craig would never get that fat.
Listen, Loza, can I ask you a question though? Right? I don't understand that. We're giving so much credit to Oleksandr Usyk for moving up a weight and fighting bigger and heavier men, and then when a guy does the exact opposite, we're praising him for it. I don't.
No one's giving him the same amount of
the
credit.
difference is Usyk's going up in weight, but the parameters on his opponents, is that they're heavier weight. But what I'm saying is, coming down in weight is definitely harder than going up, without doubt, because you're weakening yourself.
Yeah, in the process of it. But the actual fight itself...
Yeah, but this is the other thing that people don't understand.
Go ahead.
From weigh-in till fight night, you can only hydrate so much. When you dehydrate yourself so much, you're taking water from all your organs. It takes so long.
That's right.
More than 24 hours to filter all that water back into all your organs.
Well, who chose to do that?
But not just
he chose to not fight Hamza Shiraz. He chose to fight Conor Benn.
Because of the
and
money.
logically, as most fighters in the world of boxing, would you rather fight Conor Benn or Hamza Shiraz? I think we...
He doesn't believe that.
He's not being brave by picking Conor Benn.
Adames showed that Hamza Shiraz had things that he had to work on.
Do you think that was clear? Eubank could fucking do that to him.
No, but hold on.
Ammo showed that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the payday... Hamza Shiraz doesn't represent a payday to Eubank.
Yeah.
Eubank is a very money-driven fighter. Let's be very clear. If you're telling me Hamza Shiraz is going to... It's like, okay, cool, how much is he going to get paid? Couple little small change. Against Conor Benn, the family rivalry, this is a pay-per-view extravaganza. Why would I go anywhere else?
Just to move the conversation on then. Cool. Right? The fight happened. Conor Benn woke up the next day, was training immediately. Chris Eubank's in fucking hospital for God knows how many days, and people can put that down to the weight cut as well, but ultimately Conor Benn seemed like he recovered a lot quicker. He is a bit younger, whatever, right? We're looking at the fight now. The fight was supposed to be made September 20th. Now, Eddie Hearn said it. Eddie Hearn, Eubank's team, Ben Shalom, Turkey Al-Sheikh, the Ring Magazine, they're all involved in negotiations for the last month, getting this date fucking sorted, right? Yeah. And then all of a sudden, Eubank, they find out after doing all the prep work, getting the stadium ready, I can't be arsed, I'm not doing it that day. And let's be honest, that's what he did, right? Now, the thing about Chris Eubank is, he went out and he pointed the finger, and he went, all these promoters, or this, that, and the other.
Scumbags.
And he said, but Turkey's good. And then he's fucked these people around, he's shown them no respect. After, let's be honest here, a lot of yous are fighting his corner on this. This is the first time that Chris Eubank has actually generated real support, and the person who's made that happen, really, for him, is Turkey Al-Sheikh. And do you know what he repaid him with? Like, just fuck all. His attitude stinks, mate.
Wait, hold on. What do you qualify his bad attitude?
Eddie Hearn said, we've all been making these plans, talking to his team verbally to get this date sorted, and then when we're all ready to fucking sign, he hadn't let everyone know in advance of, so we could have fucking preempted this.
But one second. You have to understand, the terms that he's agreed to in the first fight were silly, which is why his dad was making a huge campaign for this should not have happened. Yeah. So the fact is, we're going into into the second fight, if they're having pushback on the terms,
they're not.
Eddie and
they're just pushing the date back. They're not pushing the terms back.
Because there's issue with the terms. There's an issue with I should never have taken this fight. I didn't think he was on my level. He did surprise me and he pushed me. But I'm saying I can't agree to those terms because I was in danger.
Have you heard that?
Yeah, but
medically, he said that's what they've been saying. That's the point that they're making.
Because I've just heard that it's been pushed back, lads.
No, because the main thing is, remember when I spoke to Napa, they said, look, end of the day, he's a brave man and he's gonna go for it. Yeah, but then it's stupid. You can't have a fighter that is doing that to his body, going in and doing the same thing again. He wasn't. They had to get.
That's not what's being said by Eddie Hearn.
But
by
they don't want to say that.
But
he can't say that.
Eddie is going to be biased towards Conor
No,
Ben.
but Eddie said everything was agreed. We were just picking a fucking date and we've been planning
because
all
it
this.
fits Eddie. Right now, they've signed a contract that it stays the same and they can't make any amendments to it. End of the day, that contract does not favour Eubank. It's stupid.
But let's be honest here.
Go ahead.
Why, realistically, Chris Eubank, in my opinion, won that fight because his size enabled him to withstand the power of Conor Ben. If you make Eubank even bigger, there's no point in making the fucking fight. I don't want to say the fight. Because the reason it was competitive was because he was within arm's reach. Conor Ben weighed himself last week. He was 159. Conor Ben is not a 160-pound fighter at all. At all. So he's a 147 fighter.
But this is why I think they should both go their separate ways.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I can't see a benefit for Conor Ben staying that big, and I think it's dangerous for Junior to go small because the fact is, when you start to come down in weight, you taking shots. It's not the same. You're not built to take shots the same way. He was in the hospital with big.
Agreed.
Go ahead.
The problem for Eubank though is Conor Ben, if you don't make this, let's say Manny Pacquiao somehow fucking wins. Conor Ben's got Manny Pacquiao, Haney, Ryan Garcia.
Yep.
Conor Ben, Ryan Garcia is a mega
That's
fight.
wicked.
Right? I'd love that fight.
And
Imagine those
left
two.
the division.
Yeah.
So it's a good.
Who's Chris Eubank got? The reason Chris Eubank needs Conor Ben more than Conor Ben needs Chris Eubank.
No, he wants Canelo.
He wants Canelo.
And can I tell you, Canelo will fight Eubank Jr.
Absolutely.
Canelo will snap.
He will
that
now.
fight up.
Right here in Wembley. It
Snap
will
that
be
fight up in a
amazing. Because remember,
I honestly think that Junior would be right now looking to sit and figure I can smash in case of emergency the Conor Ben fight. But the Canelo one, if I go in there with Conor Ben now and somehow Conor Ben is way better than the last fight and he wins, I've lost the Canelo fight. So if you look at it like that and say, okay, cool, I'll take Canelo, and then after that I'll come and see this little kid again.
And you know the thing is, I think we're kind of here. We'll kind of argue the case of why we're giving so much credit to Chris Eubanks Jr. essentially here. This is what we're building the conversation about. But I think forgetting, all the business side of things, the reason that there's so much support of Eubank, because of all them other stuff that were put on him, they're making the weights to the 160 whatever. But not just that. Let's not forget what happened. Well, there's the storyline of that. But Conor Ben failed a drugs test. In the way he went about it, we're kind of forgotten that whole conversation that's been on.
That doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't matter anymore. But I think that's why the support for Eubanks. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. This is why there's been so much support for Eubanks, because you might have moved on, but I don't think there was a lot of people that hadn't forgotten what happened with Conor Ben. And I think a lot of people. So I know it doesn't just end just because they put on a great fight, in my opinion.
That 157, affected Eubank, even though the fight didn't happen. Yeah. So the fact that when he went into Liam Smith, suddenly we're seeing him wobbled, legs wobbled, down he goes.
Look at this, a perfect person. Hamza Shiraz was on our screen just now. Against Adames, looked like shit. Yeah, let's be real. Yeah, goes up. And it goes up to the true weight that he should be at. Berlanga. And he's taking shots. Remember, I think Berlanga hit him clean flush. We've seen Ford rock Shiraz. Why? Again, because he's
Ammo Williams.
Sorry, Ammo. We've seen him rock him. He wasn't rocked. He's hit clean, and he took the punch.
One thing with Hamza Shiraz is I feel like the entry against him is quite simple. I feel like you've got to be brave to do it because he's got immense power. But in terms of tucking up tight, he does do that, and he does wait for you to enter. So I think there could be opportunities where Eubank, for example, could look at it, and much like we're seeing with Dillian White against Moses Satoma, could go, I reckon I could old man him. I reckon I could do this. But I think it's one to stay away from. I do think, if, like we just said, Eubank goes and boxes Canelo, on Canelo's recent run, the chances are, and only very slimly, that probably I don't think Canelo stops Eubank. I think slim chance probably doesn't stop him. If he doesn't stop him,
I think he
right?
does.
Fair play. But if he doesn't stop him, and even if he does, but Eubank puts up a good fight or something like that, have we all agreed Conor Ben's stock has rose?
It's
risen. It's risen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In the meantime, Ben's going to fight. And Ben's going to go and fight someone. And Ben's probably going to look good in that fight. It's exactly what Trav said. You go fight Canelo and then
Smash
you
the
go
glass.
and visit Conor
But
Ben
I will
again.
say this. I will add this to the mix. If Eubank Jr. somehow beats Canelo Alvarez, greatest fighter of all time.
Can I just say, Conor Ben is going to beat Chris Eubank Jr. and I'm going to tell you why right now. It's going to happen. Conor Ben will beat Chris Eubank Jr. and I'm going to tell you why. Because Chris Eubank Jr. likes to spend money, right? And he is going to get older. Conor Ben is going to fight more regularly because Chris Eubank really isn't a guy who lives for boxing. He doesn't. He lives for fucking poker.
So he doesn't
right?
even watch
He
boxing.
doesn't stay in the gym. Conor Ben has a ferocious work ethic that Chris Eubank Jr. does not have, right? And he gets himself up for a fight. He got him. Can Chris Eubank go back to the well the way he did for that fight? He can't go there again.
I think
he hasn't got it in there to do that more than once,
He
right?
can.
So let me finish.
He's got a fighter spirit.
Conor Ben is going to keep fighting high-level guys. He's going to stay active. Chris Eubank may fight Canelo or whatever, but Chris Eubank is going to get old, and I think he's going to not be able to say no to the bag that will be associated with the Ben fight, and by that point, the levels will have changed, and Conor Ben will take.
What happens? Hold on, let me get in this one. What happens? Because remember, the build-up versus Canelo and Eubank will be some of the greatest build-up we've ever seen.
Insane work.
Canelo is one of the best fight sellers now. He's doing a great job. Even in his Crawford thing, he's doing a phenomenal job. Canelo speaking English and really,
game changer.
It's just
Game
funny.
changer.
No, but
Get the fuck out of here, man.
If
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Payday. Come on, payday. I know that.
Guys, if Eubank Jr. says, I'm on a mission to clear drug cheats out of the sport,
I'd love that. That would be funny.
That would be insane.
There you go. So now these
You
two.
know it'd be that one as well. One eyebrow up. Canelo, drug cheat. Conor Ben,
drug cheat.
So the promoters, scumbags.
I would go crazy.
Oh, but
I might send him a script.
him going to them two meeting, and he would be the favorite because I don't know how big Canelo is out here.
Oh, come on,
in terms of the
Who would be the favorite?
I said Eubank will be the the hero.
He'd be the
hero.
He'd have the support.
He'd have
Sorry,
support.
I thought you meant like a bookmaker's
No.
favourite.
He'd have hometown support.
Yeah, he would.
And him not understanding, listen, the hometown's with you. Like when he walked through Brixton at the time after the Eubank fight, he couldn't believe he was loved. So he's walking in thinking, this is the first time he's probably saying to himself, I can't let the country down. So he'll be a different fighter. So I just saying about getting better, he's gonna be even more focused on boxing.
Chris
because
Eubank?
yes, he would be. The nation will be on his back. He would be holding down the whole of UK.
He doesn't give a fuck about the nation.
No.
I think you could be
He
wrong.
does.
I honestly think you could
He
be wrong.
does.
And I'll tell you why, right? I don't give a fuck about anyone that doesn't give a fuck about me, right?
Yes,
and as soon as someone starts giving a fuck about me, I give a fuck about them. That's the truth of it. That's
tell
just
him
the
you love
truth
him.
for
He's all yours.
for everyone here, okay? I've remembered every fat jibe you've said. No, joking. No, but listen, right? This is the first time, and we all said it was, because the Brits had turned on Ben. There's an element to that. But there's also... The family story was a real big storyline.
Yeah.
Many people have lost contact with family members, and many people have experienced rifts in families that they kind of think like, whatever. That was something that not just got the boxing fans involved; it got the general public involved. Then the story of Sebastian, it's a huge, a huge element to that fight. There was so much that won round the British public's favour to Eubank in a circumstance I've never seen it before. I was at the James DeGale fight.
That's right.
You know, I've been at Eubank fights. I've never seen it like that before. And I honestly do think that as much as we speak about the change in Eubank because of money, there's a chance that public support could make him go, no, do you know what?
He couldn't believe it. I got close. I'm telling you, look, now. I called my dad. I got closer to my dad. I'm closer to my dad since the Eubank fight because there was a moment in that fight that said, oh my goodness, like, I got to call my dad. I just got to check him. I want a better relationship. Just because of that moment.
Yeah, no, I feel you, bro. You know what people discredit as well? You see Eubank's upbringing, right? That Warriors Code ethic. It's different to anything I've seen with other fighters. When he's in that ring, we're going that way, and I don't care what happens to me. Yeah. When he's in there with Canelo, if Canelo can't put him to sleep, right, which is a tall ask, because I never thought we'd ever see Eubank ever get knocked out. And the weight drain, I think, was the reason why we saw that in Liam Smith. If he has a chin that's like, I'm not going to get knocked out, he's going to have to get like he's going to go through fire. I think he's going to keep going towards Canelo.
But what's his why? What is Eubank Jr.'s why? Why does he? Because
he's
for me,
just built like that, bro.
It's always been money.
He's never had a why. I don't think it's ever been about
that's
the
what
money.
I mean.
Money.
He's
Well,
never
why
needed
is it
money.
money? It's not money.
What are you talking about? The why is there. They showed us with the Lennox Lewis clip. When he's in the house, he said, just let me box.
He just
He wants to box. He just wants to be a boxer.
You see his dad. His dad's inspiration. The fact that I've grown up. This is my close inspiration, and you're actually my dad. That's his why. I want to impress him.
It was,
and he's always
said
it
hasn't been for some time, mate.
No.
You look at the amount of fights he's had,
the
who's he's fought. This guy took his foot off the pedal years ago.
Yeah, but regardless of he's diverted, and he fell off the rails a little bit to an extent. He went down another route, but the minute he was back in the ring, that warrior arrived instantly.
That's right.
Mean, he's not the type of guy where I watched that fight and thought, he doesn't look as motivated. I don't care if he has 10 years out, he'll come in that ring and give 110%.
Do you think he's like that every time? Because that to me was a one-off.
You're going to have to flatten him.
Here he is.
All right.
I personally think that different strokes for different folks, different things work for different fighters.
Yeah.
And I personally believe that the fact that Conor Benn went on record as saying, win, lose or draw, my dad loves me. Win, lose or draw, my dad don't care.
Yeah.
Right? And I feel awful saying it, but I don't actually think that's the same for Eubank. I think that Eubank Senior would have,
felt
to an
away.
extent, I think he would have been a bit offended if his son had lost.
He
to
would
an
have
extent.
changed.
And you know what Conor Benn said? That's true, by the way.
Yeah.
Win, lose or draw, Nigel Benn, whatever.
That's right.
As much as morally we might go, that's bad parenting. No, forget that.
The Warriors
that
code
works for that Warriors code. That thing. And also, when we talk about promoters negotiating with Eubank Jr., and it's like, who the hell are you to talk to me like this? I'll tell you who he is. He's someone that has grown up as Chris Eubank's son.
Thank you,
now,
bro.
I'm telling you now, when I go to a restaurant, when I do this, when I do that, I don't realise I'm doing it, but I'm being my dad. I'm being my dad all the time. We all do it, right?
Yeah.
At times, maybe not to the extent, but at times, we're our dads, right? So, all right, he's not ever been a world champion legitimately. He's not whatever. He's still Chris Eubank's son, and regardless of that, he's been raised in a certain environment.
Let me even share something with you guys, yeah? My mum is a stand-up comic. She's Angela Ma, first black British female comic in the UK.
Shout out.
From the beginning, yeah? When I told her I want to do stand-up, you know what she said to me? Don't embarrass me. She weren't playing games. That's what I've grown up with. So I relate to that whole thing where it's like, this sounds unrealistic for you guys, but this is my life.
I do need to interject because I do need to do an ad, but the one thing I will say that soured it a little bit for me was when the story was told afterwards, and they were like, so how did you just come back together? And he goes, well, my dad rang me up, dad rang me up, and the first question Eubank Jr. asked his dad was, so what do you want for it? What do you want? And I thought that was so telling that the first thing he thought was, you want something out of this.
You come back
that is learned behaviour. The fact that he thought my dad will want something to be involved in this is not, he's not asking that for no reason, right? Normal people wouldn't think that about their parents. I think that says a lot about the way Chris Senior has treated his son, and as much as he got a lot of credit on the night, I thought it's a shame that was the first thing your son thought about it.
Let's quote that specifically though. He said to him, Eubank Senior said to him, what do you think I want? And then he said, I don't know. And he goes, in the interview with Stephen Bartlett, he goes, I was hoping that he did not say money because that would change how I've seen him. That would mean everything you've shown me was a lie. If you suddenly show up for money. And he started, basically what he was saying was like, I want nothing. Yeah, it was a test. So it wasn't a case of, what do you want? And I'm waiting to see. It was like a test to see. If you say money, then I know you're finished.
To play devil's advocate the tiniest bit, I actually agree with your point, right? But to play devil's advocate to that, what you could be asking is, i.e., what do you want? Full control. I want to be the one that speaks to you in between rounds.
That makes more sense. That makes more sense.
I don't want your train. Who was it? Banks that done his career. I don't want Banks speaking to you. I want that. I want that because that's what he done in his early career.
That's right. I'll do this ad read, lads.
Shout
out to Oosh, our sponsors of today's show. Big love to them. They are giving away an Audi RS6, and if you're not wanting the car, if you win, you get 50 grand in cash. And this is the amazing thing about this giveaway is it's free. You can get your ticket, click the link in the description below. We've also got the QR code on your screen now. I've personally test drove this RS6 and it is unbelievable. One of the most fun drives you could ever imagine. beautiful car, 4-litre twin turbo, the leather interior. It's got the lot. If you're a young lad, pick the car. Just trust me, you'll not regret it. But if you've got the bills to pay, just take the 50 grand. Either way, it's going to be free, and someone's going to win it. It could be you, and you get in this competition within 30 seconds. Just got to click a few buttons, boom, you're in, and they are giving away stuff all the time, so it's good to check out everything that they're doing. And also, while you're at it, we've just seen on our screens Oleksandr Usyk and Daniel Dubois entering the arena. Specifically, Usyk is already getting his hands wrapped. Dubois just coming in. They are going to be ready. They are going to be fighting tonight, and you don't want to miss it. And it's on DAZN. The link for that is in the description below. Pay-per-view. Get it now.
Let's go.
Come on.
And this is going to be an electric fight. That's one thing for sure. Like, sometimes they're like, oh, why should I buy a fight? Why should I get involved in this one? As you said, the last couple fights at Wembley have ended in devastation. Yeah.
But why are you so excited? If first thing that comes to your head, why are you so excited about this fight? I know what mine is.
Go on.
Don Charles.
Oh my God.
Don Charles has sold this fight single-handedly. It's a bit like Eubanks Ben. For me, Chris Eubanks Jr., he come to life at the best I've seen him. He made me a believer. But Don Charles, whether you love him or hate him, is the massively why this is so interesting, in my opinion. Like, literally, he sold the fight.
Don Charles, bro.
Do you know the line for me? The line was, you deserve an Oscar for the performance you gave that night in the first fight. And I thought myself, you're really taking the piss now, son.
Listen, I would love Daniel Dubois to pull it off. I really would love to do it.
Yeah.
But the only reason why I would like to see him lose, not as for Chris Eubanks, I'm not Chris Eubanks now, to Oleksandr Usyk, is to see Don Charles' face. and I'm saying this, and I don't even not like the guy, but the way he's went on, there's been aspects which
he's gone all in, hasn't he?
He's went too far, and I just don't agree with that aspect. Not when you're talking to greatness, Oleksandr Usyk, so that's the only reason.
I'll tell you what's irritated me in this whole lead-up. Is how many times I've had to see Dubois knock out AJ in the promo for this fight, bro. Every single Dubois clip, they're like, Usyk versus Dubois, it's AJ, bow. I'm like, bro, I'm sick of this, man.
I think that's why I'm so excited for it, by the way.
Trauma.
I think there's a knockout coming. I think there is a knockout coming
Agreed.
Because for me, where Tyson Fury had the technical ability and the cleverness and the size to absorb the punches of to absorb the punches of Oleksandr Usyk. I don't think that Daniel Dubois' defense will be good enough.
Agreed.
I think Daniel Dubois either goes through Usyk early or he will be taken apart piece by piece as the fight goes on, because defensively, he's got nice feet. He can get in and out. His head movement is okay, but his guard, we've seen with Anthony Joshua, you could drive a bus through it when AJ rattled that straight right down the pipe. And also, we've seen with Hrgovic how often you could get through. And for me, the thing that Usyk showed in the first fight was he took his head off the centre line and he kept popping that backhand straight through the middle of the guard. And I just feel like it is going to be so mentally draining for him, especially if he executes the game plan properly, because for me, it's kill or be killed is the only way to beat Usyk. And Daniel Dubois needs to go in with that. So we should see fireworks early on, actually.
Guaranteed
and I
fireworks.
wouldn't be shocked if Usyk knocks Dubois out early, because Dubois is having to commit so much, or Dubois gets the knock.
Both men, by the way, have said that they are taking centre ring. Both men have stated
exactly.
That. Both men have said that we are going to take centre ring.
That's impossible.
Right? Now,
I think
it's a shootout, lads.
I think Dubois takes it. Honestly, I think Dubois will hold centre ring for the first 2-3 rounds.
I do believe them both, though. Like, and again, like as a Fury fan, Fury says something, I'll go, if he says I'm taking centre of the ring, I'm thinking, right, he's going to get an 18-foot ring or 20-foot ring in there, and he's going to box on the outskirts. With Dubois and Usyk, but I've got no reason to doubt what they say, and that's the reason why I feel like most people you speak to, they're going, between 9 and 12 if there is a knockout. I'd actually agree with Brian to a large extent there that we could get a surprise one within 4 rounds.
We're going to get early. I'm getting early knockout. Early?
What?
Early. Do you know why? Because it has to be.
For who?
Dubois has to be on him. He has to, them body shots, he has to go for it. He has literally, he can't give him no respect, and he has to make the fight rough for him. As we said, we called it early. We said, look, you have to do stuff that's going to make you uncomfortable. You got to get the referee to come and talk to you, but not give a shit. So remember, you said, if rush him to the point, don't let him settle in there. Don't let him grown man you. Right now, you've gone on a journey. Look how they looked in the first one. Daniel Dubois looks a bit small in there. It's a bit tiny. That's not, we got a new Dubois.
He's 10 pounds heavier this time.
10 pounds heavier, and you can see he looks like a new man.
He's a man now.
And let's not forget, this is before he went to Brazil and got his thing. This is before he started doing stuff,
forget
bro.
about his new girlfriend.
Bro, he's got his new girlfriend, bro.
Do you
It's
know
a different man.
The reason both guys need to be on the front foot is because Daniel Dubois, he needs to be on top. He's an on-top fighter. You know, the minute, this is why he's been called a quitter in the past, because the minute things haven't went his way, you know, that's when he's ended up losing, essentially.
Yeah.
But when he's on top, he's a dangerous man to beat. And second of all, he's not really a back foot fighter. He spent his whole career on the front foot. He can't box. And Brian said before, defensively, he's terrible. His defense, yes, he's got a little bit of a step back. He does use his feet, but predominantly his defense is the attack. And with Oleksandr Usyk, he's intelligent. He's aware. If he lets Daniel Dubois get any level of momentum, then it's going to be a difficult fight. Yeah. And we know, generally speaking, anyway, Oleksandr Usyk, it's what he does. There's only been a handful of times where he's went on the back foot, but it's for small pockets. He circles back round, and then he gets that centre again.
The funny thing is, you say about like Daniel Dubois not really turning fights. I feel like that's the box he's now ticked. Because for 3 rounds, it didn't look good against Big Baby Miller, in my opinion. There was a point in like the third against Big Baby Miller, he gets caught with an uppercut left hook, he retreats straight away, and I'm like,
and Hrgović, he did
I don't like that.
He did against
Hrgović, yeah. I'm not on about in the third round, I'm on about 4-3 rounds, he got lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Right hands galore.
He did.
Right hands every time Hrgović threw the right hand, it was
shots.
just eating it. Now he's come through those tests, and obviously AJ, look, I'll admit, right, if you play that fight out 10 times, I'm not going to say Daniel Dubois wins all 10, because I do think that getting caught cold is something that would have affected AJ there. But you can also say he came through adversity there, because there was the sparring history, there was history between the two, and AJ was a big favourite. So I think that that's a box that he has actually now ticked. The problem is, right, when you tick that box, it enters you into a certain bracket.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for me, that bracket is just below where Usyk operates at. So 2 things need to have happened. One we can guarantee has happened. We can guarantee that this is a better Daniel Dubois than the first time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But another thing needs to have happened.
Can I just piggyback off what you just said, though?
You
said about when Dubois would have lost more rounds as the fight went on. When you watch it back, you see the reason AJ catches Dubois in the 5th round is Dubois tired from kicking his arse for the last 4 rounds. And it does take a lot out of you. That's why I think there's a window of opportunity here, because the minute Daniel Dubois starts to tire, that knockout power is going to be sapped in his arms, his shoulders are going to get heavier, and unlike a Filip Hrgović or a Big Baby Miller, who will sit off you, let you recover, and keep coming back whenever you want, Usyk is going to be the shark in the water that smells blood then, and he's going to apply the pressure more, and he's going to keep you thinking more. And that knockout power ain't coming back.
And he's good at that. That's one thing that Usyk's good at. He's good at.
Look at Tony Bellew. Tony Bellew said, he drained me so much mentally, I couldn't believe that my body, yes, was knackered, but my brain was also knackered. So, and this is why he got dropped with a jab. It wasn't just a jab, it was, I'm fucked, man. Mentally, he broke him. And the whole reason he didn't get back up wasn't because he was flat out unconscious. He didn't want to get back up. And here's the interesting thing tonight is, for me, if the first few rounds goes by and Usyk hasn't been dropped in the first 3 rounds, I don't see it happening after that point, right? It's got to be when you're fresh and you've got all of that energy. So as the rounds go on, if Usyk is getting on top and he is lighting them up and he is catching them more and more, will we see Dubois quit again? Because yes, we're seeing the quit isn't there anymore.
Never.
But here's the thing, Hrgović gave you time to get recovered.
That's right.
AJ had no defence, and Big Baby Miller was a fucking plotter if I've ever seen one in my life. So has he really been put to the test since then? Really,
he'll go down on his shield. He'll literally.
He has to.
He's not going to mess around.
No reason to prove that.
This is what we said the other day when on the prediction video earlier on in the week. I said exactly this, and you hammered me for this because I said. It's a bit like false data, a bit with AJ when he fought Otto Wallen, he fought Ngannou. the standard, the level wasn't the same. He's now in there with the absolute master. And Jarrell Miller, yes, he comes forward. Yes, he's tough. But skill, who's he beaten? You know, who's he actually fought? Like top level opponents that he's actually won.
There we go.
You know, Hrgovic was a great prospect 10 years ago. Then I don't know what happened to him. You know, he didn't get opportunities.
He struggled against Joe Joyce, lads.
He lost to Zhang.
So essentially, the level that Daniel
Oh,
Dubois.
fuck off! Sorry, no.
I've never witnessed that. He was like he was hanging on a washing line.
You told us that Whittaker tried to go over the rope. This fella has been watching WrestleMania. What just happened there,
bro? Can I just say I've been watching this fight.
I've been watching.
This is Oleksandr Usyk. It's not a. Someone said
it's kind of like a stablemate-ish.
Stablemate, yeah. And obviously. He's obviously a prospect, but I've been watching this fight, and Lewis has been really giving it to him.
Louis is a live character.
Can I just come up with some data for you?
Again, what is that?
Oh, what is that?
Again, this guy's just trying to throw himself out.
No, that was.
I'm sorry, but I've never witnessed this before.
Is that the second time it happened?
Yeah, second time.
Just quickly on this fight, just before we get into that, do you remember when we saw Makhmudov fight Kabayel?
Yeah.
And Makhmudov before that was the machine. Like, I was looking at this slapping guy, and Louis is doing a really good job.
He's looking for a way out, this guy.
And he is looking for a way.
Oh, look, he's complaining.
Yeah, he's begging for the way out. On the data, lads, because obviously in a rematch, the thought is Usyk's now older. Yeah. Dubois is now becoming a man. You think he went through fucking puberty the way this has been?
Yeah, I know.
Right? This is the data, right? In rematches, both Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury landed fewer punches against Oleksandr Usyk in their rematches. Even though the narrative was that AJ did better or Fury did better, they landed fewer punches. Now, Daniel Dubois in the first fight against Oleksandr Usyk, I'll tell you actually, the 3 fights after Oleksandr Usyk, the average amount of jabs landed, the average was 58 per fight. So against Big Baby, against AJ, against Hrgovic, 58 roughly per fight.
Yeah.
Against Oleksandr Usyk in the first fight, he landed 10 jabs. 10.
The thing is, I think
it's no surprise. His defense is unbelievable.
What Usyk is going to show in this fight right now is that he's like a Mayweather equivalent in terms of even if you have a bit more experience, even if you're better than last time, I will find a way to win. This fight, for me, is going to define Usyk's career in a few more ways than it did against AJ and Fury. Because they, straight off the bounce, went straight back into him, and he's like, well, you're going to do similar things. I'm going to figure this out. You've gone on a whole journey. You've fought this guy, that guy, that guy. You've come back. You've got a new belief. Okay, cool. You got a new strategy? All right, lovely. If he wins again tonight, sign his name at the top.
Because it's like, remember, we've made it, we call it the Da Vinci Code, bro. Yeah. It can't be cracked. And right now, you're going to have to say that about Usyk. Because, again, we always tell fighters, go out, have the learning fights, get back, build yourself again. And he's done all of that.
Yep.
Only for it to go a different way, but I'm still hoping. I'm just getting with hope now that Dubois is going to do it.
I feel like we have started to unravel your original predictions slowly but surely.
Bro, I started the show. I was at 90, and it's gone. It's gone.
You're back to 50%.
Can I say that's why the timeout benefits both of them massively, right? Yeah. Usyk, less than Fury. Possibly less than AJ, we don't really know. But I don't really think Usyk cares all that much, right? All that much about, like, the public perception. And I think that he's in a luxurious position to not care all that much because he's always been kind of flavour of the month. I think we've always liked him. Like, he's a very real character. We can identify with that, and we always like that, right? But here's the thing. If Usyk did an immediate rematch with Daniel Dubois, and then wins in the immediate rematch, does he get any credit?
I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. I've never witnessed...
He's on the washing line. He's on the washing line.
He's trying to dry himself off.
This is mental.
Right, okay, if we're going to speak about this, let me just say, because I've been keeping an eye on this fight, Louis Edmondson was a big underdog in this one for me. Wow. Louis Edmondson, I'm going to be fair to him, right? Louis Edmondson has gone in there, and he's done really, really well against this fella.
He's winning,
and although this fella has a lot of physical attributes over him, this guy does not like it when it gets tough.
Nah. You know what's funny? Andre Ward said about these Eastern European fighters, he goes, when it's going their way and it's great on the outside, he goes, but the minute you make it a dogfight, they don't like it. that style of boxing, they don't like it.
They like the long range.
Yeah, this is playing out exactly as he said.
Bro,
next up is Okoli, by the way.
My guy, Team
Okoli.
They call him Marvin Hugler.
Yep.
I think that's out of order.
If he wins, I think he's on for a title shot.
With who?
I think he's going to be ranked number one.
He's ranked
really?
because so what it is
is
Bridgerweight. That's what I'm saying. It's mad. In 20 years, if Bridgerweight's still here, it won't be as mad. But at the minute, the fact that Lawrence Okoli beat the guy that Tony Bellew was going to come out of retirement to fight, right? Bellew's only coming out of retirement to fight someone if he knows, like, not a strong champion. You know what I mean? Lawrence Okoli beat that guy at Bridgerweight, and because he was a world champion at Bridgerweight, a weight class that had existed less than 12 months, all of a sudden he's ranked number one for this one. And by the way, if Lawrence Okoli looks unreal tonight, I'm not questioning that. You know, I'd like to see him in a title shot. He's 70 pounds heavier.
I love it. I'm telling you now, man. Because again, this guy, the hugging thing is been in his brand, and it's affected. Like, it's horrible the way he's looked at, but he's not helped it. His situation. I think he was boiling himself down, and he should never have been at that cruiserweight because he looks happy.
Okay,
at this
can
weight.
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? We all agree he was boiling himself down.
Yeah.
Right. I boil myself down, lose 20 pounds, right?
No.
Say he
not
loses.
Today.
Say not today. I don't boil myself down for the fucking pain game show, right? Give me 12 weeks notice. No, but here's what I'm saying, right? Does he need to put on the best part of 70 pounds?
No.
Because what I'm saying is the story of Lawrence Okoli was the guy that was a chubby kid, worked at McDonald's, and now it looks like he spent just as much time in McDonald's as when he was working there.
Says him.
But it depends how much.
We're getting carried away.
It depends how much he was killing himself to stay at cruiserweight, right? Another one who I bring up on charges that's killing himself to make weight and it's affecting their ability to fight is Joshua Boatsi. I honestly think that he cannot make weight at light heavy in the same way because he's never strong he doesn't look as strong as I think he is. He looks gaunt on the scales. I think he's killing himself to make weight and it's taken away from his game.
But then that jump though,
it's too big.
I was just going to say
there needs to be a, what do they call it? They call it super feather now. There needs to be a super light heavy in between light heavy and cruiser. Do you know what I mean? And the mad thing, sorry to just go off on a tangent here, but the mad thing is 20 years ago, there was no cruiserweight. People were going from light heavy to heavyweight.
But you know what it
is? Mental. That's like me just jumping like light heavyweight now. Like, yeah, go on.
Bro, like Bob Foster and those guys, they just straight to heavy, innit?
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
That's nonsense.
I've been saying this for years because I box at light heavyweight. 12-7 is hard for me to make. And Joshua Boatsi, you know, is he 6'3"?
He's tall, he's solid.
He's a big
Did you hear that, by the way? Jake Paul just walked in. The boos
are insane.
Fucking huge.
Really?
By the way, just on what we were saying about the size difference between Jake Paul and AJ, he's not even as tall as his own girlfriend.
Who is it?
Jake Paul.
How tall is Jake? You've met him. How tall is he?
Probably 5'11", maybe 6 foot.
Oh, he's not even 6 foot?
Maybe 6 foot.
Jeez.
Maybe.
Interesting. At 200 pounds.
I was going to say,
but to be honest, do you know when they brought in this Bridgerweight?
Joey, what did you say, mate?
Fucking hell, mate.
Let's all take a group pick up.
When they brought in Bridgerweight, I couldn't understand it because it's always been the case in any fighter that's between light heavyweight and cruiserweight. Because you know, in the amateurs, there's the 86 kilos. You know, and that's in between. The minute you get to international boxing as an amateur, there's no 86 kilos. And at the heavyweight division, it's absolute madness. Yes, you've got the day before weighing, but we were just talking about earlier on, but sparring when you are carrying a little bit above your weight, not as much as Joey, you are a lot physically stronger and you can perform so much better. But there's just too big of a jump.
Can we talk about? Do we talk about another heavyweight? Moses Itoma.
I love that guy.
Is going to be fighting Dillian White. And what is interesting is people like Lawrence Okoli, Derek Chisora publicly. Which is quite unusual in heavyweight boxing. They're literally saying, I can't believe this idiot's taking this fight. He's going to get fucked up. Like, they're not even, giving him a chance. And given Dillian's experience and the fact that there's a level of camaraderie in heavyweight boxing, Chisora's obviously had a couple of fights against Dillian. You'd have thought there'd have been a level of respect. Chisora's openly laughing at him for taking the fight.
Yeah, because he knows. Sorry, go.
Do you know what it is? Dillian White's not wily. Yeah. Like, he's a veteran, but you always go, wily old veteran. Dillian Whyte is a veteran at this point. He's fought numerous world champions, ex-world champions, whatever. In comparison to the heavyweight landscape at the moment, he's a veteran by that logic, but he's not a wily one. He's not a wily one, in my opinion, in terms of that thing of being able to old man someone in a fight, something like that. But the main thing with me is this, right? Anthony Joshua needs an opponent. Before the Jake Paul fight, it could have been rumoured and I wasn't in the know, right? But before the Jake Paul fight was ever sort of publicly spoken about, I think the most logical opponent for Anthony Joshua would have been Dillian Whyte. Yeah. I believe that Anthony Joshua feels a little bit, although that lost over 3 rounds in the amateurs, I believe that Anthony Joshua feels a little bit like he's Dillian Whyte's kryptonite. And I think that Anthony Joshua feels like, do you know what? Whatever point in our career, I can beat you.
Always,
and the best bit about it is I think that Dillian Whyte half thinks the same. He half thinks, if I didn't have one arm, I could have beaten Anthony Joshua, because he said about having one arm multiple times. Now, here's what I'm saying, right? AJ's going to fight probably October, November, right? Yeah. AJ against Whyte, in my opinion, and in the bookmaker's opinion, was the most likely fight. Do you know that? That was the most likely one for AJ's next fight, was AJ to fight Dillian Whyte.
And it makes
sense.
Now,
if Dillian Whyte has accepted a fight 2 months earlier, right, either one or two things has happened. The bag's quite good, and he sees the vulnerabilities. Maybe he's sparred him for all we know. Maybe he's had sparring partners that have sparred him and said, doesn't like it to the body, something like that, whatever. Dillian Whyte's a good body puncher. Or the bag for fighting Moses Atoma,
good retirement package,
is not that far off what it was for fighting AJ.
It probably is similar.
Yeah,
apparently there's a couple of million that they offered Chisora.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not.
He said no without thinking about it, because he's in line for a title shot. He's fought his way up for a shot.
It's mental that Derek Chisora is actually one of the few guys in his later life has actually got better, in my opinion. Early on in his career, I felt like he lacked some motivation. I think the turning point was when he when he moved trainers to David Caldwell. I think that was a pivotal point where I think he come in lighter against Dillian Whyte the second time. I think he did get knocked out, but until that point was the fittest I'd seen him. And I think from then he's kind of learned the correct weight, because I think he was a little bit too light. And I've just seen an improvement for some reason, how he's found that extra motivation. But I have seen a better version of Derek Chisora.
He's the definition of a fighting man.
Whilst
Fury claims it, Chisora is him.
I think he's the toughest boxer alive, him.
Honestly,
Chisora.
He's fought everybody. David Haye, Vitaly Klitschko, right up to the current era, minus Wilder and AJ.
Forget the fact that he's actually lost in the majority of his fight. But in terms of actual resume, the names he's got in terms of heavyweight, he's fought the lot through, a couple of different decades. It's unbelievable, his resume.
Funny thing is, if we're speaking resumes, if you're counting losses as well, just who they've boxed, Dillian Whyte's, mate, outside of the world champions, Dillian Whyte's is the most stacked outside of the world champions.
Dillian Whyte's in a lot of trouble, though.
Does any version of Dillian Whyte, even though people like when the inevitable happens and Moses Atoma ices him, for example, a lot of people go, well, but kind of, I don't want to hear that, because even the version of Dillian Whyte that fought Tyson Fury, that fought Anthony Joshua, whatever, I think Moses beats all of those versions.
But what is the best version
of Dylan Whyte?
You have to say Joseph Parker or Oscar Rivas.
Okay.
What about Povetkin in the rematch?
Good few fights ago.
Yeah.
We're now a good few fights on.
We're way off that.
Do you remember a southpaw that Dillian Whyte's boxed?
Who?
Do you remember a southpaw that Dillian Whyte's boxed?
You're right there. Has he? Has he even fought a southpaw?
He's never boxed a southpaw in his whole
Well, he was southpaw
career.
for 1 round against Fury.
For 1 round against Fury, yeah, I was here. But this is what I'm saying. He's never boxed a southpaw. And this ain't like me going, I can't remember him boxing a southpaw. No, I've done a little bit of research. He's never boxed a southpaw. He boxed one guy that was stated as a southpaw, right? I had to go and find... Do you know how much work I had to do to find this fight? It was at the Coronet. Travel probably know. The Coronet got knocked down like 8 years ago. That was the only time he's ever boxed a southpaw. Then I went and watched the footage. This southpaw boxed orthodox the whole fight.
It's going to be a left overhand.
So what I'm saying is this. The bag for Moses Atoma is either pretty similar, in my opinion, as the bag for AJ, because I think that Dillian Whyte, if I'm looking at it, that I'm not saying it's the more winnable fight, it's the more fight I know more about and I've got more certainty
with. He can win it then.
He's mental.
He's heard something.
Atoma is a problem.
He's looking at him like a kid, isn't he? He's probably thinking, you're a kid, you.
Unless it's a David Haye situation where you just caught him just a bit too early, and I don't think it's that.
You know, you say he's a kid. By the way, Dillian White's son is older than Moses.
Oh, fuck off, man.
And imagine this. Imagine this.
I'm not fighting no one.
Imagine this. I've got a little nephew, yeah? If my little nephew said, my mate's boxer, I reckon he could beat you, I'd say, shut up.
Listen.
You know what I mean? Like,
let me tell you
that is the attitude you'd have.
If my son's brethren knocks me out,
I can't send anyone to bed. I can't send anyone to bed ever again. I don't own the home anymore.
My son,
you got to hand over the deed. You got to hand it over the deed.
You got to pay sitting down after that.
Yeah. I'm messaging my son on WhatsApp talking about how's he looking in camp.
Yeah, fucking hell. Let me ask a question, lads, because we mentioned earlier Eubank Jr. There's obviously other British fighters who we're very excited to see. Ben Whittaker, Vidal Riley, signed to Boxer. Now, we're in a really weird Travis already going.
Yeah, because what does that mean?
We're in a really weird situation where obviously we've now got DAZN with Queensbury, they've got Matchroom, and obviously they've got the Ring now and Riyadh season, and Boxer were on Sky. There's a lot of unsureness about what the hell is going on over there, but it feels like Boxer aren't going to be on Sky for that much longer, or because I'm not hearing anything, right?
Look, I'll tell you what I've heard. The rumours are Boxer might be on an iPlayer, bro. Yeah, iPlayer. BBC. That's where Boxer could end up, bro. Like, I'm looking at it now, I'm thinking to myself, how are you going to keep Eubank Jr., Bacoli, Vidal Riley, Ben Whittaker? How are you going to keep them there? Like parliamentary procedure on BBC Parliament. Bro.
Especially now, some people don't pay TV license. They're not going to be able to watch them.
This is what I'm saying. I'm looking at this now, I'm thinking to myself, I'm looking at his whole trajectory of how he's played this game, trying to be the nice guy amongst sharks. And I'm like, bro, this has not worked.
Has he tried to be
He's tried to
He tried to be friends with Eddie.
Do you know what I've wanted? Right? And honestly, obviously, when the whole Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren rivalry was an ongoing thing, right?
Yeah.
We were, in a way, born into it.
Yeah.
Like, we never knew. We never knew him being cool.
That's right.
We never knew either, first coming on. I know we knew Eddie, but Frank was already there, sort of thing. And it just felt normal, right? And when Ben came along, I was like, I don't know why, but because boxing had been going so well and whatnot, I was kind of like, listen, just get on with these lot. Just do your bit to get on with them. And there were things, I'm not being funny, the little thing with, do you remember when we were out in Saudi and he pushed in front of Frank and Frank got the hump?
But it was his show, though.
It was. But there's a way of doing it. There's a way of doing it. I wouldn't just push in front of you like that. I'd go, mate, can I? Do you know what I mean? Whatever. And Frank probably would have been cool. I saw quite a lot of opportunities where Ben didn't really play ball. And I think if there ever is a time to play ball, it's now. Now's the time to play ball.
Yeah.
Because everyone's got fighters, and I've got to be honest with you, bro, I'm sorry, you're the one with the least.
Yeah,
you're the one that has Fraser Clark, Ben Whittaker,
but then,
and
I think you lot, I don't think you lot are being fair. Because when
fair?
Yeah, because Ben Shalom really tried to be friends with them, and they sunned him every single time. You weren't even on the emails. What are you talking about? Every single time they tried to remind him, you're not us. So they always tried to little man him, and they never even. There's a reason why he was trying to stand there. My fighter, what are you doing there, Frank?
I completely get that, and this is not to say it's right. Just because the way something runs is in a certain way, it doesn't mean it's right. There's always room for change.
Yeah.
But if I'm Ben Shalom, I'm going to have a little bit of a look back at boxing history and see how promoters treat each other when they first come in.
Thank you.
And then I'll go, do you know what? We played a long game, yeah? Maybe not as long as Eddie and Frank took, and a negotiator coming in the middle of them, but let me play the long game, try to get on with
I think it's a financial situation where he came in as the little shark, and these are big fucking killer whales that he's dealing with. And Frank and Eddie have moved over to DAZN. They've got the might and the power of the future of streaming. Sky, they're in the fucking past. They obviously weren't giving Ben the same budget that Eddie was getting. And the power that... Here's the thing. A lot of people give Eddie and Sky Sports credit for what they were able to build in AJ. But let's be real here. That was in an era where everyone was watching Sky Sports News. And everyone was using that platform in a way that they're not using in the same way anymore. And that streaming is destroying slowly but surely. And I feel like Ben was on a sinking ship as he stepped on it, Titanic almost, and he was kind of circumstantially fucked. And one of the problems is obviously Frank and Eddie are those entities are financially so powerful and they're able to offer big checks. They've got connections to these sponsors and that sponsors. A boxer was sort of just getting started, and I feel like these boxers, the sad reality is, because boxers obviously they do a really dangerous job, but they're not worth a lot of money, and only people that bring money in are the pay-per-view stars, which are owned by Frank and Eddie, and the pay-per-views that Ben would want to put on. It's really hard to get someone to be a pay-per-view star, and it was always going to be hard.
But he's got one fighter that is a pay-per-view star that is going to be Ben Whittaker.
Name one who's sold a pay-per-view. He's never sold a pay-per-view.
No, but I'm saying these are people that you build.
was a boxer pay-per-view and they did good numbers.
Yeah.
But also you have to remember, you can't absolve Ben of all the responsibility. Think of the fights that were supposed to be made that he just rug pulled for no reason. Fraser Clark, Fabio Wardley, for no reason. Contract doesn't get signed. We don't go to the order. We just don't respond. There's other fighters that he's made. Jamie
TKV the other day. Jamie TKV against Dave Allen. It's a fight. It's there. It's negotiated. Apparently, Jamie TKV wants it.
He said, I want it.
He said, I want it. He said, I want it. Sweet,
what happens?
Done whatever. If you send that to the board, because they're so highly ranked, I'm not saying you might go, oh, one's at 1 and one's at 3, and there's someone in there at 2. Because they're so highly ranked, that would have been made for the British title.
But think of another one.
Ben Shalom goes in there.
Yeah.
He goes in there and he goes, Fraser Clark's higher ranked than him. Fraser Clark needs the shot. You're saying that, but you don't have a venue booked or a date or anything like that. So when you do that, other promoters are going to look at that, and if you had a venue, if you had a date, if you had a plan, they'd go, all right, fair enough, like whatever. But if you've just done that and you've got no venue, no date, no plan, all the promoter is going to think is you're trying to fuck me over.
Here's another one that he did that was crazy. The email with the rounds for Ben Whittaker's fight versus Cameron. I know he's had howlers. He's had howlers. Yeah. He's literally he's like the Titus Bramble of like a promotion.
Pure Titus Bramble.
Sorry.
That was an old Newcastle defender. And he was known for mistakes.
To be fair to Titus Bramble, we did it for a lot more years. Ben's early stages.
Yeah, he messed up in the worst possible way. Too many times. That was a disgusting.
But he made Fraser Clark look like a coward for not fighting Fabio Wardley at that time. These are the things that he does, where it's like, whilst he irritates other promoters, he makes his own fighters look bad.
I think he was playing with a weak hand, though. He was playing poker against people who he knew were holding aces and kings, and he's like, I've got a pair of 5s here. I've got to make it look as good as I can. And all I will say is I understand that he was cautious, because when you've got a handful of fighters who people even fucking know, let alone pay-per-view stars, you're up against it in a massive way, and that's why he kept, when he was on our show, and I thought he came across well, to be fair.
He done brilliant.
He did say, like, you don't understand how hard it is in the situation I'm in. And here's the question. If Boxer, something goes wrong there, he's got some good fighters now. And they're going to have a situation where maybe we might see some free agents, and hopefully not, because I wish Ben the best. But where would you go if you're a Vidal Riley or a Ben Whittaker? What do you do?
Well, Frank Warren look at it like this, this was a precursor to let you know there's issues. Eubank come out and said, we're not being promoted by Ben, right? Eddie Hearn was the one that put that to the market. Then Napa and those guys, they came out and they said, yeah, we're partners with Ben. He's not promoting us.
He's not representing us. As in, Eubank is being negotiated for by Eubank's manager, not Ben Shalom. In the way that, for example, if Turkey Al Sheikh's putting on an event, Frank Warren will negotiate on behalf of Tyson Fury.
And so I think there is a distancing that's happening, because I'm not sure what the future of Boxer looks like. I think it probably looks a bit darker than we want to.
If I'm Ben Whittaker, I'm running straight to Eddie Hearn.
Absolutely.
I don't care whether it's Eddie, whether it's Frank, as long as it's the zone. To be honest,
I personally
do you know what I would do?
Yeah,
I'll go straight to His Excellency.
Fuck
middleman.
Directly.
Let's take an extra 5% each. Who cares? Like, do you know what I mean? But I'd go straight to the middleman. But what I'm saying is this, right? It doesn't look good at this moment in time
100%.
for Ben Shalom. Now, what Eddie Hearn always had, right? What Frank Warren had was the respect and the longevity in the game and the accolades of being able to say, I put this on here, I did this, I did fights at the old Wembley, I did whatever, right? But what Eddie Hearn had was storylines. And he took guys from like, all right, that Olympic cycle, Luke Campbell, Josh Kelly and AJ, you guys come over here and I'm going to build all of you a story. All separate, but I'm going to build all of you a story.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately for Ben doesn't strike me as someone that at this moment in time has that ability to be able to build a story, and whether it's true, not true, whatever, to be able to get people to really, really care. And sometimes AJ, any of the fighters I named, Luke Campbell, anyone, they could sit there and not say a word. But Eddie makes people care about these fighters, for good or for bad.
Do you know what I think? But there is a storyline though, because remember he came into the game and said, "I'm gonna take out one of the light heavies in 6 or 7 fights." Well, I'm gonna.
You talking about Ben
Whittaker. So his storyline is saying, "I'm a disruptor." His main storyline is, "I'm here to disrupt the division," and there's good fighters in this division. And let's say now he says, "Okay, if I signed him, for instance, I would Craig versus Ben Whittaker." Makes a lot of sense because that was Craig Richards. And the reason why I say is because again, you have to do, if you want to go in the storyline, that was Eddie Hearn's guy. Eddie Hearn used to manage him. He's saying that I'm in here to disrupt.
I think I'd go with Frank, by the way.
Really? But when you want Buatsi, there's so many players.
I feel like tonight is living proof of the management skills. Don't get me wrong, Eddie is the best talker in fighting. Right? Dana White, none of them can hold a candle. Eddie is an amazing talker. But Frank's man management
is fantastic.
And the way he's delivered so many title shots, so many opportunities to his fighters.
That's true.
100%, I couldn't agree more. But I do feel sorry for Ben, though, because I do think when he come into it, like the way he's kind of tried to look after his fighters. I think we'll talk about Ben Shalom, we'll talk about Fraser Clark and things like that. I think he did have the right intentions for his fighters, but unfortunately his lack of experience, because you've got Eddie Hearn who had his dad. You know, Frank Warren, he's been around for 100 years. You know what I mean? The experience. He come in.
You've got to start sprinting immediately on the treadmill here, haven't you?
I think he come in the game too high, too quickly. He didn't have all that experience, you know, on the small hall shows for years before he got to the top. And all of a sudden, like we've said, he was in there with the Sharks, and there was a change in the way the market was going as well.
And Sky, you have to take what you're forgetting is Sky felt a bit aggrieved to see Eddie Hearn walk out the way he walked out. They were like, "We've built this." In their head, they was like, "It was me, you, AJ." And then after all of a sudden, you're bigger than the brand, because Eddie Hearn became as big as Sky, even bigger. In a sense of just him, Eddie Hearn, he get booed.
He still bangs views on Sky. Done an interview on Sky yesterday. I looked at it. It was like the most viewed bit of content they've uploaded that wasn't a fight in a
But then sometimes when you experience something like that, they're saying, well, never again. And they're saying, yes, Ben Shalom is here, but we don't want you to walk out the same way he did with the fighter. So
my overriding feeling about this is like I'm sad, because I think competition, even if it is like an underdog show on Sky, for Sky to just say boxing, nah, we'll take the odd show that you'll do. It's like, well, actually you're cutting him off at the knees there, because the only way he can sustain his business is if you give him regular money, regular shows. So you're fucking him over.
You know what frustrates me about if I believe Ben Shalom's business dealings as the way that we've been portrayed them, right? And I could be wrong, and we could all be wrong, but if I believe it to be that way, what frustrates me so much with the way that Ben's managed things is there might not have been a bridge to build with Frank Warren. 100%. You could have gotten a really good, healthy working relationship with Eddie Hearn. Remember this.
Love-hate that, though, wasn't it?
Remember this, yeah? Okay? He pushed in front of Frank Warren in the thing. He basically stole Eddie Hearn's idea to come into boxing, right? Yeah. I'm not saying amateur boxing competitions didn't have this, but who do you remember in America having a similar format to Prize Fighter? Because I don't remember any. I don't remember anything like Prize Fighter, the 3-3-round fights in one night, until Eddie Hearn did it and came on the scene with it.
Yeah.
What did Ben Shalom enter boxing with? He entered boxing. He entered boxing with that exact same format.
He's pissed him off already.
And that's what I'm saying. Started off on the wrong foot, but I feel like Eddie had warmed to Ben. I feel like there were so many fights to be made there. Dalton Smith against Adam Azim. There were so many. And if it is the way it's looking, it's just frustrating.
Regardless of what happens, I hope Ben stays in boxing, and
Same.
I hope Boxer can find a home. But worst case scenario, remember when WWE kind of bought out WCW, and then you had like Eric Bischoff working for Vince McMahon. I think he'd still be a good voice and a good face in boxing. That'd be useful. We do have to run the ads. Shout out to our sponsors, Ush, who are doing the most insane giveaway I've ever been a part of. I mean, this is ridiculous. Free tickets here. All you have to do is click a few buttons, you get a free ticket, and the draw is for an Audi RS6. Or you can have 50 grand in cash if you'd rather have the cash. I've driven the car. It's unbelievable. Do you know what was really funny? The guys that were, shout out them, they're lovely people. They were in the car and they were like, "You can put your foot down a bit." I was like, "All right, can I put the foot down? Can I?" All right. I thought, you've just fucked right up here, by the way. And I floored it going along Whitley Bay, meow, and there was a chick in the back, and she was like, "I didn't think I was going to make it." They're like, "Thank God." So yeah, shout out to Usyk. They were good sports that day, and I put them to the test. They passed. I don't know if I'd passed my test if I was driving like that, but anyway, 4-litre twin turbo this car, and an amazing interior leather, beautiful car. And again, if you're not a car person, 50 grand in cash, and the tickets are free. The link is in the description below. The QR code's on screen now. Just a few clicks and you're in the draw. And they literally ring people up on their Instagram and tell them, like, by the way, you've just won 50 grand. Oh, they do it like, all the time. They're doing it all the time. They're a great bunch of guys. Shout out to them. And also, not long now, Lawrence Okolie, the co-main event, he's on his way to the ring. There is one more fight before Oleksandr Usyk, Daniel Dubois do battle for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Only the third time in the last 25 years this has happened. It's special, and that's why you need to buy the pay-per-view. The link for that is also in the description below. Shout out to DAZN. Thank you very much, lads.
I'm excited for this fight, you know.
I was about to say.
I'm looking forward to this because I know Lawrence Okolie's had a, you know, they call him the hugger or whatever, but he's developed a style that works for him. And, you know, the aim of the game of boxing is to hit and not be hit. And actually, he's took very little damage in his whole career. He's just found a way, unfortunately, to most fans, hasn't always been pleasant to watch. But, I mean, even throughout his career, he's had quite a lot of stoppages.
Some good knockouts.
He's had some really good knockouts.
He's a weird one, isn't he?
But I think as well, his personality's got a certain way about him, which he's not. People just don't seem to warm to him.
His story is cool. You know, this is a guy that I'm a part of the Okolie family. So
okay.
Yeah.
You can give me a better insight.
I'm just letting you. Basically,
he speaks to Okolie's brother.
I speak to Okolie's brother.
Do we need to watch your mouth or not?
No, because I told them the truth. I told them when they went to pick up a fight. Remember, if they pick a fight that I don't like, I'm going to say something about it.
Which one didn't you like?
Which was it?
Henry.
Which was the fight when I called him? I said, "This is disgusting. This is a disgrace."
Surely it was the fight that he lost the title in cruiserweight, man.
No,
Bilham Smith was on a good run of form.
It was
the Riakporhe fight not happening.
The Riakporhe not fight happening.
But the Bilham Smith fight was fucking terrible.
So it was bad. It was
but
bad.
look, the size of him for the cruiserweight, like he needed to move up. That's the bottom line. That's why I forgive him.
Watch him tonight, guys. I promise you, classic.
Well,
promise. Classic performance.
I'll tell you this, right?
Yes, I promise you,
Kevin
bro.
Lerena. Look at the main event tonight, right? Kevin Lerena, he's a southpaw for the first thing.
Doesn't matter.
And he dropped Daniel Dubois legitimately once.
3 times.
Again, doesn't matter.
Legitimately once. Daniel Dubois' head was not recovered. He had to take a knee 3 times in that one fight, Kevin Lerena.
Yeah.
I was looking at Kevin Lerena, right? The Justice Hooney fight, I was over 10 rounds, and he lost by 2 points on 2 judges' scorecards.
Yep.
Right? I thought Justice Hooney won the fight, but it is what it is. And then when I look at his losses, his only other loss, the third loss on his record, was like 4 fights in, and that sometimes happens. Johnny Nelson lost his first 3 fights.
That's right.
Became world champion.
Yeah.
Sometimes happens, right? So what I'm saying here is, in terms of, we always speak about gatekeepers, there was a point when, like, I don't know, sort of when Dillian White was having that good run of form, and he was fighting Oscar Rivas and guys like that, and you're on about kind of gatekeeper type ones. Kevin Lerena, in my opinion, is like gatekeeper heavyweight wise, as good as it gets in terms of you'll find stuff out. I would be very surprised if Lawrence Okolie blitzes this guy in 2-3 rounds.
Blitz him.
But if he does, I'll also be very excited.
If he does, that'll be a hell of a statement.
He's gonna blitz
That
him.
will be a hell of a statement.
We've got a couple of topics I need to get through before we get onto the main event hype. We will give you some running commentary when we can of this, but one of the best-known boxers on the planet has been arrested again.
What?
Gervonta Tank Davis.
For fuck's sake.
And unfortunately, it's constantly the same issues. He's always hitting women. For a start, like, what do we make of the fact that this guy is supposed to be the face of boxing in America, and these are the issues we're dealing with? And not to mention the fact that, like, this is a guy who consistently does not want to fight Shakur Stevenson. He does not want to, cement a legacy. What do we just make of him as a character in general right now?
Well, you got to look at the suspiciousness of his last fight was crazy, and he has to fight that guy again. He spoke about hair grease in his eye, and now all of a sudden
he's gone death silent. By the way, he's not coming back to Lamont Roach.
I think pushed that fight. They've pushed that fight back a month.
They pushed it, but then again, because I don't think he wants to fight Roach. Yeah. I don't think this is a situation. Remember, there was no one was having it. You're not going to tell us. You're not. There's no excuse he could really make. Now, I'm not saying that he's done this on purpose, but the timing is crazy.
Do you know what else is a problem though? Is I've seen some of the comments in the tweet when he got arrested, and he's hiding his face in shame. And they're saying, well, you know, innocent till proven guilty. I'm like, I've seen footage of him in a boxing arena grabbing a woman, and obviously his girlfriend, and driving her around like as if she isn't even a human, right? He treats her like a piece of shit, and it's like, I've literally seen footage of you being really physical with him at a fucking boxing event. I believe it. I believe you hit her. I absolutely do.
You know what the mad thing is?
You did it in public, so what the fuck are you doing in private?
It was
Exactly.
it was probably more noise about Ryan Garcia's antics in the build-up to the Devin Haney fight. He wasn't in domestic violence things and whatever. He was doing stuff that, to be honest, 90% of males probably do at some point in their life, go on a bit of a mad one and whatnot. So in terms of Gervonta Davis, I think that it's a real shame because I actually think on talent and talent alone,
could be a superstar.
He already is a superstar to an extent, but could be like next level.
Yeah.
And I don't even the things is like I don't question his commitment in the gym. I don't question his work rate. I don't question those sort of things. You know, like I remember like Errol Spence when he was on top. We used to hear rumours about him and whatnot. And it's not necessary that I hear things like that about Gervonta Davis. But if you did hear that rumour about him, not many people are going to turn on you. The second that you have got 2 arrests on camera, by the way, police cam footage, 2 arrests on camera, both for the same thing, which is domestic violence, you're going to turn any normal thinking person against you.
I think I'm surprised at the lack of criticism he's had, to be honest with you. With the fight is underway, by the way, Akoli looking to throw bombs early. I understand that, like, the fighting audience were a bit fucking mental. But
there's got to be a standard.
In America, it's weirdly... I'm surprised the level of, like, the lack of shock and like disgust.
I think what it is that people don't necessarily look to fighters for a moral high ground in the way that we do with British athletes. So like with our British athletes, we don't look at them to be nice people. We don't look for them to not be nice people. You have to be someone who can speak to the Queen. You got to be someone who. Whereas in America, it's just like as long as you can fight, I expect you to be
we
a
literally
wild
don't
dude.
give a fuck what you've been locked up for. Like Mike Tyson, come straight out, title shot. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's why like. I actually get like one of the reasons why I like cling on to the respect as well, that I have so much for Fury is I look at Fury and Conor McGregor, right? And I will bring it back to Tank, by the way, but I look at like Fury and Conor McGregor. The rises were around the same time. The all of a sudden influx of money would have been around the same time.
Yeah.
And as many criticisms as we can have of Fury, we can have so many. One thing you don't see is him going out and pulling birds by the hair in nightclubs and doing stuff like this and whatever. Yeah. And you look at the way like McGregor's career's gone, and they, as I say, it was kind of entwined.
Conor McGregor makes Tyson Fury look like a fucking saint.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And I just do believe that, like, boxing's a popularity contest. Boxing is a popularity contest. Ultimately, it matters how good you are, but it is a popularity contest. If you want to make that big money, you can't be getting in these. You can't.
I was saying this, by the way. I'm watching this here. KG, what you thinking?
Well, he's tentative.
This is your guy.
He's tentative, but you see what you notice when he got into that one little hug. Yeah, he put his hands up to say, "Listen, this ain't me." So he's letting you know that he's trying to drop the bombs, but I feel like he's not stepping in just yet. But then he's got the range. He's got the range perfect.
I think he's far too heavy. I'm watching him.
Mate, he looks heavy.
He looks very sluggish in the way he's moving.
This is like a Bacoli moment again, isn't it? Where you're like, "Fuck me, you look heavy." Son.
He's far too heavy, and you know. Kevin Lorena looks very calm and relaxed because he's experienced. He's been in here. His facial expressions hasn't changed at all. Whereas Lawrence Oconee looks a little bit panicky, a little bit.
If you're looking at this slow
but he's won the first. He's won that round though.
He's won it because he's thrown. But Kevin Lorena looks calm. He's like, okay, you just do your thing. I'm just going to let you slow down just a little bit.
Kevin Lorena's also boxed in front of a stadium against Dubois.
That's right.
In a co-main event. I don't know whether Lawrence Oconee's boxed in a co-main event so far.
Oconee's always been the guy. Remember AJ fights?
AJ
he was always on AJ undercard.
Can I tell you something? Do you know you used the word tentative there, right? Do you know what we often mistake for tentative?
What's that?
A fucking huge puncher. Like, sometimes you look at Hamza Shiraz and you go, oh, he's tentative. No, he's a huge puncher. He realises I don't even need to whatever. I can just bomb one shot and you're gone. I'm not saying Deontay Wilder-esque or whatever, but I do think that Lawrence Coley knows something. He sees Sent with this extra weight on in the gym, and he knows he's a big puncher. And therefore, I think that's why maybe the output wasn't as high there.
He hit him with some good shots, didn't he?
The thing is, earlier you definitely did land some decent shots, but they didn't seem to phase Kevin Lerena.
Right.
But the thing is, Brian touched on it earlier on, about the jump in the amount of weight he's actually put on. If you look at the master, Oleksandr Usyk, the way he come from cruiserweight, he didn't just pile on, how many pounds did you say he'd actually put on?
70.
Between 60 and 70 pounds.
That's a lot of weight just overnight.
I'm one of the few people in this room who can say I know what it feels like.
But remember, his missus was pregnant as well.
No, but shut the fuck up.
His missus. Who?
I'm
sorry,
so
Coley just had it. Bro, there's weight that you put on when your missus pregnant.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you. Bro, you're with your
why have we got
missus.
long camera shots so we can get in?
This is elite.
Bro,
elite level fighting. You can't say, oh, by the way, it was Easter a few weeks ago. This is why. This is, everything else goes out the window.
There's a science in
Here's
it.
what I'm trying to say, right? The cruiserweight wasn't right for him. He was too fucking, big for that, right? But the weight he's gone up to, it's one extreme to another, right?
That's right.
So, like, when you put on a stone, you get a little bit slower. At that size, that skeletal structure, 2 stone, you get quite a bit slower. If you're, he's put on 60 pounds. That's fucking 4 stone.
It's the same thing. Well, sorry, 1 second. It's the same thing when you lose weight. If you lose it too quickly, your body can't cope. It puts it straight back on.
His body
if
ready
you
for
put
this?
on this much weight this quickly, your body's going, what the hell's going on here? You've got to do it gradually.
Can I just say, when we see them pictures of him in his school uniform and that, and he's really big, he's probably 100 pounds heavier than what he was boxing at. Was he born that way? Was he born like that, or did he get fat? Did he get fat?
So
I hate to be ruthless, but Loza said it best. He's an eater.
Yeah, but that's okay. You can be an eater and still be devastating.
He's fat though. He doesn't physically, like, on the eye. You're not looking at him going, no, he's so fat. But I'm just saying the way he's moving, it looks a bit laboured.
I think it's difficult because when you've seen someone at cruiserweight, obviously a lot lighter weight, going to heavyweight, you're naturally going to analyse the way you move. And the fact that he's put on so much weight, and I think one thing that Lawrence Coley was quite good at, even at cruiserweight, he had good feet. He could, box and move, keep it long. He just looks a little bit sluggish, and it's like you've went to a different weight division. You don't need to put on that much weight because it's going to affect your natural style.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying, his natural style.
But his style was something that needed to be fixed. Remember, you said to him. There's a point that he said you look better in the gym.
I said to him, I don't like the way you fight because you just abandon your natural attributes.
So what do you see in the gym? Tell me, how does he fight in the gym?
No, so there's a sparring video I saw when he sparred Dillian Whyte, and he looked fantastic in that video.
Okay.
Now, Dillian Whyte clearly wasn't fight
short
ready.
right hand off Lerena.
But he's not looking fantastic here. It looks laboured, and it's like he just looks like he's taking away his natural kind of speed elements. I'm not really impressed by this weight.
You've just nailed the point. His natural attributes that he had at cruiserweight.
Yeah.
You don't change just because you've went up a weight division into a different style of fighter completely. Yes, you might, slow down a little bit. Like you say, we know Usyk slowed his feet slightly, so he can plant his feet, dig them a little bit more. But he's got great head movement. But if you look at Lawrence Coley, his thing isn't head movement. So slowing his feet down, going up in weight, isn't a positive attribute to try to change. He needs to be able to still be mobile. That's what I'm kind of getting at.
I've seen something I didn't want to see.
In this fight
wait, hold on. Let me say this, by the way. I've seen something I didn't want to see in the corner. Obviously, it's the second round. We're going into the third.
He didn't ask for something to eat, did he?
He asked, no. He got into the third, and he's breathing
heavy.
Of course he is, man.
What did I say in round 1? He looks tentative, and when I was saying that, it's like when you're panicked, you're flustered.
Really heavy.
He's breathing really heavy.
You're struggling.
That's scary. I didn't like that.
That might be nervous energy, though.
But that is what kills you in a fight.
Yeah.
Nervous energy.
What did he win?
That second,
Do we know?
I'm not too sure.
What is he weighing?
What does he win?
260.
260.
And he fought Biddam Smith at 199.
Fuck me.
But the reason I said 70 sometimes is because he's fought under the 199. He's fought as lower. I think there's 190. But what I just think that when you look at Lawrence Coley, if you make that jump, right, when Evander Holyfield did it, when Usyk did it, when some of the other fighters like that we don't even think
David Haye.
Dorcas, Braders, David Haye, when somebody make this jump, Gassiev, you go. Right, you're going to need to pack on a bit for the heavyweight division, yeah. And my number that I usually think is somewhere between 20 and 30 pounds.
Yeah.
When it gets to between 60 and 70, that wasn't planned. It wasn't planned.
That's a full human.
That's
a full human.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, this is his second fight at heavyweight. So he's been here before at this kind of just large size that he's kind of at. So it's not that he's uncomfortable with it, because he would have been this weight for his whole camp.
He's been here before once against
camp in the real deal. That's why I always say under the bright lights is different. You know what I mean? You can't compare the two.
Agreed.
And the thing is with Kevin Lerena, he is a bit of he's got a style where he is so calm, but his hands are quite quick. And when you've got that smaller guy and you can close the distance, and he's a southpaw. I'm trying to think of how many people I've seen Cody fight southpaws.
But Lerena hasn't played his part in this one though.
But he doesn't. He's not super busy. If you watch his fights, he bides his time. He's got a high guard. He walks in and then he fights in bursts.
He's a weird dude though, isn't he, Lerena? The way he let Dubois off was bizarre.
Yeah.
But even if you look at this fight right now, all Lerena is doing is saying, you're moving so much for the big guy that's supposed to be in the ring.
Exactly.
I'm letting you burn out. Go on, keep
Do you
going.
not think he's just taking everything off the gloves and just trying to let him
That's right. That's the point.
Burn out.
That's my point.
Burn out, bro.
It's round 3. You know, there's another 7 rounds to go.
And the pace looks as if they've had a war in a few rounds. It's insane.
Like for Lerena, this has been very comfortable.
Oh, he's got his mouth wide open now, Akoli. He's mouth breathing big.
This isn't a good camp. This war's not a good camp. I don't care.
Oh, come on, Akoli,
when I seen this fight was made, I went, oh shit, this might be difficult for him.
Come on, Akoli.
Because I do actually rate Kevin Lerena. I really do.
Yeah, I think.
Like, I'm not saying he's a world beater at heavyweight, because realistically, he's not really the biggest of heavyweight. He's really a bridgerweight, cruiserweight, whatever you want to call him. But if you're not the top guys, he's going to give you some trouble.
Good, facts.
He'll give you a good test. He's a bit of, did you say earlier on, Joe? You said he's a bit of a gatekeeper.
He's kind of a gatekeeper in my opinion, but I do think that he's a decent level of gatekeeper. Like, I was looking at his resume earlier.
Yeah.
No, like massive standout names on there.
He's
But
tired.
every guy on there that I expect him to beat, i.e., like, does anyone remember Shenagashi that fought Derek Chisora?
No,
Gashi, he gave
bro.
Chisora a war. Like, he actually gave Chisora a really good fight. Like, he beat Gashi. Like, anyone that I'd expect him to beat, Kevin Lerena has beat. So
let's talk
tired.
about the main event, lads, because we're getting closer to it. I'm just wondering for a start, and we will keep dipping back into this. Age, 38-year-old Oleksandr Usyk, 27-year-old Daniel Dubois. How much do you expect age to actually play a part in this fight?
Well, this is a great point, because I've been sick of hearing the word getting old, because I've not seen anything from Oleksandr Usyk where he looks old, where I've seen him slow down, other than I think he slowed his feet. On purpose, stylistically, because he's felt he can with the bigger guys. And also, we'll talk about bodies breaking down. You hear of AJ and various people having various injuries. When do you hear of Oleksandr Usyk needing time out because of an injury?
But the problem with that is that Father Time comes and knocks overnight and he's in your house.
And the other thing, can I ask everyone, if Oleksandr Usyk did have an injury, right, and it was like out of camp, he didn't have to postpone a fight, do you think he'd tell anyone?
Of course not.
Oh, he'd be straight on Snapchat.
He wouldn't.
He's a hard bastard.
that man would not tell a fucking soul. Oleksandr Usyk might have had bear injuries that we don't even know about. That man ain't telling a soul.
That's true.
But I would go along with that, because as far as I can remember, can you remember a Usyk fight postponed or
something normally gets, even if it's a fact of needing a fight to be postponed, then he would have to give some information. Like, I can't remember. And bear in mind, he's probably, I've got to give him more credit, because he's probably been one of the most active fighters I can think of.
That's right.
Right from his amateur career, 300 plus amateur fights, no breaks, straight in the pro ranks, cruiserweight, fighting everyone. What's the tournament he went into where
WBSS Super Series.
There was no option of which direction you go. You fight the best, whoever we tell you. Straight to the heavyweight division. Straight to the top.
The Joseph Parker issue that Dubois had. Usyk doesn't pull out.
Listen, his leg falls off the day before. He's still fighting. That's what Oleksandr Usyk does.
The story that Chisora told on TalkSport the other day, when he said, look, I was asking him, like, how's things going at home, and he's like, got fucking planes ready to drop bombs fucking flying over my house, and everyone's going into the fucking bomb shelter, and he goes, I just turned over and went to sleep.
Blows my mind.
Like, he's very mentally strong, this guy, and I think that's the thing that has caused everyone so many problems about him.
there's a fighter that was able to pull out and had a genuine reason to pull out a fight, it's Oleksandr Usyk, war in his country, and still
100%,
so
100%. When you said there about like how much does age play a factor?
11 years is a long time.
I'd spin it ever so slightly, and I'd say how much does maturity play a factor? Because maturity
smooth.
Love Joey
didn't come in line with age for Daniel.
That was borderline sexy.
If you weren't so fat, that'd be sexy.
This is what happened, right? Joey was in the club chatting up an older woman, and he was like, "Look, let's not age is just a number. Let's talk about maturity."
Yeah.
All right.
Let's talk about maturity. I've got a full card of Pokemon here. I would say it's more so for me about maturity, right? Because some fighters will be a 30-year-old's brain inside a 21-year-old's body.
Yeah.
I very much think that Daniel Dubois, like, I know I'm just going out on a whim here. I've got no information here. I think he separates two parts of his life. I think he separates before and after, right? And I'm on about the Usyk fight. I'm literally on about that.
Brazil. Before and after Brazil.
And taking the replays off. But what I'm saying, right, is I think he separates them two parts of his life. I think he genuinely believes he's a new man. So rather than age being the factor, and I get it, obviously what comes of age, an age differential, athleticism, right? But I actually think it's maturity that separates the two now. And Usyk will always be getting better because every day's a school day for Usyk, He'll always be getting better. Will he be getting more mature and assured of himself?
Oh, mature and assured.
To an extent, yeah. But I don't think as much as Daniel Dubois has gained.
Okay.
Wait, I need to do this quickly just to give you lot, because we can go back into this. But I just want to let you know what's going on in this fight right now. I'm sad to say it, yeah. The size is a problem. My boy doesn't look good in there right now. I won't lie to you.
He's shifting a few lefts there.
But there's a lot. He's exhausted. He's tired. The speed's not there, and it's sad to watch. But I'm just hoping that the big punch is going to be there.
Can I call it now? If that big punch is going to be there, it's going to be a right uppercut from Lawrence Okoli.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's doing a lot. When you leave them right ones out there and them left ones out there, you're not doing it because you're calculating your fingers. You're doing it because you're fucking tired, mate.
Yeah, but
he's trying to wake. Have you noticed he's got a tail as well? He's trying to wake himself up. He's bouncing on his toes to be like, come on. But he's almost trying to talk to his body, get into this fight, and he's not getting into the fight the way he wants to.
Doesn't look good.
He does kind of do this stiff arm, and he does set punches up. I've seen this in the past, and he's pulled out the bag. But the problem is he hasn't got the sharpness. He can't pull the trigger like he normally does because he's 60 pounds heavier. He's got a child on his back, essentially.
That's
I mean, 60 kilos. People box at 60 kilos.
That's more than a child. I've got a 3-year-old weighing 30 pounds.
Yeah,
60 pounds. Like having a
He's winning the fight, though. Don't get me wrong. He's doing enough to say he's winning the fight, but he's just not doing it well.
I don't know for sure that he's winning this fight.
He's winning the fight.
I think he's winning.
I don't see what Lorena's done.
I think
remind me of a good shot that Lorena's had.
Lorena has been landing.
But
it's nothing significant. He's not wobbling his
This is
legs
when the
or
fight
anything like that.
starts, though. Round 5, when he's drained and he's drained his gas tank, we'll find out. Back to Daniel Dubois, lads. Would you say he's the most dangerous fighter of Usyk's career, given the age, given what Daniel Dubois has just done and shown that he is fearless right now? Are you looking at him before every fight he's had recently? Are you like Daniel Dubois is arguably the most dangerous test he's had?
Potentially.
I say AJ won.
Potentially.
I totally agree. You took the words out of my mouth because up until that point, I would have said AJ, but obviously once we've got the data and we're reflecting back, it's a different
That's what I was
conversation.
going to say.
Sorry. I'm not arguing that AJ one was. I'm saying entering the fight.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that AJ one's a more dangerous thing because Daniel Dubois took his losses and he's come back from them. Yeah. Although he has never avenged those losses yet.
No,
could do tonight.
I have to push back on that.
AJ took his losses. He had avenged one of them, and he was on a good run of form going into that Usyk fight. And also, when you look at Daniel Dubois, AJ had fought way more top-level guys, and he had knocked out top-level guys. Povetkin, people like that, people that Usyk would be very, very familiar with.
The problem with having this conversation at this point is that we have the data.
That is the problem.
So the hindsight, cool, going into AJ, it might have been intimidating, but we saw the the fight, and it was a sword fight. Like, it wasn't the war that we expected. Going into this fight, this man has knocked out AJ, something that Usyk couldn't do. He's gone in there with Hrgovic. He's gone in there with Miller.
By the way.
He's coming into this fight with belief that, bro, I'm now him. Yeah. I'm the guy. Like, I understand that you have the accolades, but I promise you, you couldn't knock this man out. And I put him to sleep, bro.
On Travis's point about I did something you couldn't do. Tyson Fury, Oleksandr Usyk, and AJ, I don't know if they've got any opponents in common prior to that. I don't know, other than Chisora.
Chisora.
Yeah, so Usyk fought Chisora, Fury fought Chisora, but AJ didn't. The point is Daniel Dubois has a direct and recent fight that he can actually look and go, I did something you weren't able to do.
That's right.
Now, the one thing that we did have before AJ won was the data that a lot of people were saying Anthony Joshua is gun-shy. Anthony Joshua, since the Andy Ruiz fight, has fear in him. The thing that makes me more worried as a Usyk fan tonight than anything else is the lack of fear I've seen in Daniel Dubois recently, where I'm not saying I expect Daniel Dubois to be able to go in there and outbox Oleksandr Usyk, but of Fury, AJ and Dubois, for me, it's not even a contest as to who wants to win the fight against Oleksandr Usyk more.
Kevin Dubois getting closer and closer here.
You see what I'm saying? He's getting closer to the button.
You know what I've seen in the past from Lawrence? He does this like step back bump. But it's so laid back. He looks like he's gonna get timed off.
It's too slow.
It's too slow. Wow.
Back to it though.
When you said there about the timing type thing with Oleksandr Usyk right now, I just very much believe that going into this Daniel Dubois fight, it is a completely different prospect. Like, it's so I don't even see it as a rematch in a way. I don't even see it as a rematch. And here's the key thing about it, right? I believe that Daniel Dubois went in there, and this is all just my interpretation, but I believe that Daniel Dubois went in there first time round and kind of thought, right, I have got a game plan. I want to be aggressive with you, but what Oleksandr Usyk does is he lures you into a false sense of security. So he makes you think you're competing, but he just makes sure that he wins the round. But in a way, it's competitive, right? So he wins the round, he wins the round. Before you know it, you're 4 rounds down, but you've been competing and actually exhausting yourself. So here's the thing that Daniel Dubois needs to do. And it's so simple. It's so simple. Go in there and decide whether or not you are willing to be knocked out.
Thank you.
And I hate to say this.
My guy.
I absolutely... it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to say this.
Joey Nightboy.
Tyson Fury wasn't.
When Fury rematched Usyk, I don't know whether that was a conscious decision he made. I'm willing to be knocked out to win tonight. I don't think it was when he rematched him. I hate to say that, right? But if Daniel Dubois makes that decision, this is knock him out or get knocked out. If he makes that decision, he's got a hell of a chance.
Absolutely.
Fully agree.
Absolutely. That's perfect.
Well, you know, the data's there. None of the guys prior have been willing to do that, and every time that's what's mad. Like AJ the second time, Fury, these were the top guys, and they weren't willing to do it.
If we look at those 4 fights, in the first fight, AJ basically got rings boxed around him. In the second fight, AJ had a little bit of a go, but he didn't ever fully empty the clip on Usyk when the time came. And when it arguably did come, it was too late in the fight. He was knackered by then. So again, wrong game plan. Fury first fight, Fury actually hurt Usyk at one point, but he didn't follow it up, and he thought, I'm going to keep winning these rounds, and he was in quicksand by round 7. And then in the most disappointing performance of them all for me was the second Fury fight, because I feel like he had the data. He knew AJ did this twice. It didn't work. I've done it once. It didn't work. He knew what he needed to do, and he just went in there and thought, I'm going to not get knocked out, and because I nearly got knocked out last time, and I'm going to try and pick you off as best as I can and hope the knockout happens, it just lands in my lap sort of thing. He wasn't willing to force it, and I think that's the thing with Daniel Dubois. We've not seen a performance from Anthony Joshua in a long time where I've thought, you've went out there and forced the knockout. Against Otto Wallen, it happened. It was just there. He dropped in the 4th round. And Ngannou couldn't stand up to him because he didn't have the skill. But the forcing of the knockout, I could probably go all the way back to fucking Klitschko. That was the last time where I thought he's forced the fucking knockout.
I'd say Hellenius, to be honest with you, as much as it. Probably
maybe.
not the best
but
name.
That was one shot though. Like I feel like against Klitschko, it was a fucking war, and he had to force the knockout, and he wasn't. And even when he was winning, he was like, "You're getting knocked out, you." I wanted to see more of that. Tyson Fury, have we ever seen? Maybe Deontay Wilder in the third fight. He forced the knockout. That was pretty impressive. But again. Can I just say it?
Go on.
Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois against Big Baby Miller. He'd won the fight in the 10th round. Do you know what he did? He still wanted to finish him anyway. He still forced the knockout. Against Hrgovic, he forced the win. He's doing it regularly. Against AJ, he forced the knockout. I'm beating the fuck out of you. So he's showing me more signs as his intent in the boxing ring and his athleticism that he's got more of a chance than AJ and Fury had. Even though I think AJ and Fury are better technical boxers than Dubois. I think he's got more up there right now.
You know, I think what he needs to be able to do is to reset the fight in his mind every 3 rounds. Because I think about Usyk and
that's a great analogy. That by
in
the
that
way.
first fight I watched, one thing Usyk does is changes the pace. He goes, "You think you're getting some kind of rhythm with that? Okay, cool. I'm gonna take that away." If he can say, "Okay, cool, new fight, round 3, let's go again,"
Do you know what
then he's gonna have a real chance. Go ahead.
Dubois, let's say Dubois does that. He resets it every 3 rounds.
Yeah.
How often does Usyk reset it?
Every 3 rounds.
Every round.
Within a round. Within a round, that's the crazy thing. But I do think with Daniel Dubois, the fact that he is more limited than, say, a Tyson Fury and an AJ, that's where his simple-minded approach and also his actual ability does play into his favour because, AJ in his mind thinks, I'm not just a power puncher, I can also box. I'm also a little
bullshit yourself.
You can bullshit yourself. Tyson Fury thinks, I can box, I can do, he's a rabbit, he's a lighter weight, whatever, but I'm a better boxer than him. They both fooled themselves thinking, I can outbox that guy. Daniel Dubois, I think he's confident knowing I'm not a better boxer than Oleksandr Usyk. So that simplistic approach.
Isn't that the first time we've heard that, by the way? This is the first time, pre-fight with Oleksandr Usyk, where we've seen a coach of the fighter going into the fight admit, we cannot outbox him. No one's ever said that. That's why I think we're getting a knockout tonight. One way or another, because this is the first time I've seen a coach actually acknowledge that. And I'm like, he fucking gets it.
We're not wasting time.
You know that strategy.
Don Charles is the man.
Say
what you want.
This is what I'm saying, and this is why, like we were saying about eras coming to an end and whatnot. Father Time's undefeated. That strategy might not work tonight. But if his next 3 opponents all apply that strategy, at some point that strategy is going to work. And it wouldn't have 5 years ago. It wouldn't have 4 years ago.
This is why
but it will work at some point.
Yeah, sorry.
And it could be tonight.
And this is why I say, if Dubois goes out there and says, okay, cool, we're going to see a good masterclass in the dark arts. I'm going to roughhouse you. I'm not playing for points. If the referee takes a point away, it means nothing to me. If I hit you low, if I elbow, if we headbutt, we're going to war and someone's going out on their backs. It's going to be a madness for Usyk to manage.
Could I ask you guys a question,
Sure.
right? What version of Usyk stylistically best suits tonight's fight? Now you could look at the Dubois first fight and you could go, well, the same one that fought him in the first time. He knocked him out.
Fury 2.
AJ 2.
Fury 2. Fury 2, just because he didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He literally said, I think I can knock you out, and I'm going to get it as well. He there was a bit of plodding, a little bit of plodding, but he just said, I'm not going to step out of range heavily. I'm going to knock you out.
I worry about that because I think he needs to show more respect to Dubois' power. I don't think Fury has the power of Dubois.
No.
But
That's why I say AJ
2. He wants a good knockout. He wants to send a message.
AJ 2, you see how he boxed AJ? He kept him on the distance, and in round 9 and 10, dialed up the pace, and it was
Do you think that version of Usyk is still here, though? Do you think?
Absolutely.
This is what I was going to say. So
for the whole fight.
my answer to this, and I rewatched it yesterday, is AJ1. Usyk's feet in AJ1 were ridiculous. And then what I did was I was editing Saying Upright, so just by chance, I've got a bit from the Fury fight, and I'm looking at it and I'm going, could be because you're more confident at heavyweight. You know you can hurt this man. You've had him doing the DVD play. You know you can hurt him, right? So it could be that.
Yeah.
Or your feet could have slowed down, right? I don't know which one it is, but it could be one of the two.
Yeah.
When I look at Usyk's feet in AJ1, they were so fast.
It was mad.
I think that you need to be like that, and I'd agree with Brian. I think you do need to pay Dubois' power a bit more
That's
respect.
what I'm worried about,
Big
you know.
time.
Because AJ1, the version of Usyk for me, is the most impressive boxing display. The way he had AJ, where the fuck are you?
Yeah,
mate?
it was insane.
It was really something to behold.
This is shit. Guys, can we
just quickly, because Keiju's had his head in his hands,
Thank
right?
you. That's what I was
Keiju had his
saying.
head in his hands a minute ago,
Right.
and that means things aren't going that
It's
well
not
for Lawrence
getting well,
Okoli,
bro.
right? All I'm going to say is one thing, and one thing only. You know when that bell rings, he sprints back to his corner. It's the fastest he's moved all night.
I haven't been watching it as fully.
Focused, bro.
Is he was winning the fight or not?
He's knackered.
He's
bro.
winning
ahead?
Quite even.
Even.
You
Thank
know
you.
what it is? You know what it is right now? He's going with single shots, and it doesn't make any sense. The biggest combination he tried to throw was a two-piece. But even with the second punch, there's nothing on the second punch.
Yeah.
And he's going for this one hit.
Because
But then that he's tired.
Is it more like a keep away from me?
Keep away.
That's what I've
But then
witnessed.
it's like he wants to knock him out with it, but you can't knock him out with that one, bro. He's too heavy,
because
bro.
he doesn't seem to be able to plant his feet solid when he is letting the
Yeah,
shots.
and
He
then-
can't make that quick adjustment of moving, planting,
There's no
moving.
And Lorena there was a moment I saw, and he's not even using the power or the size well. Lorena backed him up and pushed him onto the ropes, and everything is wrong
It
about
comes back
it.
to what we said earlier. If you can make
fuck's
200
sake.
pounds, you should never be 260.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'd have to cut a leg off to make 200 pounds.
That's a
right?
lot of
The
weight.
fact that he's ballooned up to that way, he's not right for it.
There's no power on his shots. There's
That's
no
what I'm
snap.
saying,
There's no
because he's
snap.
tired, bro.
I don't like that when he keeps the
what
long
he's
jab
doing.
out as well. I think that's
Look
at
at he's getting hurt now.
right
And
there on the
he's-
button.
There you go. Now he's just going for broke. But
That right
he's
hand left hook
tired.
was slow.
But then how silly does it make you look when you've gone technically 4 punches, although they were the long right arm, the
Yeah.
long lead jab, and he just throws a right hook left hand?
Bam,
Do you
bam.
know what
Bang,
though, mate? I feel like Prince Naz right now, and you just want to say, just finish, mate.
Just check in.
And you know what's frustrating?
Just
Kevin
fucking-
Lorena.
I think McDonald's would take him back in a heartbeat.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Joking.
I feel like, every time I watch Kevin Lorena, he could be winning this fight, but he's always holding back.
Someone's going to have to explain that one. Someone's going to have to explain
Sorry,
He said McDonald's
Akoli used to work at McDonald's before he became professional puncher.
Take it back in a heartbeat.
And to be fair, Akoli was working in McDonald's in 2012, and on his lunch break, he watched AJ win the Olympic gold medal.
Do you know what it is? Funny
now
enough,
he's here.
on that note, he actually messaged me on Facebook back in 2010-11, right?
Yeah.
And he'd sent me a message of asking, I want to get on GB, what do I need to do? And I was one of them cavemen back then. I didn't really, use social media
You
back
didn't
then.
respond? Oh, you
left him on
I
red.
just seen it. I was
Oh,
like,
that's
nobody.
fucked.
I didn't know who he was. I didn't respond to
sake.
anybody. If it had to be my mate, I wouldn't have responded. And then, a couple of years later, I was on GB and he was on a camp and he pulled us. He was like, "Remember you sent me a message?" I went, "Mate, I'm just a caveman." But I can tell you hate this for it because he was like,
When
"Nah,
was it?
I needed your
2011?
help." You what?
Stop
Sorry,
trying to figure it out.
2011.
Punch him.
it was roughly 2010,
That's
2011,
weird, man.
something
I
like
remember
that.
texting you around that time. You texted back straight away.
But yeah,
so weird.
I always got a
he
reply.
definitely felt salty. He literally
That's
pulled
funny.
this. He was like, "I sent you a message out asking for your help, and you didn't
hilarious.
help me."
It's probably why he
You know
took
what,
all the
though?
weight on.
You
What the
left him
fuck
on
did
red,
you owe
mate.
him, to be fair? Like, you know what I mean?
No, listen, I was literally a caveman. I didn't text back to nobody.
Yeah.
Facebook, I didn't even use it. I mean, had it been you, I might have. But especially if you were pulling out them smooth words you were pulling out earlier on.
Mature.
Mature and assured.
just going back, we're in round 8 now.
Guys,
so
I
we're
struggle
gonna
to score this.
Yeah, I fuck knows, mate.
Yeah, how are you scoring this, guys?
I'm just disappointed.
Well, right, okay. we got to go back to the main event because
Go
we're
on.
getting closer, guys. We're getting closer.
yeah.
Do I have any more adverts to do, Josh? Do I have any more? One more. Let's do it right fucking now. Right. This one goes out to Ush, my friends at Ush. They're doing a giveaway. An Audi RS6 or 50 grand. And the catch is, it's free, right? You just got to enter a free fucking competition. The link is in the description below, or the QR code is on the screen now. And if you win, I mean, it only takes 30 seconds to get into the competition. And if you win, you can either choose the RS6, which I've driven, it's amazing, or £50,000. The link's in the description. Ush are great. They do all sorts of giveaways. Well worth checking out. They've supported this show. Big love to them.
Shout out to them.
And also, coming up, the main event, the undisputed heavyweight title is on the line. Only the second time that this has happened in 25 years. One of our own, Daniel Dubois, is going up against the greatest of all time, arguably, in Oleksandr Usyk. We're all sitting here saying it's going to be a knockout. It's well worth buying. It's well worth watching. Shout out to DAZN. The link is in the description. Get the pay-per-view now.
I just saw something that I hated at the end of that round. Lorena does the Mike Tyson. You see, he's going under it and just hits him with. And it was Lawrence's response to it. There was no response to it.
It just might be coincidence. It might be a coincidence. But where does every round finish?
In just the way how Lorena's
in his corner,
in Coley's corner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In Coley's corner.
That's what I've been noticing.
Now, let me tell you something.
He wants to get there quick.
Do you know what I've done in hard fights?
Got your corner for the rest.
Purposely manoeuvred my way over to my corner.
Yeah.
I want to sit down.
I can take that right step. I can take that right step.
You're an active fighter. Don't give that away.
I'm going to take that left one because then I can hear Joe louder. Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, right, okay, cool. I can hear my corner's advice a little bit. Every round has finished in a Coley's corner, and I scored the last round. I scored the last round to.
It was the body language, what I noticed, the way Coley kind of put his hand on the ropes, his legs looked very laboured, and then Lorena walked back as if he was just walking to the shops. He looked so comfortable. And this is what's annoying with Kevin Lorena, because I always feel with all his fights, even with Justice Hooney a while back, I felt like, was he willing to go through the gears? He probably could have won that fight.
Of course he's not, man. He had Dubois right where he wanted him, and he gave it up, man.
He doesn't give it.
Fight of fucking Monday morning, there'd not be a fucking finish.
Have you seen him? Have you seen? Oh!
I love it.
Cody just got caught by a big shot there.
Overhand
the camera wasn't favourable to actually see the bigger shot there. It looked like a Cody did some work there. A Cody just got caught by an overhand left there.
He took it.
He's showing a good chin here.
Yeah. That extra weight definitely is going to play its part.
Bro,
have you heard of Coley's song that you released, by the way?
Oh, banger.
It's not bad.
I'm one of the 350 people that have watched it.
If you see what Eddie pays me,
mate.
you know I've been winning lately.
I'm a winner, baby.
It was fucking mad. It was so like big-headed. I was like, I'm surprised. Like,
this is rubbish.
He's quite a chill guy.
I mean, in fairness, he's done amazing. Like the life he's from where he's come from. He has done great.
But I don't want to hear that, bro. Right now is not what I want to hear. You. Not now, bro.
Can I ask Loz, right? Loz is the technical guy, right?
Gotta be careful, man.
What is he lining these shots up for instead of just throwing the fucking punches?
But you know what?
You know all of this.
Generally speaking,
what's all of this shit?
Generally speaking, against some of the guys he fought, that'll create a reaction. But at this level, it's very novice-y, to be honest. At this level that he's fighting at, that simply doesn't work. And every time he's done it, he's ended up getting countered.
It's not landed.
So he's not actually learning from the mistake. I don't get it. But generally speaking as well, when he's been at the lighter weight, he's been so much sharper.
He's looking at the clock.
He's tired, man.
Cody's ranked in line for a world title shot.
Fuck off.
Earlier on tonight, we saw Solomon Dacres box. Solomon Dacres got knocked out by who? Adelaide.
Yeah.
But he won tonight.
I'd say Cody's looking closer to Dacres than he is to a world title shot.
There you go, that's fair.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, he's getting
I'm not.
It's accurate.
Oh, Cody beats Dacres. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying he looks closer to that level.
You're saying that, but I've not seen anything on this particular fight. I think
what I was about to say.
This has been rubbish.
If he can lose a little bit of weight and get down to a more comfortable weight,
he has to lose weight.
When I saw that video of him sparring Dillian Whyte, when he sparred Dillian Whyte, right, he was at cruiserweight. And he looked phenomenal. He was moving, kept him long. Dillian was clearly not in fight shape. But he was managing Dillian in that moment. That's the backstory of why they have their little beef and why the fight would make sense for them to fight down the line. But at the same time, I'm like, bro, don't give up your attributes by stacking on this weight.
It frustrates me because you see it in the amateurs. You know, amateurs turn professional and think, all right, okay, I'm a 3-round fighter, but I'm turning to the pro rank. I've now got to become a flat-footed plodder. But what makes you successful as an amateur, why are you going to completely change your style? And I feel like Coley's had a similar situation moving up in weight. Okay, now I can slow things down, but no, you were a good mover boxing at range. You're not an inside fighter. You haven't got the world's best head movement. He's sold himself short is what I'm kind of saying.
Question, lads, because we do have to get onto the main event. We do, because no one gives a fuck about Lawrence Okoli right now. No disrespect, though. No one cares.
KG.
It's dog shit.
Except me.
It looks dog shit. And there's no fucking way I want to see him in a world title fight, even if he wins by knockout in this round.
Wow.
Is Daniel Dubois actually a changed fighter? That is the question for the panel right now before we get to the main event, because he's going to have to be when he's fighting Oleksandr Usyk. It obviously didn't go his way 2 years ago. Is he really a changed fighter in your opinion?
Just quickly, he's a changed man. And I don't believe when your life is boxing you can be a changed man and not be a changed fighter, right? I'd seen Daniel Dubois around events and stuff like that, and I'd kind of like, watch him from afar and stuff like that. When we met him out in Saudi, the word I'd use was contagious. Like he is, like his energy. I never thought we'd get that off Dubois. Like I'll
Do
be
you know
honest.
what does that? Do you know what does that? Losing your virginity. and when he lost his virginity, he changed. Listen, I watched the interview the other day. He said, "What do you do in your downtime?" He's like, 4 girls on my arm. I was like, this would have never been Daniel Dubois. Him losing his virginity.
It's a big
jokes aside, he's changed in that way. Mentally, he's become a man.
Do you think he's a good shag, Loz?
Listen, I would like to see what's on the end of him, but anyway, that's a whole different story.
Don't ask him, he's all fingers.
Listen, but jokes
We've
aside,
all seen Conor McGregor this week. I mean, we don't need to see Daniel
biggest
Dubois.
change-
I want to carry on in my life feeling like a man.
The biggest change in Daniel Dubois is his mentality, and that's come from a woman. And I don't care what anyone says, but that's carried over into his boxing
That's the
career.
analysis
Who
you
would
get
have
on
known?
the ping him.
Who would
Get
have
out
known?
of the zone, right?
Some people thought it was Don Charles, but it wasn't. It was that lady in Brazil. You know?
Mate, I don't know what she looks like, but just hearing she's Brazilian, I've got a lot of faith.
Yeah.
Listen,
She's took him to the next level.
listen, a big booty can do wonders for a man. I'll
Mate,
tell you.
Brazilian.
Come on.
We love it.
Seeing as Dubois did make a beeline for me, all I'm saying is if you want to go out there, Brazil, and meet some friends, whatever, like, you know.
Come on, mate. He did ask how Joy was doing when I met him.
There you go.
I'm in tears right
Back
now.
up your words. Back up your words,
But you
Daniel.
know this, get to a serious note. Technically, I don't think he's changed massively. I really do think it's more the mentality, and I always repeat myself in boxing, it is a mental game. Every fight I'll tell you that. A majority of it is mental. The focus, being able to stick to a game plan. Can you, when the going's getting tough, can you dig deep and find a way? And Daniel's had to find that from his Joe Joyce fight. Jarrell Miller, he was, he questioned. He had to dig deep in that particular fight. So I just think every fight he's grown with confidence. And I think
one of his technical changes is his jab. I think his jab was always good.
Yeah, you're
but
right.
Don Charles is like, fucking use it, man. Set everything up off of it.
Yeah.
And it's no coincidence that in the Oleksandr Usyk fight, he landed 10 jabs, and yet he was averaging 60 jabs against Big Baby Miller, Hrgovic, AJ. If Usyk takes his jab away again tonight, I think we'll see a regression that looks very similar to the version that we've seen against Usyk in the first fight.
This is the problem.
This fight's
right?
finally over, guys.
Thank God. The problem for me, when you say about that jab there, right? The problem for me is like,
is that
with,
progress?
With the jab, right? With the jab,
yeah.
when you land that jab, right, it's very, very difficult to land that jab on a southpaw. And I'll tell you why it's difficult. Not because of the stance change, not because of whatever. The counter from a jab against an orthodox fighter might be a parry down jab, it might be a parry down hook, but either way it's got longer to travel, and i.e. you've got more time to adapt to it. The counter to a jab from a southpaw comes from about 6 inches out from your face, and you'll just turn over into it. So
which is how he got knocked out, right?
And when you're constantly eating jabs, all of a sudden you're going to go, yeah, let me not lead with the jab, because it ain't doing that much for me leading with this jab. Why don't I go lead with the right hand to the body and stuff like that? And I watched that fight. He didn't throw anywhere near as many jabs.
Do you know why? Because he stands so square on. Against the southpaw, you've got to be more side on, because the gap for that jab to slot in. And
it's like what you say about the distance
it's
between
so important,
the arms.
because against an orthodox person, you can catch, like you're saying, it's the right hand you're looking for. But when you're kind of clashing with that lead hand, generally speaking, but if you stand square, the gap down that centre line is absolutely massive, and that's why.
Especially with Dubois' guard, remember, his gap, you could drive a fucking train through the
and
thing.
he hasn't got the head movement, and yes, you could argue it's improved slightly, but it's not enough.
But
you've got to be side on, and to be honest, although we're saying his jab's great, that's against orthodox fighters.
That's
you know, and it's more, I don't think it's great in the sense of it's super quick or whatever. It's the fact that he commits and he rams it and he really steps in with it.
But
a double jab.
Another thing about Dubois is that you notice he doesn't block shots. He jumps in, jumps out, and that is
all in the legs.
Yeah, he doesn't catch any shots, no catch and shoot. It's just pure in and out. If you land, you land.
That's why it needs to be multiple jabs. Like in the first fight, he was throwing singles. And it's like, you're fighting Oleksandr Usyk, mate, throwing one shot at a time. To be fair to Tyson Fury, I think he had a little bit of success doing that occasionally, but he's very, very clever. I don't think that the IQ of Dubois, even though there's nothing wrong with it, I think Fury's IQ is very high level. That's why, despite him not being that explosive an athlete, he knew where to place the shot at what time. But Dubois has to... You know, when you aim in general areas, like they say, aim at the chest, for example, and he needs to throw multiples. He can't just throw one at a time.
What I'll say about Tyson Fury, he's the most. He is. You know, his IQ is great, but I think it's just he's so natural in what he does.
Exactly.
He's got such a relaxed style, the way he flows. I don't think when Tyson Fury's fighting, he's thinking constantly. I feel like Oleksandr Usyk is constantly adapting, taking data. Tyson Fury is in pure flow state when he's at his best, in my opinion. Joey might say something different. I probably haven't studied him quite as much. From what I've seen, it's just so natural, like a flow. It's like someone like Prince Nazim or Muhammad Ali back in the day, that sort of relaxed style. They're not thinking every second, they're just in pure natural flow state. And that's what I see with Tyson Fury, and I think that's why, you know, he was very effective against Oleksandr Usyk in the first fight. But what I will also say, in the second fight, he actually made a lot of adjustments, Tyson Fury. There was a lot of things where I thought you put on too much weight, a bit like a Coley, but I actually think he made a lot of adjustments. He was controlling Oleksandr Usyk with his lead hand, a bit like a bull in Matador. He kept that right hand nice and tight for that left cross, that one that comes around the corner. He did make a lot of adjustments, but unfortunately the extra weight, for me personally, I think made him unable to fully carry out things that he done in the first fight.
He couldn't get going, and we've just seen footage here of Daniel Dubois whacking the body of his coach, obviously, and that's got to be clearly a massive part of the game plan. I want to know what you think, lads, because there's this theory, and it's been bandied about for fucking years. Oleksandr Usyk is weak to the body. The low blow wasn't a low blow. It was a body shot. He went down. He conned the referee. Just give me your thoughts generally on what you think of this. Is he weak to the body?
I watched it back today, right? And it's not that he's weak to the body per se, but you see when Dubois hits him to the body, it gets a big reaction every single time. Anytime that shot lands and it's a legal shot or illegal or whatever, it gets a big response. Now, I don't know if he's evolved or changed per se, because AJ caught him to the body and it was a big reaction again. It's not that he's fragile to the body. These big guys that he's now stepping up into their division, when they hit him to the stomach, it hurts visibly.
And also, like, I'm not being funny, size difference-wise, what's Barrios going to do against Manny Pacquiao tonight? He's going to target his body. He's going to target his body.
Yeah.
These guys look at Usyk as a smaller guy than them, although he might be like 3 inches, 2 inches smaller.
Yeah.
And actually, we've been up close and personal. He's a big guy.
Yeah.
These guys are looking at him like he's a small guy against them.
That
but
natural size.
My problem is this, right? And I'm actually someone who's been guilty of it. And it's only really in the past 2-3 years that I've actually wised up and realised I was wrong on it, right? Styles make fights, you know, all these sayings we have in boxing.
Yeah.
It's almost becoming a saying of he doesn't like it to the body. You don't like it to the body. You don't like it to the body. You don't like it to the body.
It's a saying.
What? Like, I'm not being funny, yeah? Fury hit him with some really good body shots. Daniel Dubois hit him. Not the low blow. Really good body shots. AJ hit him with a couple, whatever. Obviously, yes, there was the time when Beterbiev dropped him in the amateurs with a body shot.
Yeah.
I understand that. But when you've had, what are we calling it, 300-ish fights, including amateurs?
I think it's actually more. I think it's more.
If it's more than that, when you've had that amount of fights, who fucking isn't going to have been hurt to the body?
But then, while you say that though, while you lot say that point, the one thing for sure is talking about risking it. And you know, when you talk about Fury, friend to the body, Fury, as you said clearly, Fury wasn't in that fight saying, you can knock me out. I'm willing to risk a knockout. This man is saying, I'm going into this fight, I'm going to risk everything. Don Charles has got into his head. He's probably going to come out to the exact same tune he came out to with AJ. Yeah. If we hear that tune, we should worry. Only because, again, it's the same. It's saying, okay, I found my, like what Lennox came out, same tune.
Yeah.
I found my niche. I found the thing that gets me going. I'm ready now. Locked in, good to go.
I can't wait to see how he reacts, like his body language and his facial expressions when he comes out, because I think that's when we'll truly know. And getting back to Usyk's, you know, weak to the body, I think it's an absolute testament to how good he is, because what happens is, when you're borderline unstoppable, and you try to find something, a weakness somewhere, you kind of, you know, clutching at straws.
Yeah.
What's he weak at? The only thing we've seen in recent years is, you know, the low blow then against Daniel Dubois. We've seen again Beterbiev in the amateurs. But we're talking, like Joey just said, over 300 plus fights. All we can pick out is a body shot.
Yeah.
You know, there's very little to pick out. So I think, unfortunately, that's all there is to offer in terms of criticism.
Yep.
So everybody's jumping on it. But realistically, is he weak to the body? Absolutely not.
It's like going into a Mayweather fight and saying, yeah, Shane Mosley landed a big shot. All I've got to do is go in there and land that big right hand. Bro, This guy is a master technician.
Well, the other thing is this, yeah.
Here we go.
I don't think one punch can finish Usyk.
No,
you can't do him on one punch. It needs to be an accumulation, right?
You know, I might push back on that. If Dubois lands on the button, he could probably get him out of there.
Yeah, of course. But I think that about
He's hard to land clean.
I think
That's
that about
problem.
an elephant. If Dubois lands on the button, he could get him out of there. But what I'm saying is this, it's like you land that one, right? So let's say round 6, first fight against Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury lands an uppercut, right? That uppercut, I don't know how much power it had on it. I didn't take it, but Dylan White took it over there and got knocked spark out. Right? Okay? That same uppercut, a few heavyweights have taken that and got chinned with that uppercut, by the way, right? Oleksandr Usyk eats it. Then, I've put the timer on from the uppercut. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. That's such a long time in boxing. How many punches does Tyson Fury cleanly land in 20 seconds? I'm a Fury fan. How many punches does he land?
I don't know. Tell us.
You could make an argument for 3. I think 2.
Damn. Yeah.
20 seconds.
Damn.
It's 1 punch every 10 seconds, right? Now, Daniel Dubois is more... Tyson Fury is a better boxer than Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois is a better finisher than Tyson Fury. So if Daniel Dubois gets him in that trouble, I'd back him to land more than 3 punches in 20 seconds. But I'm telling you, it ain't easy. If this guy wants to get on his bike, he'll get on his bike.
It's so true.
Come on,
it's
Daniel.
Like, when I hear boxing guys say, all he's got to do is rush in there, and straight away I focus on those words, all he's got to do. And I think to myself, guys, you are underestimating who Usyk is. I was on the other side of this fence when he was going up against AJ the first time. And since then, I've never bet against Usyk.
We speak about things that we have no guarantee with. It's like you enter in the raffle tonight and me going, don't worry, mate, if you don't win it, you could just build your own car, couldn't you? It's like, what?
That raffle is good, by the way.
that raffle is fucking brilliant.
Build your...
the thing I will say is, you can't make it too obvious, right? You have to disguise it a bit. It's no coincidence that the best punch that's probably been landed on Usyk today was the uppercut by Fury, because Fury in that first fight, more so in my opinion than the second fight, he disguised his punches in a way that Usyk wasn't expecting sometimes, and he is crafty. But he didn't follow up on it. Even when AJ, landed occasionally, he just couldn't follow up on it. Here we go. We got Sweet Caroline.
Good times never felt so good.
I'll
tell you what, Neil Diamond, right? He owes Eddie Hearn an absolute
the
bag.
royalty checks that he must get from that.
Oh, he never knew.
The best.
He never knew it was going to take him to this level.
When Neil Diamond recorded this song, he did not think that Barry Hearn's going to have a kid and this is going to get this tune played at every big sporting event in history.
He's going to change my life. Flipping out.
The thing is, though, is you do have to go at some point if you're Daniel Dubois. Like, there's got to come a point where you go, you try and land on him in the first couple of rounds, but as the fight goes on, if it hasn't happened, you have to force it.
It needs to be a fireman.
You've got to force it, otherwise, give it up, mate.
Walk into the fire. Walk in
we
to
are
the fire.
Firemen.
We're firemen.
Come on, son.
Sorry.
Well,
How do you think Daniel Dubois looks, lads?
I like it. He looks comfortable. He's wearing the same attire, which is good. Again, right now he just wants to be out there.
Good sweat on.
Let's go now.
Good sweat on.
Yeah.
I like that.
He's warm.
He's got a good sweat on. He's warm.
I love that good sweat on.
That's important, though.
It's true. No, it's true. Because he's going to come out from round 1 and know that I got to be on smoke tonight.
In the fight. I got to be in the fight, bro, immediately.
Same what I did with AJ, come out and go again. And it's mad to be able to say, what I did to AJ is what I got to replicate again. Because it's like, bro, how many people have AJ on their CV as a knockout?
That's what I'm saying. That type of knockout.
And to be fair, AJ put on the worst defensive display possible for a heavyweight, like an elite heavyweight boxer.
At that point,
does not box that way. Whereas Oleksandr Usyk will not make it that easy.
But the confidence of knowing I've been to this venue and I've come out
got to help him,
especially
as an underdog.
That's right. That's
like,
right.
Let's be real. Is he any more of an underdog? I think he's actually, weirdly, I think more people are backing him today because of the age of Usyk and the way he performed in the last fight than people were against AJ. I think yous both were giving him very little chance against AJ.
No
You're
chance.
giving him more chance against Usyk now.
I said 0.
I just want to say, I really just want to support this guy. But
you gave him 15%.
15%.
Now you're giving him about what, 30, 40?
I said 0 before against AJ.
What are you giving him now?
For this fight,
Give him 35.
I might say 30. 30.
Go up to 35.
No, I can't.
Which,
do that.
considering Usyk's never even been like legitimately dropped in terms of the eyes of the referee.
Yeah.
To say you're going to go in there and beat him it's a lot.
It's insane.
Can we say one thing that I think is really incredible right now? This is a great show that they're putting on in terms of like who he's brought
I've got
outside.
a couple of my mates from when I was a kid, tickets, right?
Yeah.
They got media passes. They just text me, goes, we're going media pass every fucking time. This is the best show ever.
But then
they're fucking loving it.
In terms of in boxing, we've needed to be able to get the next guy, the next man up, because boxing will die if it just ended with AJ, right? And what Dubois, obviously Usyk is a major part of this, but Dubois bringing out, they stacked out the house. And again, the undercard wasn't amazing. Okoli didn't help with the performance that he put in.
Yep.
Right now, it's all about this event. So you have to give credit to Dubois and to Usyk to say, listen, we've got the reins now. Trust us.
You know, when we were talking about Grape's reigns coming to an end,
Yeah.
you do realise if that didn't happen and if Usyk retired undefeated, we'd have to hump about that, you know. Because I remember the whole thing of Lennox Lewis's reign never officially came to an end, and there's the lineal period in there where no. As a boxing fan, regardless of who you support, you do actually want your champion to end up getting beaten. It's really it sounds weird, but if not, you will have a decade of arguments with all your powers.
Quick one, lads. Everyone who's watching, big love to you. We really appreciate all the support. Big love to everyone in the back as well who's working on the stream. Thank you. Hit the retweet button, hit the like button, whatever you're watching, subscribe, all of that good stuff. Support what we're doing. We really appreciate it because now it's time for the main event. We've got the singing going on, the main event entrances. You've got the girl singing the Ukraine national anthem here, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is it, mate. Main event time.
This is
unbelievable.
And I heard that the sound check was amazing, and the intros, the entrances are great, by the way.
Lovely.
So you look, let's just watch out because I heard U6 one is special.
When you look over your shoulder, I mean, this is amazing.
Guys,
Look at this.
This crowd.
Unbelievable.
I'm just taking I just took my headphones off and heard how loud this Ukrainian national anthem is.
It's
this
insane.
crowd's like.
Do we know the numbers? Do we know the numbers? How many is actually?
Carl Frost does.
I reckon
on it.
I reckon about 30%.
Yeah, he's just looking. Every time he sees the clicker going up, he's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Jesus.
Because when I fought here, it was the max you could get in
Does
was
it?
80,000.
Every time.
Oh, she's got the badge in as well. He's got the badge in.
Usyk's wearing Stone Island. He's definitely
Stone
winning.
Island has got the badge in.
He's definitely winning.
He's been chilling with a man then, bro.
That's proper Chelsea. That's proper Chelsea, that, isn't it?
Sake,
He's
man.
proper Chelsea
He's
right
been
there.
with the man then, bro. He's different
He's
tonight,
got the
man.
badge in, bro.
Yeah.
How's he done that?
That's quite crazy. Usyk with
Stone Island, bro.
that blows my mind. That does.
Bro, he's got the stone.
No,
But he always looks cool, though.
Yeah.
That's one thing about him. I Am Phil was just a play. That's a smoke screen for who he really is.
He's got a new one this time.
What's
Go
that?
on.
Don't push the horses.
Don't push the horses.
Have you heard that one?
Nah, bro.
Push the horses.
So when Dubois' coach was giving it the big in, he goes, "Don't push the horses," and I'm just like,
What does that even mean?
exactly. But
gonna
like,
kick him.
I know he got kicked by a horse and knocked out.
Oh, yes.
So I wondered, I'm like, is that hold your horses, or are you saying don't push the horses because maybe his dad said that like years ago when he was on the farm?
I respect
Don't push the horses because you know what happens? You get knocked out.
You know what, yeah? I like Usyk. I like Dubois. This is one of them fights where I'm like, whoever wins, I'm happy for them.
It's bittersweet, though, isn't it? It's
Listen
gonna
to
be
that on the anthem, though.
Do you know what I like about when you were saying I like Usyk, I like Dubois, regardless of the fight, from a personality standpoint? Do you know what I love about both of these two? It
Chocolate
took a bit
cheese.
of time, but they were both just completely themselves.
That's right.
More or less.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it took a bit of time. And I'm not accusing no one of not being this
Yeah,
shit. No,
yeah.
in fact, I am.
Are you talking about Tyson Fury here?
I am. There's been times when Tyson Fury's played up to the camera. There's been times when I feel that Anthony Joshua hasn't been the most reflective version of how he actually feels.
Yeah.
There's been times with plenty of heavyweights. But to have a unification fight between two men who have literally been themselves, rode the time, trusted the process, and now look behind us. They filled out Wembley Stadium by doing
Big
so.
facts.
And considering them neither speak English, that's pretty impressive, right?
Oh, you're taking the piss.
I'm joking.
That's a red card.
I'm
That's a red
joking.
card.
Straight
Yeah.
red.
Do you know what? I
No
can say that
questions
because I've
asked.
been matey with them now, so I can have a bit of fucking... Well, I think I can anyway. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
We
when
better
see
get
you
in the
face to
boxing
face.
gym next week. You might have a problem.
Mate, fucking hell.
Could you imagine?
Do you know, I'll be looking like Laura Ticcoli before you know it. Sorry, I'm really giving the shots out here.
Jesus.
Fuck's sake.
We got to phone Henry Okoli.
Yeah, we go. Daniel Dubois, the British Lion.
Whenever we do any of these trips now, like whatever boxer I see, I slow my walk down because I'm just.
What I said?
I'm just quickly. You know how these fighters download information?
Guys,
I'm doing it. I'm going back. One live show, two live show.
At that Ring Magazine thing, yeah, David Adelai rushes over to me. I couldn't believe what was going on. In my head, I'm like, what have I said about him again? He comes over to me and goes, bro, I enjoyed you in Supercell. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Do you know what's nerve-wracking today?
Hit me.
Bro, I saw Malik Scott.
He's over there.
I know.
Yeah, he's there.
The things I've said about what he's done to Wilder's career, yeah? I was thinking, please, I hope you don't watch any stuff. I've really spoke about his Wilder.
Do you know what? I
antics.
think everyone thinks that when they see him, though. Because I don't think anyone's giving him rave reviews.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Can I ask you a question? Now?
He's just a legit heavyweight
If
fighter.
you starch someone in one round, could you
can't
employ
make
him as your coach? Like, I know,
So it's a
I know
while.
Matthew Macklin employed Jamie Moore, and Jamie Moore knocked Matthew Macklin out and whatever. But
It makes
when
no
you-
sense.
When you, I keep it down because you're literally there. But when you've starched someone in one round, like if he wants to come and fight me now, I swear to God, I'm ready to. No, I'm joking.
It is interesting what you're saying though. It's not a normal thing
It's
to
not.
do.
It's not the most. I actually think Deontay Wilder didn't have him in the corner for the last fight, and that last fight was a really, really weird one. Watching Wilder, like,
Oh, they're doing it again, by the way. The Dubois entrance with the fire.
Oh,
nice.
That looks sick. I wonder if he's coming out there in the club again. That
What's he walking to? I'm saying how we do it. The game, 50 Cent.
That is so
I'm
wild.
saying how we do it.
Yeah.
The game, 50 Cent. Yeah.
I just need this
What
to
have you
go
heard?
off.
Have you heard something? I say.
We speak. No, I'm joking. No, I ain't.
I just want this to
Yo,
go
this
off,
is a
man.
massive
I just want this
entrance for
thing to
Dubois.
be insane.
This is an AJ-esque entrance.
No, genuinely, this is a fucking show. This, like, isn't it, man?
Absolutely.
Like, what an entrance.
This is where the budget's gone, though, isn't it? Because that guy that tried to pretend to be like a clothesline washing, lapping, it was disgraceful. That was mental, bro. He
There
was
he
on the
comes.
clothesline. Here we go.
That's funny.
So Lappin won that fight. If I was Ben Whittaker, knowing that there's a push behind.
Oh,
Lappin,
shit.
Yeah, I'll go straight to it.
Is that Candy?
Oh, he's walking out to Candy.
Are you mad?
Oh, this is
I
my
can
dude.
feel the way you walk.
the way you
Even when you talk,
Even the way you talk.
from me.
Oh, for real.
Yes,
This is it,
I
like.
know.
Fuck me.
Listen, guys, I'm getting up.
Honestly.
Don't piss me
Can you
off.
imagine
Is this what he's come out to?
Oh, shit.
Let's look at the look at the eyes.
Let's get to starting.
Look at his eyes, lads.
Yeah, he's locked in. He's locked in.
Do you know, just because he's picked this song, I love him even more.
Yes,
I really love him even more.
And he's running to the ring.
You know what that
What?
was?
Yes.
Let's just
Taking
see how
candy from a
I think
baby.
there's the dance.
Aye, you lot,
Oh, it's
Brazil
like
was-
taking candy from a baby. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, he's coming out to Candy. What does
Yeah,
this mean?
I respect. I don't know what it means, but I love it. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him already.
maybe his last set, like, set or something.
Wait, I found loving. Bro, look at the
well,
tunes.
what are we seeing in the eyes? Because can I just say, it was at this time last time, we were right here in Wembley, and Joey goes, I'm getting a Dubois feeling, because he had this look in his eyes. And when you go back and watch it, you can see it.
Come on,
right?
Mr. Ming.
AJ came out like he'd seen a ghost. Dubois came out like he was ready to kill someone. What does he look like now? Like?
Wait.
Look
I'm
at his
telling you
eyes.
now, yeah. Remember, I spoke to Don Charles. What did Don Charles say he's going to work on? They said we're in the phases of Dubois, and one thing they promise is his rhythm. They want to make his rhythm better. These got to put him out to these Motown
But listen,
tracks.
he looks furious already, bro.
Already.
Can I just say one thing, right?
Hit me.
This man made a claim earlier on in the stream. We all laughed. He's walked out initially to Candy. He's now walked out to I found love.
Yeah. Yes. And now he's got a new
I
tune
think
on.
Loza's on the money.
Yeah, he's fighting for a woman.
That was a cryptic song. He's
I
walked out.
found love. Oh, shit.
I'm in love with you.
This is fucking unbelievable.
Listen, Brazil has changed this man.
Honestly.
What
Listen,
song's this now?
do you know what?
I personally think he's more aggressive than last time, and I think it's quite obviously more aggressive. He went like this. He went, oh, like he's a lot more like.
But he
bit between
also
the
stuck
teeth.
his tongue out. Did you see it?
Yeah.
It's the song.
Now,
What does that mean?
Obviously, we're reading a lot here, and we could get this totally wrong, but like, he does seem a bit more aggressive than last time.
It's the song.
He's coming out of Yardman.
It's the Yardman tune that came out
Yardman
before.
energy.
The final song is
He's letting you know.
Change These Butlers. What's this one?
Do you know what? It's listen.
Look at him, look at him, look at him.
Don't tell me that man is not ready.
Come on, Daniel.
He means it.
Triple D.
You know, let's have it right, yeah. I know we like Usyk, but let's
No,
the
listen,
home fighter.
I would love Daniel Dubois to pull this off.
Bro.
As much as I love Oleksandr Usyk, I would love for him to pull it off.
Yeah, man.
Whether I think he can or not, it's a different thing, but I would love him to.
Do you know what it is?
I'm rooting for the home fight. I'm sorry to say it, guys. I'm not even apologizing for it.
No.
If it was Usyk fighting, I don't want to say a name being really disrespectful, but if it was Usyk fighting Chisora right now, if it was Usyk fighting someone that's nearing the end of their career, maybe I wouldn't be. But because I believe that if Daniel Dubois does win this fight, I'm not saying I believe he wins it, but if he does win it, because I believe there's a longevity there, there's a career there, there's so many more potential big fights. Age would tell you there's more potential big fights if he's at the top for Dubois than he is Usyk.
It's better for boxing.
It's like this, right? And I would have loved Fury to won that fight. But if the torch was passed, if you even class it as that to Fury, does he defend that torch? Does that
no,
he's gone.
If Dubois wins this fight,
he's fighting everybody.
He's active.
Yeah. It's better for boxing. You're 100%
man,
right.
I'm so excited.
Okay, then I'm really excited for this now. I'm flipping.
I'm so excited.
I'm hyped.
Pay game.
Blood.
It's time.
This is what we do.
Honestly, bro.
Do you know what's weird? I'm a massive AJ supporter, but I'm getting similar vibes. Like I almost weirdly, I've been excited for this fight for so long. I don't know why, but what Daniel Dubois brings in Usyk, it just works. There's something in it.
Yeah.
It's just,
again, this is a great champion.
It's because they're complete opposites.
This is a great champion.
You've got the older guy who relies on boxing IQ. He's the smaller guy. He's not got the physicality of a Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois is going to be fearless. He's going to come forward and try and put him in a hurt locker, as Fury said. He's actually going to try and do it this time. And I think we all know we're getting fucking fireworks because, let's be real here.
Yep.
When everyone else walked out against Oleksandr Usyk, they never had the look in the eye that Daniel Dubois has got right now. And that's why I think he's the most dangerous opponent, because he looks like he wants to kill him. Yes. And the other lads wanted to outbox him. They wanted to make it to the end of the fight and not get knocked out. He just wants to kill him.
Hey, listen, he's got like bare Usyks coming out as well.
It's like Slim Shady at the MTV Awards.
Please stand up, bro.
That's hilarious.
Which one is the real Oleksandr Usyk? I love the maybe this means you'll not know where the fuck I am in this ring. You fuck out.
You'll be seeing 9 of me by
Yeah. There's like 10 of them, like all dressed the same.
I can't believe what we're about to watch, you know. This is absolutely incredible.
I've got to give Frank Warren credit because I do think he's looked at what Turki Al-Sheikh was doing, and I feel like this is a level up from Frank as well. Like, if you compare this to only the Fury fight against Dillian White. Yeah, that was a pretty mega event. But this is right up there with that right now.
I mean, if you look at the last few sort of Wembley fights, obviously stadiums, you've got Conor Benn, Eubank, but if you look at the last few Wembley fights, they've been Frank Warren, either fighters involved or Frank Warren shows. Fury against White was a Frank Warren show.
Yeah.
Daniel Dubois against AJ, the winner was a Frank Warren fighter, and now you got a Frank Warren show here on tonight.
That's real.
It really is a testament, mate. Like, because if you had said to me 10 years ago, right, there's gonna be a time when Frank Warren's just filling out Wembley for fun and stuff like that, I'd have gone, I don't know, man. Like, it's not that I doubt Frank, but I just think Eddie will be that guy. And,
what do you think of Usyk, lads? Yeah.
His body language, you mean?
He's just
he's just so like...
No, he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy.
And solemn.
You just can't judge.
All I would ask you is, have you ever seen him jump and skip to the ring?
No, he's like a Shaolin bloody like monk or something. He's like a ninja, isn't he? Like, it's just this energy that comes off of him.
I feel like the only time he was nervous,
he has to do in this one. He understands. Look, like, again, this guy's kind of pissed me off a lot, but I can't emotionally invest myself in all of that. I have to remove myself and just fight the fight.
Does he not give you a martial artist
That's what I was about to say.
I feel like he's a martial artist.
I think the only time he was nervous going into a fight was when he wore the helmet against AJ, the first one. That's when he came out and was like, right, boom, just lock in. I'm just going to keep it very private and solemn. But this time around, he's like, bro, I've been at this level. I'm him. I'm the guy, bro.
No, but do you think that he's not... It'll be silly for him to get too emotionally invested, as we said, with the Haney and stuff, Haney Garcia. He has to fight it totally different. He has to understand whatever's been said has been said. I'm the guy now. Go out there. It's another fight.
He's not an emotional guy.
I'll tell you what, just a quick one. When we were saying about Usyk's ring walk just there, that it's livened up a lot now. The tune went a little bit more intense, and now you're seeing Usyk sort of striding his stuff on the way to the ring a bit more. I feel like he's looking a little bit more confident. But I won't lie, Usyk knows his own body. Usyk knows his own body. He knows that at heavyweight, this ain't going to go on forever sort of thing. And I do feel now like Usyk does approach fights with not fear, but with an understanding. You can't be that intelligent a boxer, but be naive to the fact that anyone can be beat. Do you know what I mean? You can't. You can't be. So I feel like Usyk understands more now, and he's probably less... He's gained so much in so many more ways, but he's probably less arrogant now. He's
I've not seen that before.
Never been like, loudly arrogant. But in himself, he's probably been arrogant. He's probably less of that now.
What I'm getting from this, lads, I don't know about you, but is absolute confidence that I've beat you once, I'm going to beat you again. And actually, there's a stoicism about him right now. This like... I'm actually going to teach you a lesson for what you've been saying here. There's like a meanness about him. Like I've seen him interviewed about the way he felt about Fury and AJ, Chisora, Bellew, all of his previous British opponents, and the one he kind of doesn't like is Daniel Dubois.
He said if we went for a drink, went to the pub, he said everyone else is going to be cool. This one's going to want to fight me consistently. So you're not even going to be vibes.
And then he was like, "Hey, Daniel, I give you some candy." I was like, fucking mental, isn't he?
Aye, but Daniel looks like he's ready to go.
Daniel wants smoke, bro.
He wants it. Oh, I'm so excited, man. Bloody hell. Oh, let's go.
Michael Buffer in the house.
I love Michael Buffer.
Big shout out once again to the sponsors of our stream, Oosh. They've been amazing. The competition is in the link below. Big thank you to them. We're ready now. Buffer is on the mic and he's doing the intros. Being honest, lads, and I hate to say this, I love Buffer, but it's got to come soon, and he's got to hang the mic up, has he not?
Well, no, he's starting to diversify. He's actually doing football now.
I know, but
I saw that.
Do you know the power he used to have in his voice? It's not there anymore.
Can I ask a question? Who's the who's the next? Because obviously the natural thing was David Diamante.
What about his brother?
Yeah, Diamante.
His brother.
No,
that's
Bruce
thing.
UFC.
They could get Bruce now.
They could
get Bruce now because of the relationship.
With
Dana
definitely.
and Turkey.
They can get Bruce. It makes sense. I don't mind Bruce,
I don't want to see another Buffer on the thing, man.
Why not, bro? Nepotism's good, bro.
They're brothers, though.
Respect nepotism, bro.
It's pretty cool to carry on the legacy, right?
I hear it, man. But Diamante's been right there in the paint, bro. He's been going hard for a while.
Probably saying, say my name.
It's not as good, though, is it? Like, I personally like Diamante. I actually think he's a good podcast. Like, listen to him.
He's amazing.
Pretty good chat.
You're right.
But I actually prefer his chat. I think, I don't know.
I like the double surname thing, man.
Dubois. I don't love that. I'm like, it's just
you know when that
trying to make it happen.
It's got to keep it going, and it becomes a thing.
That started in Eddie Hearn's back garden.
That's right.
Kept, clicking the remote, being like, "Why is this glitching out, man?"
It's been happening before, though. Like we were watching some of the old fights. Yeah,
it's old school.
The old guys were doing that.
Can you check if that's in the camera?
Yeah, I feel bad saying it because you know what? I remember when I did Logan Paul versus KSI commentary. Yeah. He was the announcer,
right?
And he was like, "Hey, Geordie," and I was like, "You know my name?" And he was asking me questions about these guys because he's like, "Who the fuck are these guys?" Obviously, it was one of the most proud moments to be able to say, like, I've worked with a guy who literally has done it all.
Yeah.
And I would, who am I to say he should finish it? But like, I just don't want it to get to a point where we're feeling awkward and feeling like, when you see those old rock musicians, you're like, "Come on, mate."
Yeah.
I don't want it to get like that. I want him to retire being perfect.
It's like Ric Flair. You know when you see Ric Flair and it's like, Rick, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Daniel looks in good. He looks ready and focused right now.
Both of them look 100% like.
Yeah, they do.
Do you know when you see, like, even when Fury came up for the first fight against Usyk and he ran to the ring, I was like, you don't look right, mate. You look like you're off your tits.
Come on, bro. This is your time. This is your moment. Send a message.
Mate, Dubois looks like Mike fucking Tyson. Yeah,
literally.
So at the minute, I'm having a look. There's Dubois' dad's not in the ring. He's got George Fox in there and
Don Charles. They're hyping him up as well. They're hyping him up. They're hyping him up. Perfect.
He knows where his nerves in there.
The nerves going for you boys. Fuck me.
I
don't know why, because I'm happy if both guys win, but
this is what I'm saying. There's no real loss. We can't lose.
Just a reminder before we start, boys.
Yep.
Let's just try and have some parliamentary procedure. Yeah,
we'll do it.
When it's time to go mental, we'll go mental, but we'll just give each other a second if we're going to say something.
Well, look, Boxer could be fighting on BBC Parliament soon, so...
Fucking hell, son.
one thing we haven't discussed going into the fight in terms of from an Usyk standpoint is the parting of him and
Krasic.
Krasic.
Yeah. He's not his coach,
But you know
is he?
what I did see is...
He's not his coach, but he's been an instrumental part of his career. He's been there the whole time.
Do you know why he did it? Because
No,
apparently these other guys who are around him are like his close friends, and he was like, I've given him so many paydays, and like I'm coming to the end, I want to give these guys who are closer to me the money, basically.
But supposedly he's still involved with other
He's
parts
a mate,
of his
yeah,
business
he's still a
elsewhere.
mate to him.
So it's not like they've completely separated. He's just like essentially stepped down from that
If you
role.
was going to give anyone a pay rise, I think the fella that got headbutted by
Oh,
John.
that little guy.
By John.
yeah.
And we met him, innit? Do you remember? When everyone was... There was people coming over to Brian and going, Tyson, can we get a picture? And
That's
it's just like, yeah, go on.
Life in Saudi was wild. Do you know what, though? I've got to give credit to that lad, because Big John came off worse, to be fair.
That was the worst of it.
Look at Don Charles right with him in the stare down.
You ain't playing.
Right with him. You're fighting both of us, mate.
It's like Tunde Jai and Yard.
It's feeling that way.
You know when someone's coach walks out into the face-off with him and he's doing all that. What do you think?
Lads,
you must have had that happen.
The fucking electricity and
no
this
fear.
fucking...
No fear.
We're facing off now. There's no fear. And the steely ideal of death eyes coming from Oleksandr Usyk.
No
That's
fear.
a man.
No fear.
Yo, Dubois is on
no fear.
By the way, as Brian's just saying that, as he's saying that, Dubois has just gone like this to Usyk.
Yeah.
In the face, like
he's trying to bat him up. He's letting him know, bro, I don't care where we are, bro.
Right, relax into the fight.
Here we go, gents. We're back at Wembley for the undisputed title. Usyk versus Dubois, round 1. They're underway.
Come on,
Dubois is on the front foot.
Center of
they
the ring.
both said they're taking center of the ring, so...
Flip me, boy. So far, Dubois got it.
We said he's...
Usyk on the outside. And a nice jab from Oleksandr Usyk to work his way back in. Daniel Dubois throwing that jab.
Daniel Dubois bouncing on the feet as well, on the toes.
Usyk doesn't like the fight against the ropes. He wants to fight in the centre.
Them feints are starting to work. He's slowly got himself to the centre now, Usyk.
Nice jab again.
That's a lovely shot.
Straight good response, though. I like that response.
Yeah,
nice response from Daniel
You have
Dubois.
to be there.
Nice throw on that right hand.
He's got to be circling Usyk, otherwise...
Yeah, he's got to get that lead foot on the outside of Daniel Dubois to give him those angles.
To the right. Rotate to the right. Well, no, to the left, sorry.
It's still amazing that...
Oh, and a nice jab from Oleksandr Usyk again. And a body shot behind it.
So if the plan was to take centre of the ring for Daniel Dubois,
he hasn't.
I'm not saying it's not working at all so far, but it's
response.
not working as well as he would have hoped.
Because you can't time it because of the fin.
That was a nice shot from
He
Dubois.
keeps you off balance.
Little uppercut on the inside there.
But what I will say, Dubois looks a lot calmer.
Nice job again by Oleksandr Usyk, straight to the chin.
That was underneath the jab. It's insane.
Can I say, so far, right, we're less than a minute and a half into the round. I've seen 3 power shots landed, and all of them have been jabs.
Every first round.
I'd say they've all been powerful jabs.
Yeah, but Usyk does this every first round. He just, bam, lets you know.
One thing I'm slightly worried about is Usyk's feet are definitely a lot slower than they used to be.
But I feel like he's moving as much as he needs to move.
That's right,
I don't feel like he's moving slow because he's aging.
not wasting.
No, but
the speed of foot is
not what it was. Do you know what I mean?
Get to him.
I agree, but he's not wasting at the same time.
No,
like, if he needed to move more, he would have.
It makes it more impressive because his brain is so quick. He's actually able to move out of the way even still. I can just tell from the AJ1 fight, he's not as quick as what he was.
I feel like
let's just say the size he's put on and the muscle mass. He's a bigger unit. He's not going to move the same. Don't be expecting the version we're seeing against AJ the first time.
He's taken a shot on the left eye, though, that I saw him pour at just now. And I saw some pinkness as well. I'm like, that looked like it hurt.
He's got pink eye.
It looked like it hurt.
It happens to the best of us.
And you'd think Dubois would be the one with pink eye.
Oh, God.
No, wow. So,
after that trip to Brazil?
Yeah. No, so
that's
what?
a good...
1-2 there. 1-2's come through.
Land the big one, the big one.
This is the time. That was when Daniel Dubois, when he had him in the corner, he had to go for it there.
You got to jump on him.
Mate, that was a mistake from Dubois.
It's a good message, though.
He's let him off there.
It's a good message to Usyk early.
What I will say is Daniel's definitely touching Usyk a little bit more than previously.
Yeah.
Good first round.
Oh, lovely left hook.
That's blocked. That one from Dubois.
Was it?
Good body shot.
I thought it was. I thought
it looked like it landed. It looked like
the body. The fact that Daniel Dubois won the back foot straight. Oh, left over the top.
Usyk threw 3 there. I don't know if he connected fully.
Oh, there's another stiff jab there. That slowed Daniel Dubois.
He landed.
Oh,
what
right.
are you not doing? Who's
So
that's it. Still
It's Usyk's round. It's Usyk's round for me.
Yeah,
But
okay.
here's what I'll say, right? In terms of the amount of punches being landed on him, Daniel Dubois won't be too happy with that. In terms of navigating the ring, it's going to be... Listen, if anyone can do it, it's Usyk. It's going to be really hard to do that for 12. To do that for 12. Can he do it? We've seen him do it before, so the answer is yeah. Still going to be hard. We haven't seen him do it at 38 years old, sorry. Or 37, whatever he is right now.
This is the question that we've all been talking about.
That's a good shot there, man.
It's only round 1. Can Daniel Dubois stay at this pace?
He can't. He's trained for it. He's had to train for it.
He can't for about 5 rounds.
But you got to remember.
Look at this jab. That was bang on the button, right on the tip of the chin.
It was. But you got to remember, this is that first round nerves. Second round will tell you exactly what this fight is going to look like.
I think what Brian's touched on about in terms of his feet looking slower, I do think Oleksandr Usyk's also feeling the pressure because he's struggling with the pace, the nervous energy. He's definitely feeling it too.
Why do you think Daniel let him off when he got him to the corner? He just let him out.
He didn't, but he missed with every shot that he threw.
Yeah.
When someone makes you miss, you're more hesitant.
He didn't commit though, did he, Loz? He didn't commit though.
But because he was made to miss, it's difficult.
Nice backhand from Oleksandr Usyk early in the second round. They're back underway.
Lovely shot from Usyk, man.
Just before that, Daniel Dubois threw a power left hook and missed. And that really does zap your energy a little bit.
Okay. But it's not even just the massive energy drop. It's just the fact that it's just like, shit, I thought I had him and I didn't. It makes you overthink the next shot.
In terms of, for Dubois, one thing I'm a little bit concerned about is it's the start of the second round and I've seen him lean over that front foot quite a lot of times.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. For me, when I lean over my front foot, it's normally a sign of fatigue.
Yeah, and do you know what he's also getting success with? The left cross to the solar plexus that Usyk's landing, and Daniel Dubois definitely felt one of those.
Can I just say one thing I think Usyk's doing really well is he's moving Usyk round. You see, Usyk is having success moving round Daniel Dubois and working him towards his power hand. And I think Daniel's getting kind of lulled into not realising what's happening here.
Yeah.
But I also think that Daniel's
got to let Daniel's got to go when he's on the ropes, man. He's got to let his hands go.
Start going when you get him against the ropes because no one gets Usyk against the ropes for long.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like the tactics is that right uppercut from Daniel Dubois because he's thrown it a few times now. Have you seen that?
He needs to come up through the middle. It's literally what I'm thinking the whole time. And yes, it's easier said than done.
It's so hard, but the way Usyk kind of dips and slips, he kind of leans forward.
Do you want to know what's ironic? Both of them, they're quite susceptible to the uppercut, right? That's why AJ tried to throw it because Daniel also dips, and so does Usyk, which is why Fury landed.
That was a lovely counter by Usyk.
Great shot. Perfect Usyk.
There was no real response from it.
I don't know if it landed flush.
It didn't land clean, but what Usyk's good at is that
Usyk landed clean there.
Usyk rotates.
He landed it.
But if you pay attention, Usyk rotates to his right so that the uppercut is complete. He just leaves Dubois off balance.
The thing is, he definitely landed, but I don't know. I think because Daniel was on the back foot, it took the sting out of it a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, when the problem is, right, if you look at these Dubois jabs coming at him, try and look at the counters. There's not actually counters coming back off the jab from Usyk, every single jab. So what I would do is try and put that jab out there, come around the side, and then try and come up through the middle with your Daniel Dubois.
Do you not think Daniel Dubois is already becoming reactive instead of proactive here?
What I will say is Usyk definitely looks a little bit slower.
It's an Usyk style fight.
I don't know what that is.
Usyk's looked slower since
it's emulating the first fight. So far, bar for bar.
This is the question: is it tactical, or is it because he's actually aging? Has he aged? Because, like you say in the first fight, he went to the approach. Actually, I'm going to stand with Daniel. I can't let him be on the front foot and try to bully me because he's an on-top fighter.
I'd like for Daniel to throw a left hook.
Daniel can't settle because
right
he keeps circling him.
Look
at that shot
from Oleksandr Usyk.
That was a lovely counter.
Very similar to the one that smashed open Tyson Fury's nose.
He didn't like that at all.
Oh, the stiff jab.
Do you know what's happening,
Usyk
you see the way Usyk keeps circling him and Daniel can't settle. He can't really find his feet and plant and get ready to throw his own arsenal.
I feel as if the reason Usyk he doesn't back off as much against Daniel because he is more of a simple fighter, more basic. He feels he can time him so much easier than a AJ or a Tyson Fury.
Well, what did we say before this fight? We said, yes, it was a great performance against Anthony Joshua, but what did Anthony Joshua do? He stood right in front of him. And Anthony Joshua goes backwards in a straight line. Oleksandr Usyk, he's constantly circling away. And that's a problem for Daniel Dubois because I only gave him 6 rounds to really win this fight because of the power he's got. And right now, we're seeing multiple rounds go by where we're not really seeing Usyk in the level of danger. Even though Usyk...
didn't land
Usyk's
clean.
feet have gotten slower.
It skimmed. It didn't land.
Right on the button.
Yeah, but it kind of like boom.
That's a good counter
Look at
shot,
his
though.
shots, man.
That wasn't the same shot as this.
That was the one I was on about.
Yeah.
That was
Look
a
at
hook I was
that. Look at
looking
the
You
at.
know
legs.
what, though? There's a level of class, though, and there's a guy that's just elite at the moment, and Daniel has to step it up heavily.
Definitely.
Is there
Round
any,
3.
Is there any part of Daniel Dubois at the moment, and we could be reading this wrong, and he's thinking, actually, I want to get him into deep waters? Because we've all spoke so much about that thing of like jump on him early. So's Dubois in the build-up.
No, well, right now it's round 3. So
Well,
we
his
can't-
exact words was
yeah.
chaos. I'm going to create chaos.
He hasn't done that
But-
yet.
oh,
has he?
what happened?
Rush him, jump on him.
Balance.
No, but even still, jump on him. Like, you know what I mean? Capitalise off of these
Actually,
moments.
Tyson Fury did it in round 1. Usyk had a balance issue when he leant against the rope, and Fury chased him up really quick. He didn't throw it.
I remember that
In the
one.
second fight, yeah.
I'd like for Dubois to give him a look and just throw that left hook and just see how he reacts to it.
Yeah, he
because
hasn't
right
tried it,
now,
innit?
he doesn't... There's no reason to think about his left hand in that way.
Oh,
There you go. Good right hand from Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, he did land there.
They shot it
Did
around
Usyk
so
answer,
far.
though? He did with a backhand of his own,
I think he
didn't he?
did, yeah. But I
But
thought...
See that left hook? You've mentioned the left
You
hook.
see what I'm saying?
Every time Daniel throws it, he's getting a bit of success with it because he always circles to his right,
you
Usyk,
go.
generally speaking.
There you go.
But what's he done?
That's
What's he
success.
done? What's Dubois done now? He's throwing more than one shot at a time.
Exactly.
He's now
Which is something he hasn't done enough of so
That's a
far.
good shot there.
He's timed
You've
him,
got-
though. Usyk timed
Right
that
hook.
perfectly.
Against-
As soon as he spun into it, he said, yeah, I see that shot coming.
Against Alexander Usyk, you've got to put punches and bunches.
And he hasn't gone
You can't
downstairs.
throw singles or ones
That's what
and
I'm
twos.
surprised at. We haven't seen that many body shots.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
good
shot.
shot, Dubois.
that was nice.
That's nice.
Nice backhand from Daniel Dubois there.
That is a classic. He literally stepped outside of Usyk's jab and threw his
Yeah.
straight backhand. Beautiful counter that
It
was.
reminds me of what Teofimo Lopez did to Lomachenko
Yeah.
when he rotated with him and the hands go at the
It's
same
one
time.
of them textbook shots that you're meant to throw, but you've got to be quick.
Yeah.
Usyk's standing right in front of him right now.
It's surprising.
Has anyone noticed anything about Dubois'
Backed him up.
defence?
Go
He's
ahead.
backed him up.
He ain't biting.
Oh, that was a big shot.
Big
from
left hand from
Oleksandr
Usyk.
Daniel took that shot
Daniel
well.
stays there, though. He doesn't.
Yeah, but it hurt him, though.
He's
a lot.
hurt. He's definitely
It hurt
hurt.
a lot.
Oh, he's got Usyk with a hook there.
Go to war now,
Yeah, but
bro.
what we're seeing against
Go!
what we're
Up
seeing
and under!
Yeah.
what we're seeing against AJ, Daniel's still dangerous when he's hurt.
Yeah, he
Yes,
is. He is,
true.
he is, he is.
Very true.
Now,
And
the only thing I was going to say there is one thing I noticed from the AJ
on the
fight.
gloves.
Is
I like that right
the
gloves,
knockout,
it's
the
on the gloves.
knockout
One at a
came-
time, lads. Come on.
Sorry.
The knockout came in the AJ fight from Dubois not biting to AJ's feints. Because remember, AJ had just hurt him. And AJ comes rushing in. Dubois doesn't bite. He knocks him out. I'm seeing Dubois bite a lot less to Usyk's little feints and tricks
Hey, that's
here
a good
than
shot there.
in the first fight.
They've worked on that for sure. Because the main thing that drained the gas tank of Dubois in the first fight was he bit on everything. And he was just constantly jittering, reacting to everything. He's not. To be fair, Usyk isn't feinting as much this time. That lead hand that usually is constantly going.
Yeah, we're not seeing
He's not
it as
doing
much.
as much as that. He's not trying to confuse him enough. And
what I will say is this: every time Dubois hits the guard, for example, it rocks his whole body, Usyk's whole body.
Yeah, he's
he can't
powerful.
manage that power. We're not dealing with the same level of strength each time.
Do you know what I
Mate,
think? A
Look at
massive.
that.
I can't believe how slow Usyk's feet look this time. I can't believe it.
Is,
Jim, how are you not scoring that round?
is anyone
I think that's
calling
a
that the
Dubois
first
round.
Dubois
One
round?
voice, one voice.
I
That
tell you
is.
what,
One at a time, lads, because
One
this is
at a time.
bad
Yeah,
now.
go on.
Come on.
Go on.
2-1 Usyk in my opinion.
Yeah, you're giving that round to Dubois.
I'd give that Dubois, yeah,
Wicked.
yeah.
Is that official,
Yep.
everyone?
Do you know
agree.
what's interesting? Usyk's he's staying on the left-hand side a little bit more than often. He normally keeps circling to that right, but I think he's looking for that slip outside of Dubois' straight backhand and come over with that left, which he did land earlier on in the round. But that's a risky tactic against someone with a power backhand like Daniel Dubois.
Is it a hard round to score? Because I think Usyk landed his best shot of the fight
Agree.
in that round. But
Lads.
actually, Dubois had a good round.
He did have a good round. that
Exactly
round.
what you said there. I'm watching this on the replay there. One of the shots that I chanted for the most of Dubois, I've just watched a replay of it. It didn't land, and Usyk's backhand counter landed big time there.
It
Oh,
did.
snap, okay.
I'm giving that round to Usyk personally
Really?
off that one
I think
punch
I'd-
alone, but I think they shared the round, but that punch for me was the
I
more
go
eye-catching
Dubois.
shot.
I go Dubois.
I've
on that one.
gone Dubois as well, to be honest.
Apparently, the poll that we're running now online, 67% Usyk, but
Oh,
good
Dubois
defense.
come out swinging for the fourth
Dubois.
round.
Well done, Dubois. On to him.
He done like a reverse 1-2 there. I think he threw
That's
a
right.
backhand and a
Right
straight
hand,
jab,
yeah. That's
and it
right.
landed lovely.
It's like an Andre Ward special.
It works perfect against
Usyk's going
opposite
backwards
stance.
more than we're used to seeing here. Like,
It's because what you said earlier on, he's not feinting with the lead hand, he's committing with his feet. Is it because he's slowing down, or is he just...
well, didn't this kind of happen to Muhammad Ali when he got older? He became a different kind of fighter and not as reliant on the reflexes and that. I mean,
right.
he can still win this way, but it's not the way I'd like to say Usyk fighting.
It's a hard fight for him.
I've got the same card as Frampton at the moment.
Yeah, same here. It's a hard fight for him to take on Dubois in this way.
Yeah.
Because Dubois leads...
Oh, lovely uppercut there.
That hurt.
That was nice.
Do you know the funny thing about that?
Go ahead.
Usyk nodded.
Usyk landed.
Usyk nodded.
Yeah, that
when
nod
the uppercut landed.
That nod is always an acknowledgement. Hey, well done.
He kind of acknowledged the shot, but...
You know what's good, though? Dubois has leveled it up, though.
Yep.
Dubois has leveled it up since...
That there, when you've got your arm on the back of his head.
Throw the uppercut. Throw the freaking uppercut,
Open your hand
bro.
in your glove and hit him.
Yeah.
You can see that Oleksandr Usyk isn't in full flow at the moment. He's kind of maybe looking for that step back counter a little bit too much.
But he's wary of the power. That's the difference in this. Because
there's a real chance for Dubois here. I think we can
Come
all
on,
say
boy.
it. Oleksandr Usyk does not look his normal self.
He's not comfortable because Dubois is strong. This is the one guy on file that hurt me.
Dubois is doing very unorthodox things. Like, I do feel like he's massively carrying his weight in his front foot, which when your power shot is your backhand, I feel like you should be sat on it from that side. But at the same time, what do we always say? The unorthodox things might be the ones to bring down these boxers that are so well downloaded with every bit of information on you. So maybe what Daniel Dubois is doing now is good. And this round's a close one.
But I'm still, at the moment, Usyk's... hold on.
That was on the gloves.
Right hand.
That was on the gloves.
Yeah, but the force of it, though, because it was on his face.
It backed him up, yeah.
I think...
this is where Dubois should go for it. When he gets him into the corner, he's not taking advantage of that moment.
Yeah,
but this is funny because what I'm seeing is Usyk isn't dominating this round.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if Daniel's been more patient or if he's a little bit tired. I can't quite work it out right now. But he's definitely slowed down equally as much as,
That's the one thing. If
good body shot.
That was a fucking ball shot.
Now go.
He hit him straight in the cock.
He wasn't in the balls, man.
I think that was on the hip.
Nah.
I want to see a replay of that. That looked fucking well low.
If it was balls, he would have complained more to the ref.
Yeah, that was on the hip.
He was a light complaint. He just told the referee, hey,
if it hurts him that much, maybe he should be doing some of McGregor's training.
Nice
from
response,
Oleksandr Usyk.
Flip me, Usyk. Good shot there.
Bloody lovely from Usyk.
Push his head down.
And do you know what? Daniel Dubois is slowing down. Good point on the lads.
He's definitely...
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat here. This is a hard one to score.
This is why I said
that
Daniel Dubois needs to look at the first half of this fight and look at it as his whole 12 rounds need to go in the first half. He hasn't done that. He's been too patient for me. He hasn't forced the issue. And I think he could be letting an opportunity slip through his fingertips right now because Oleksandr Usyk does not look like the Oleksandr Usyk that we've seen for the last 4 years. He looks gettable here, and Daniel isn't going to
Let's see this body shot.
Look at his watch.
It was on the... that was on the belt line.
Exact same spot as before. Good boy.
Below the belt line.
Yeah. Do the same thing.
That's fine. Do it again.
Do it again.
Look at his belly button. It's right there by the belt line, man. I'm not rolling with this low blow stuff, man. That's not his nuts, was it?
Let's be honest, Daniel Dubois does about 10 of these a fight, though.
Yeah, but was that his balls, though?
Yeah, but what you don't understand is when you win a protector and someone scoops an uppercut like that, it literally lifts the guard up. And technically,
I hear what you're saying,
you've got to
bro.
remember, it's not in the balls, but it's on the belt line. There's a reason why it's meant to be above.
Look, man.
That's the rules, regardless whether it's a real, penis shot.
If that was his bollocks, he would have complained to the ref a whole lot more than that. He's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Round
I gave that last round
5.
I gave that last round to Usyk, by the way.
3-1.
Yeah, that was
same here. 3-1.
3-1 Usyk.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed. All right.
That's put it out. I would still give that to Usyk personally.
Oh, good shot.
Nice.
Good right hand there.
I think he took it on
Hit
the
the
glove,
glove,
but it's still
didn't
knocked
it?
him back.
You're right what you're saying, though. Even when it lands on the gloves, he really knocks
That's
him
the
around.
problem that we
Yeah.
had with the Tyson Fury fights, though.
glove
Like
to
the
the face
commentators
still.
were going mental, but he did actually take a lot on the gloves.
What's the difference here? 20, 30 pounds to Dubois or more? 40 pounds?
20, something like that.
20 pounds. You'll feel them shots on the gloves
Yeah,
in the later rounds.
Yeah.
In the later rounds, those shots on the gloves will have had a positive effect from Daniel Dubois' standpoint. But are you still the same in those later rounds?
Yeah,
that's a good shot from Dubois.
I'm actually looking at
then you see
Usyk's
almost.
hand speed now, and I'm going, it's getting a little bit quicker now.
Yeah.
Usyk's
almost-
Usyk's is.
Usyk, I'm telling you, this
He
guy
dials up
just
the- he
great.
dials
Nice!
up-
Oh,
my
1-2 from Oleksandr
That was
Usyk, and he
nice.
backs Daniel Dubois up.
He's just
And another left hook!
Left
Daniel
hand.
Dubois backpedaling!
Yeah.
good body
Big
shot.
shot
And
from
another
Usyk.
left hook from Usyk!
Oh, they're getting hell for leather.
They're
Yeah,
going
they
for
are.
it, lads.
Just go for
They
it.
are.
Engage him.
Oh!
That's it.
Daniel
shot.
Dubois! And he's Daniel Dubois goes down! There he goes! Oleksandr Usyk has dropped Daniel Dubois! What a shot! Will he get up? He's up on his feet! He's up!
Come on, Dan!
9! And Daniel Dubois says he's carrying on.
Well, he's hurt.
Let's see how
Come
hurt
on,
he is.
Dan. Minute and a half. Minute and a half left in the round.
Oleksandr Usyk drops over. Oh, he's hurt him again.
It's over.
Oleksandr Usyk! What a performance! And is he going to quit?
He's missed it.
It's over! It's over! The greatest of all time! Oleksandr Usyk, 38 years old, flattens 27-year-old Daniel Dubois. I want no question about it. Don't talk to me about Tyson Fury. You're looking at the king, Oleksandr Usyk.
He's the greatest!
The greatest of all time!
Look at the emotions just spilling out of him. At 38, I'm sorry.
He's the greatest!
He knew he didn't need to move his feet. He planted his feet and he stood in the pocket.
Three-time undisputed champion in the world.
The middleweight, the rabbit, stood and traded with one of the biggest punches in boxing.
Incredible.
Unbelievable.
Bro, listen, right now, just crown him, knight him, Sir Usyk, bro. Because he's taken over.
Stop playing.
Everyone
Stop playing on that man's game.
Knight him.
He knocked him out.
I'm sorry, man.
Can I say something?
Wait, but what about my guy Don Charles?
I've got to give it to you.
I fucking called it.
You said 5 rounds.
Yeah, he did.
He went. It could just go within 5.
I also said there's no way it's going to go the point.
It wasn't
no
going to.
way.
Okay,
it's
so
impossible.
So now we ask the question: what did Dubois do differently today? Nothing.
I tell you the only thing he done.
Oh my
It
God.
seemed like he was fractionally. Look at him. That's why I love Oleksandr Usyk. He's still giving him advice. He's saying, listen, I don't care what Don Charles is. We all know he's a dick.
Look at this.
Can I say something controversial?
Bang.
I think Dubois was better today.
He was.
Was he?
I think Dubois was
Can I
better
just say
today
something
than the
else?
first fight.
I think Usyk looked
disagree.
older today.
I
You
disagree.
could see he wasn't the same, but guess what?
He
He's
did
the
look better
fucking
today.
best in the
Shut
world,
up.
man.
He is.
He was patient,
Dubois
Daniel
did
Dubois.
not look better today. Don't tell me that.
No, he tried. No, bro.
He tried. He didn't look better today.
I'll tell you why
Let me
he
say
looked better.
something.
I'll tell you why I think
No,
he
he
looked
didn't.
better.
No, he
looked
didn't.
more mature and patient. The last time you just rushed him,
didn't.
Usyk.
He
You just
didn't.
rushed him.
Bro,
it was
he
more
did
calculated.
not.
He
No,
was. Listen,
did
he
not.
was better.
Oh,
but
that was
this
a big
man,
old shot.
What you not need to give credit is.
Can we just
That's incredible.
What did I say in the beginning?
One voice.
Can we
Go
just
ahead.
acknowledge the unbelievable skills that you know what, right? When I was a kid, I heard stories. Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, even Lennox Lewis. I was a kid when these people were do you know what I mean? We're living through it. We're living through one of the greatest of all time. We might live to our rest of our lives and never see anyone as good as him ever again.
Listen,
but we will be telling our kids about this.
And
We've seen the greatest.
Do you know why we're so blessed?
What did I say to you guys in the beginning? People don't speak about Usyk's power.
Yeah.
They don't speak about Usyk's power.
Do you-
That has sent him to the shadow
Do you know
realm.
the difference is? It's the timing and the accuracy.
Yeah.
All of the heavyweights, when they knock people out, a lot of the time, it's pure aggression.
Over.
With
Gum
Oleksandr Usyk, it's pure, perfectly timed shots.
Have you seen the gum
It is
shield?
unbelievable.
Yeah, it's gone.
They need to listen. The gum shield is missing.
Do you know the funny
I need
thing is? He does the
everybody-
same thing every time. He throws the left cross. Then he,
Sorry, go.
sorry, he throws the left cross. He
Yeah.
gets used to that shot, and then all of a sudden, he brings it around the corner. He does it to absolutely everyone. It's unbelievable.
Everybody needs to stop saying that all you got to do is go in there and rush Usyk. The guy is a serious fighter, legend right now in his prime, and it's done. All he needs to do now is retire. There's nothing else he needs to do to finish his career.
He's
can I tell you
battered
something?
him, though. He battered him.
Wow.
I think this fight actually proved that is what you do.
What? What do you mean?
I can't look at that fight and go, anyone has a chance of outboxing Oleksandr Usyk on points and winning a point.
You've got to go on like a
against him.
nutcase.
So when you said,
basically,
everyone said, all you got to do is to, it's
No,
not what
He
you're
can't be
the
beat.
point you're making, Trav,
Yeah.
is it is a million times harder than the average man just thinks it is to go in there and rush him.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is, I still think that's the blueprint.
He
off the
can't
back
be
of
beat.
tonight.
Can I just say, lads?
I'm sorry, bro.
I've been like, we're watching the 3-time undisputed world champion right
Pound for
now.
pound greatest.
The first time in the modern era, 4-belt era, the first man to do it in the history of boxing, right? I witnessed John Jones fucking retire to get out of fighting the most dangerous fighter in the MMA, right? He ran away from his biggest contender in Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall's 33, right? Daniel Dubois is 27 years old. He's a thunderous puncher. And Oleksandr Usyk, 11 years older, really stood toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who's a cruiserweight. He stood toe-to-toe with him, and he took it out. You know what? We heard this recently. Legendary behaviour. That's what we just witnessed. This is legendary. I can't believe how lucky we are to be able to sit here, because we're going to watch these fights for the rest of our lives.
This is it.
And we're going to be able to sit there and go, we were there. Thank God to all the subscribers, by the way, because you put us here. This has been unbelievable.
Thank you to you, Brian, because who's brought us all here. This is unbelievable.
Mate.
This is years of hard work.
Facts.
You grinding
the iron board.
We're seeing where you started. This is where you're here.
There's no ironing done on it, I tell you. Wow, honestly.
But wait a minute.
I just love Usyk,
can we really understand? We are right now witnessing an elite. You know how you say with Messi, Ronaldo, you just meet, there's an elite moment happening. And we're seeing that.
Do you know
Today he had to go up against something different.
Do you know why we're so lucky, though?
Why
we're so lucky? You just said about Messi, Ronaldo. Yeah, Ronaldo, fair play. We never got to see Messi play here. Usyk's adopted this country as his second home, more or less, to just come over here. And yes, it might hurt us as Brits to see our fellow countrymen losing. But my God, like, if anyone said to you, imagine the Philippines.
Yeah.
Imagine the Philippines. You say you're going to have one of the greatest fighters ever come out of this country.
Why are you
unfortunately,
so
he's never. You're never. No.
Joey's mind is always in the Philippines.
Listen. Unfortunately, you're never going to watch him box live. Unfortunately, you're never going to watch him box live.
Yes.
So not only have we not had him come from Britain, we've got to experience him fighting in Britain 6, 7 times now.
Don't worry. You know, Joey struggles to make sense since he put on weight. So
you're right. Boxing historians, right? Travis can talk about the old boxing as if he fucking lived it. Same with Loza, same with Joey, right? You sit there and you watch all the. And what upsets me, right, is we look back at the old boxers and they're almost immortalized. They're larger than life. No one can ever compare to them. And what I feel like we need to do with Oleksandr Usyk is just say, look, you got Ali was the best of his generation. Lennox was the best of his generation. And Usyk is the best of this generation. Our time, we're living through our great one.
He's in
and
that
we have to celebrate him.
You're 100% right. He's in that conversation. Lennox Lewis even admitted it. He said, yo, when we talk about the greats and stuff, like, does Usyk... He goes, he's in the room. 100% he's in the room with us.
At the table, sitting down.
And you know what? You can now make an argument against any fighter ever of how Oleksandr Usyk could have beaten them. I'm not saying you could sit there and say he beats everyone because there's great fighters, but you can make an argument for him beating anyone who's ever lived.
He's amazing.
Do you know what's crazy?
He's amazing.
He's actually destroyed Britain. Bro, he's destroyed
everyone. The eighth, one of our 8th times he's been one of our.
Who do we bring now?
AJ.
What do we do now?
Well,
Dubois.
We ain't got. There's not enough time. No. If he was going to box for 4 more years, I'd be like,
there's not enough time.
What? Atoma?
He's going to wait for Atoma.
Unfortunately, he ain't boxing that long. So you're right.
He's conquered Britain.
I ain't got no one to offer. Dave Allen, maybe?
There's nobody in America for him to face.
There's no way Fury shouldn't even get in this ring.
No,
there's no way Fury is killing himself.
Do you know, I don't think Fury does get in the ring now.
No. He's
done.
He better not.
What is he saying, Fury?
I'd be really unhappy. I only want this to be about Oleksandr Usyk right now.
I like Usyk. I think he's a nice guy.
That's another thing.
He's a legend.
Do you know,
he's calling someone out.
What's happening? People tell me.
Is he calling someone out?
Yeah.
Tell me in the headphones. Let me know what he's saying. Just another thing. It's really nice to have a champion who is genuinely. We talk about shitheads like Tank Davis earlier on. This man is the ultimate idol for kids who can look at. He lives a clean, healthy life. He's a family man. He loves his country. He's religious. He celebrates everything about his country and his people. He's one of the. And do you know what? We've never ever seen an interview from him. This guy has beaten men twice the size of him. 50 pounds heavier than him, and yet he never acts arrogant. He's the most down-to-earth, likable guy. And I just think, thank God. Sometimes
respect.
Talent is given to the right person.
Absolutely.
Thank God.
Remember we met him in Saudi? Bro, we was there standing behind him. He's taking pictures. He reaches over, shakes KG's hand.
I couldn't believe it.
Still hasn't washed it. Love it.
What the fuck's going on, bro? I was shocked.
Yeah,
bro, but
guy.
then you have to understand this. Even after beating Dubois, he's still coaching him. Goes over to him, he's like, listen,
bro.
He's
a great human being.
That moment was special when I seen him do that because I wasn't sure how he was going to be, but how could we expect anything less? We know he's a great man. I mean, he went to war and then he's straight back in the boxing ring.
Absolutely.
I mean,
nah, we've witnessed the legend right now, though. We are.
He
in
looks
the era
emotional, doesn't he?
But you know what it is? Because he lost his father, and every time he fights, it's who he thinks of. Because he always obviously was close with his dad. So I know fine well. I seen him looking up. I know he's thinking about his dad. I mean,
it's real.
What has he done to Britain?
I think he's a phenomenal boxer,
just forget about Britain. It doesn't matter what country. We've just got a special human being.
I understand.
In every sense of the word, he's just unbelievable. And like you say, when was the last time we had a man who was as talented as him and so humble? I can't remember.
Do you know what's mad?
Yeah.
You watch. I don't know if this is a random ass point, but I'm off it right now.
Go ahead.
You know, you watch these TV shows and you see like you call Vikings and all these kind of shows, right? And you see these men from hundreds of years ago, and they're like, like a Ragnar Lothbrok, like good family men, will die for their country, that sort of guy.
Yeah.
Like he is from a different time. He's unbelievable.
I think he's a phenomenal fighter.
An elite, bro.
Yeah, phenomenal fighter.
Do you know why I respect it? Not only because of what he's done, but Dubois was coming in like on smoke tonight.
Yeah.
Younger, bigger, stronger, probably faster in the first few rounds, like really dangerous. And he just went, fuck it, I'm standing right here, mate, come and have a go.
He literally gambled. I couldn't believe it. He was staying on the left-hand side. Generally speaking, you want to get on the outside, stay away from the big backhand. And he said, I can time your backhand, slip outside and come over the top.
But see, he did what Muhammad Ali did. Like Muhammad Ali's feet slowed down. He turned into a different kind of fighter. And he showed, you thought I was just a pretty boxer? I'm a fucking beast.
But you see what's interesting, though, you see when we speak about Dubois and the run and the AJ fight, people always go to the AJ fight and go, Dubois, AJ was just looking very, like, his hands were down. He's looked the worst he's ever looked. That's why I wanted the Joseph Parker fight.
Yeah.
Because you've got to cement the run at the top level that you're on.
Learned something.
Yeah, because that AJ fight was the first fight at the top level.
Yeah.
And it was the first time AJ looked that terrible in a while. Yeah. So then you go straight into Usyk again, and it's like, bro, well, these guys knocked you out, spark out in 5 rounds. He hasn't done that to the other 2 guys.
How is team like Don Charles' son? How's everyone? Because they said a lot of stuff. Are they going to?
I don't know if they're going to do the 4-4 still.
But regardless,
that 4-4's cancelled.
I'm hoping that they show some serious respect because they went out there, and I think Dubois was better in a sense of tactically he was a lot calmer with his approach.
I don't think he was.
I think he was. I think it wasn't as reckless. And I know you might say, well, you know, that's not technically better, but it is the mind game and how you carry out your tactics. He didn't just run out there like a young, hungry lion and just attack Usyk. He was very sensible in his approach. And I'm just hoping that Don Charles and the team give Oleksandr Usyk the true respect he deserves. I really hope so.
I really rate Dubois, though, and he'll come again.
He can come back.
He'll come again. He'll come again.
He can come back from this.
He just went up against a great.
See, okay, I'm going to push back, and I might be the bad guy in this moment right here, yeah?
No,
you see that whole thing about just that mental strength in terms of being able to get up and push through? He didn't show that tonight.
Oh.
He did get up, though. He did get up. He did get up and carry on.
Okay, cool. But compare that to the hell that AJ was going through with him. And he kept on piling up.
You know what? AJ didn't get enough credit for that, though. I think
he didn't get any credit for that. Nah. But what I'm saying is, Usyk, compared to the fragility claims,
they're asking Don Charles what he thinks.
What's he saying?
Joshua took more punishment than Dubois.
Can someone let me know what he's saying? Someone let me know what Don Charles
somehow found his feet every round.
I hope he's showing contrition.
I think the fragility claims that were against Dubois before, they still stand.
Do you know what it is?
If you stick it on him and really hurt him, you can get him out of there quickly.
I'm with you there, Travis. I said it in my prediction video. If Usyk gets on top again, will them nightmares come back? And if you look again, when he was
he got hit with some big shots.
No, listen. I'm not trying to discredit him, but what I'm saying is when he was on the floor, I'm just kind of trying to understand what Travis is saying. He was on the floor. He wasn't wobbling around. He didn't try. AJ was flat on his face. He tried to get up, but his arms and legs couldn't coordinate.
Even on the stoppage.
Whereas Daniel Dubois there was looking at his coach, looking at his corner. His head looked pretty clear. I don't know what he would have been like had he tried to stand up.
I'm cool.
But he didn't show the true group. Let's just think of Tyson Fury.
Thank you.
When he was hit by, Deontay Wilder, what he showed to get up off that. He didn't show that level of grit that we've seen
from the greats from
in the past.
I'm sorry.
No, but wait, hold on, guys. this guy, they both tried to gamble. And hear me out when I say this. They both gambled, and then he realized in this gamble, he put everything on red, and he lost, and he couldn't say, even if whatever you say, he got with the biggest shot, went down, and he thought that was the best of me that I just tried to show.
Well, no. That's too fragile for me, bro. That's too fragile for me.
That's the best of me.
You're being too kind. I'll tell you why. Because listen, Daniel Dubois has achieved more than I could ever achieve. This isn't me saying, you know, if it was me, I would have done A, B, C, and D. It's not about that. But we're talking about the greats right now. Oleksandr Usyk, we've put him in conversations with the Lennox Lewis. You know, the guys of the past. We're talking about if he pulls this off, can we put him up there?
Yeah.
So we've got to have these true, honest conversations when we're talking about the elite. And part of being an elite fighter isn't about just when you're on top. When you get put down, can you get back up?
Thank you.
And the level of punishment AJ took in the fight against Daniel Dubois was way more worse than what Daniel just took. But once again, when he got put down,
he was
out. His head was clear. He sat up. He was looking at his corner. That wasn't a case of I'm completely finished. It was a case of I don't want this anymore.
Thank you.
And this is me putting it bluntly. I hope I don't walk into Daniel Dubois when I walk out of here. But you know what I'm saying?
AJ
it's
went
just
down
the facts.
4 times, and even on that final one, it was Ben running over to him, grabbing him, and something like, bro, it's over. He was still trying to get back to his feet after those knockdowns. That some of them, we just like, bro, if you called it now, I wouldn't even judge you.
Absolutely.
So for me, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, bro, you just let it go too quick, bro.
You know, if you're Anthony Joshua, do you watch that? Do you think, my turn now, let's get it back on the rematch?
Well, the thing is, Anthony Joshua hits harder. If he can get his head together, I think he's technically better. But the problem is, can AJ get his head in the correct space? That's the problem.
Joseph Parker is the man that needs to see Usyk before he calls it a day.
I think Joseph Parker will be looking at going, Daniel Dubois, I want a piece of that.
No. He should be looking at Usyk and thinking,
I think
apparently he's in the ring now. Joseph Parker apparently is in the ring now talking to Usyk.
Yeah,
well,
good.
do you know what I will say?
He should be looking at it like, I'm not Dubois, bro.
I hope he gets the opportunity, but I think Joseph Parker's, again, just a little bit too nice. But he was talking with Dave Allen, saying, you know, Dave Allen was saying, I would love to fight him, kind of talking as if that would be a fight.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait there a second. You know, Dave Allen, great fighter, massive supporter of him, but he's not in line to fight someone like Joseph Parker.
You know, the problem is, for me, and this sounds so negative, but like, if you do agree to fight Parker, where and when does it stop, man? Where and when does it stop? Because you counted the sort of animosity about being called a cheater, being his religion being questioned, all these things. There was genuine things there that Usyk felt he had to right these wrongs.
Yeah.
How many times can you keep on doing it?
He's got to stop at some point. And I think now is a good time to stop.
So I've heard who he's called out. I've heard who Usyk's called out.
Who?
Fury, AJ, Chisora, and Parker.
Oh, he's called a lot out. So what he's saying, he's going to either one, as in he wants to fight them all.
No
I
way.
think he'd fight them all.
That's what they've just told me in my ear.
They said he wants to fight them all.
He's literally
Like
ridiculous,
Pokemon,
this man.
He's taking the piss.
This man is addicted to boxing.
I think fight Parker and retire.
Yeah, I agree.
End it, man.
But he said he's not tired of fighting, bro. He's not tired. This is a man that is enjoying fighting. Look what he just done. Remember, he was looking for a knockout. Remember, he tried to knock out Fury to let him know. Then he just knocked out Dubois.
You're either going to retire from boxing.
We're going to have to wrap it up, unfortunately, boys. I just want to say, it's been a pleasure. Wembley.
Oh, always, man.
Was amazing.
Twice.
Again.
So it was so nice we had to do it twice.
And, I'm heavy.
It won't be the last time because we have got some big plans. I'm going to see Elvis impersonators. Let's just say that. Viva Las Vegas. Fingers crossed anyway. Big love to everyone who's tuned in. Big love to the boys, the lads that smashed it, carried the stream with it. And big love to Alexander Usyk. What a fucking performance.
And Daniel Dubois, massive respect.
Shout out
Although I've kind of half criticised in the end. Massive respect.
Clean it up because we're going to meet him.
Massive respect. Just in case. Big love to you lot. We'll see you on the next one.
Peace.